One day, history turned back, and the world changed beyond recognition. But the cause was not natural cataclysms, but an invasion of monsters. They appeared everywhere, pushing the planet towards destruction. And the source of their power was a mysterious tower that gave the creatures power over the world. People nicknamed it the Devil's Tower. And with its emergence, humanity received a command to conquer it for the sake of countless desires. Power, wealth, and glory. The tower promised all to those who dared to pass the traps and battles created for the tester. It stretched 999 stories high, ruled by gods and demons whose power surpassed all imagination. The rulers, gripped by fear, tried to restrain the people by throwing armies and weapons into defense against the cursed tower. But no one could stop the thirst to conquer it. And this marked the beginning of a new era of human history. As the tower's rulers had predicted, anyone who prevented others from approaching it was severely punished. From the moment the tower appeared in the human world, 5 years of continuous attempts to conquer it passed. During all this time, humanity has only managed to reach the 600th floor. Among the seekers, a young man stood out, eager to pass the tower faster than anyone else. But he too was unable to overcome the 600th level. That day he was stopped by the Star 9. 9 chosen ones who rose above the millions of participants. Their strength was born from magic and divine energy, making them almost invincible. That young man was a man nicknamed Death Star, who initially did not master weapons perfectly and had no special gifts. However, it was he who allegedly betrayed the Star 9, winning the title of the Strongest. And his name was Cha Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk became the embodiment of death, bringing with him destruction and darkness. Or at least, that's what people began to think of him. Lacking his natural gifts, he still found his way and rose to become the greatest necromancer of his time. Jin-hyuk's main goal was to reach the limit of his strength, and for this, he was willing to use others without mercy. He launched an attack on the Star 9 after gaining power, but the forces were still unequal. Jin-hyuk alone was unable to defeat them and, rejecting humanity for the sake of strength, accepted death as punishment. But this was just a legend. In reality, the young man betrayed no one. The truth was that it was he who had been betrayed by the Star 9, or rather, 8 of its members. But the world was not told this. 10 years have passed since those events, and the world continues to change rapidly. Jin-hyuk's life changed. The young man once again found himself a nobody, lost and confused, not knowing where to go next. And yet there was luck in this. His backup plan, which he had conceived in case of death, worked. In his final moments, he activated the soul transfer skill, allowing him to transfer his consciousness to a new body. Moreover, the skill selected a carrier with similar physical characteristics, and he again ended up in South Korea. Despite this, Jin-hyuk's heart was filled with rage towards the Star 9, who had betrayed him under the guise of helping him on the 600th floor. He was deceived by those whom he trusted unconditionally and considered part of himself. The murder was started by the paladin Cain Pelon and the saint Carmen Pelon, who acted as the initiators. Although Jin-hyuk was called an entire army in the form of a single warrior, he could not compare to the Star 9. Cain falsely claimed that the cause of his death was not personal or motivated by hatred. Only one remained loyal: his friend, Choi Kyung-hoon, who was initially kept in the dark to prevent him from interfering. In the end, Jin-hyuk fell, but vowed to himself to come back stronger and settle scores with each of the traitors. And so his rebirth began. The skill worked, and the young man seemed to be reborn. At that moment, the phone rang nearby, surprising him because he had not held such things for a long time. But today's date struck him even more. For him, a moment had passed. But in the real world, 10 whole years had flown by, which simply could not help but shock the young man. Astonished by this, he decided to test whether he still had his mana or other abilities. Having swatted the annoying fly, he ordered it to rise, wanting to return it as a servant. However, only the phone's search engine responded to his rise. Having failed, he did not give up and continued to persistently test his gift as a necromancer. But no matter how hard I tried, nothing worked. And the thought crept into my head: I would have to storm the tower without any strength. Looking at her, Jin-hyuk wondered if perhaps the Star 9 had already reached the top over the years. But expectations were dashed. In 10 years, humanity was only able to rise 200 floors higher. For Jin-hyuk, this became a chance, an opportunity to break ahead and reach the top faster than anyone else. And although he was deprived of his abilities, he decided to go straight to the tower, confident that training there would be more fruitful. Although his body had become weak, the knowledge of the Death Star remained, and with the intent of using the techniques and experience, he sought to regain his strength. Full of determination, the young man headed towards the tower, a repository of ancient secrets and unfinished stories. The young man intended to become stronger and devote his entire life to revenge against the Star Nine. Crossing the threshold, he found himself on the training floor, where everyone who entered for the first time ended up. It was the only low difficulty level where the trap-filled path took several days. Before moving on, the young man decided to check his characteristics. As he expected, the stats were terrible. But among them, the new skills, gluttony and mana, stood out. He was surprised that the change of body changed his talents, and he was determined to make the most of this feature. Without thinking, Jin-hyuk rushed forward, deftly dodging the deadly traps. A hidden skill allowed him to see the trajectory of arrows, but suddenly, new obstacles appeared. The traps became more numerous and complex, causing even the skilled Jin-hyuk to stumble. He persevered, believing that he could reach the end on the first try, but the obstacles multiplied. Gritting his teeth, he endured excruciating pain just to get through to his goal. But confidence proved to be insufficient. Wounded, he was forced to return to the beginning of the journey. At the starting point, all of his wounds disappeared, and Jin-hyuk realized that he had no intention of giving up. Now he decided to act differently, not to rush blindly, but to carefully plan. It's time to test gluttony, the ability to consume everything dead and appropriate its power. The spilled blood had no healing power, but all the experience from it passed on to the young man. So he gained some knowledge and power, but he still had to get rid of the side effects. He calculated that a week of training would make him a worthy conqueror if he could endure the pain. However, his calculations were wrong. The training took a month, not a week, as he expected. Despite this, he still completed the training, albeit at the cost of enormous effort. The system then announced that several gods and demons had noticed him, which irritated him. The divine lords were angry at him for his arrogance, and this only fueled Jin-hyuk's rage even more. The system alerts poured in one after another, but none of the higher-ups revealed his name. They were only trying to lure him over to their side. As soon as he thought about this, the usual blue light of the system changed to scarlet, announcing the arrival of Baal. In his past life, Baal also hunted Jin-hyuk, seeking to make him his servant, and it was he who granted him the skill of soul transfer. After Baal spoke, the other gods and demons showed even greater interest in the young man and tried to win him over. Jin-hyuk appreciated the attention of so many rulers, but he knew one thing for sure. The choice would never fall on Baal. Now he was more concerned with the question of the reward he received for his difficult training. The system rewarded him with immunity to blood loss, pain, amnesia, insight, and patience, as well as a stat boost. It was a decent result, as it was extremely difficult to strengthen mana on this floor, but he succeeded. In addition, progress allowed you to unlock a new feature, multi-faces. She granted the ability to master any skill, change it directly during training, and use it in battle depending on skill. It was a great beginning, for only one man, known by the nickname Almighty, possessed such a talent. Meanwhile, Baal did not calm down, persistently offering help in exchange for a so-called alliance. Be that as it may, Jin-hyuk did not respond to his requests and decided to concentrate on something more important, the next room. This was the coveted training room, where you could choose your weapon and class that suited you best. In his past life, Jin-hyuk, having learned about mana, did not hesitate for a second and decided to become a magician. However, this time, everything will be different because now he has a special skill, multi-face, which hides unimaginable potential. The first thing the young man did was take a bow and decide to test the archer class by summoning targets. With just one shot, Jin-hyuk managed to hit 3 targets at once, as if he had been an archer since birth, and not just holding a bow for the first time. 3 targets weren't enough, so the young man increased the difficulty, telling the system to generate more targets and make them attackable as well. The system immediately warned him that he still hadn't chosen his class and that the target could be dangerous. but our protagonist didn't care. This time, the targets were different from the previous ones and looked like dummies capable of attacking the enemy. They immediately pounced on the young man, but with a few shots from his bow, he was able to deal with a couple of them. Nevertheless, some of them managed to break through and get to the young man's forehead. However, he also had absolutely no problems dealing with them. Since he had not yet chosen a class, the young man had the opportunity to use any weapon, including a sword or even a spear. The targets seemed too weak to him, so he ordered the system to increase their strength and add more opponents. The system even created a huge dummy, which was many times more massive than the others, but it did not become an obstacle. Not a single mannequin was able to inflict a single scratch on Jin-hyuk. At most, they could only get close to him for a moment. However, there was still one danger that the young man had forgotten about: attacks from a distance. For a moment, he lost his guard and was confused, but soon he pulled himself together and regained his composure. The system notified him that the strongest targets of this level had been generated, and then he decided to return to the idea of becoming a mage. No matter how strong and persistent the mannequin's attacks were, Jin-hyuk's strength far exceeded theirs. In the end, with one powerful and precise attack, he destroyed all the dummies who used long-range techniques. The skill Multiple Faces turned out to be incredibly strong and unique, something Jin-hyuk had never experienced even in his past life. Additionally, he completed the achievement for using at least one weapon from each category, earning the Almighty class and 5,000 points. This came as a surprise to him, as it was the first time he had heard of such a class, and the name itself raised even more questions. He wondered if he should choose this class as his main one, since in that case, he would lose his main advantage. The young man wanted to use the Almighty as a subclass and thereby cheat the system, but this turned out to be impossible. The reason was that subclasses only opened after completing the 100th floor, and he hadn't even reached the first one. However, he continued to look for a workaround because he didn't want to lose such a rare and unique class. He then asked the system if it was possible to unlock a subclass using achievement points, and the system was surprised that he knew about it. Achievement points were a special currency that could be obtained by fulfilling conditions, and players could use them to change the system. The young man ignored the system's question and declared that he wanted to spend 5,000 points on unlocking subclasses. It turned out that it was indeed possible to open subclasses, but he was only 50 points short. Finding himself at a dead end, he decided to abandon his principles and turn to Baal for help. Thanks to their contact, he completed the Talk to the Best Demon achievement, earning 200 points and unlocking access to subclasses. After that, he made Almighty his subclass, and to get to the first floor of the tower, he had to destroy the training room. This was not difficult for him, because his destructive power allowed him to cope with such things. As the system promised, Jin-hyuk found himself on the first level of the tower in the forests of Chorol, where the kobolds lived. Although this was only the first level, it caused serious difficulties for many players already at the start of their ascent. However, for Jin-hyuk, such monsters did not pose a threat, and served only as a convenient resource for farming. His strength overflowed his body. It seemed that he was capable of rising 10 floors higher right now. But even weak kobolds had value, as they provided good experience at the start, especially if you destroyed them in groups. The appearance of the young man shocked the players, as they did not believe that anyone could kill a kobold with one blow. They even began to fear him, thinking that after the monsters, he might attack them too. Although they decided to temporarily unite. However, Jin-hyuk was not looking for allies and had no intention of sharing the spoils, so he rudely forbade them from interfering. His cold aura and firm confidence left a strong impression, and the players chose to move away. For the young man, this was only a benefit, because now he could calmly hunt kobolds. The two remaining monsters immediately pounced on him, seeking revenge for their fallen kinsmen. The difference in strength was monstrous, and all they could do was get closer to him. Seeing the death of another comrade, the last kobold became frightened and tried to run away to save his life. However, the young man had no intention of letting him go, and could not allow his last enemy to escape. Using the magic arrow spell, he pierced the kobold's body with magical energy, killing him instantly. Thus, Jin-hyuk easily destroyed 3 kobolds and obtained mana stones, but to move on, he needed to kill 7 more. Then the idea came into his head to achieve the Fighter achievement, which is awarded for killing 1,000 creatures of the same species. In his past life, he had collected absolutely all the achievements and intended to repeat this result again. Using the skill Gluttony, the young man decided to satisfy his hunger by using it on the body of a dead kobold. After that, it was as if he became a kobold for a moment, saw his memories, took over some of his power, and even understood the language of their kind. In addition, its characteristics increased significantly and reached the level of approximately the 9th floor, which was surprising and pleasing. And thanks to the almighty subclass, he received class adjustments and the ability to take advantage of each one's benefits. At that moment, Jin-hyuk's mind was filled with the kobold's memories, and his most painful moment was especially vivid. He saw him kidnap children to sacrifice to the kobold lord, and it stuck in his memory. Then the young man realized that the ideal moment had come to pay a visit to the ruler and strike at his lair. After all, it was the Overlord who was the harbinger of the monstrous wave, and by defeating him, one could complete the fighter achievement. However, fighting alone would be difficult, and so the young man needed an army, which he could create with his necromancer skills. He successfully made kobolds part of his army and changed his main class, choosing Necromancer. The youth's strength at this early stage looked monstrous, but even now, he could strengthen it even more. He was being watched by a couple of kobolds, and Jin-hyuk decided to make them part of his army as well. To avoid getting his own hands dirty, he ordered new warriors to kill his former comrades in his place. Along the way, he met several more kobolds, and soon his army numbered 10 monsters. However, what interested him most was an inconspicuous building in the forest, which hid something special. Inside, there was a secret passage where a powerful force was hidden, namely, the hidden classroom of the 1st floor. This class was the Spirit Master, a more powerful version of the Necromancer, also capable of absorbing souls. And the first spiritual master was considered to be Balkan, imprisoned in a tomb under this small tower building. Despite his terrifying appearance, Balkan did not attack, but only asked the young man if he was his descendant. He tried to scare the newcomer, but failed, and even felt a moment of awkwardness. Jin-hyuk calmly explained that he had already read his journal and therefore had no reason to be surprised or afraid. The subject in question was the Journal of the Spiritual Master of Balkan, which he had studied in his past life. Then, having become a magician and having lost his things, he found this magazine and came here, but was unable to resurrect Balkan. Balkan was grateful and noted that the young man aroused his extraordinary interest. He even laughed, calling the young man more well-mannered and curious than the fool who came 10 years ago. Jin-hyuk knew that they were talking about him, and although it was annoying, he couldn't just attack Balkan. He said he came for a quick class change, but was told that to do so, he had to reach the 10th floor. Balkan explained that the Spiritual Master class is higher than the Necromancer class and can only be changed in the class tower. Jin-hyuk then showed his stats, claiming that he was already a Necromancer. This surprised Balkan greatly, as he didn't believe that anyone could change classes without climbing up to the 10th floor. He again remembered the previous guy who came 10 years ago, which irritated Jin-hyuk. However, impressed by the young man's talent, Balkan decided to change his class. Balkan himself was not just a spiritual master, but long before the tower, he was one of the main walkers. Even being the most powerful necromancer, he looked for new ways to become even more powerful. Then he realized that skin and bones were not enough for him, and began to look for a more powerful vessel. Instead of a lich or death knight, Balkan decided to try to summon the soul itself. His goal was to collect the souls of the dead and create one who would surpass everyone and make him the strongest. Thus, the new class, Spiritual Master, was born. But this had serious consequences. His former body became exhausted and lost its strength, causing the class itself to be on the verge of extinction. Balkan chose the last path. He used necromancy on himself, hoping that his descendants would preserve his legacy. To find a walker to continue his work, he turned half into an NPC. Since the previous Jin-hyuk aspired to become the 2nd spiritual master, in this life, Balkan made him the 3rd. He also told the young man about the possibility of using the, quote, soul vessel to catch spirits and summon them. But Jin-hyuk already knew all this and was already planning to turn the new force against the Balkan itself. Balkan congratulated the young man, calling him his descendant, and ordered him to conquer the tower for his glory. But Jin-hyuk refused. This greatly angered Balkan, and he asked Jin-hyuk if he had forgotten about the promise written in the journal. But Jin-hyuk didn't care about his words, because he had already decided that today he would finish off Balkan and take his power. Using the skill Soul Collection, he almost killed Balkan while trying to rip out his soul. However, Balkan was not going to give up his soul so easily and tried to escape. But Jin-hyuk had foreseen this and had placed mana stones in advance, creating a trap that he fell into. Using a low-ranking spell, Magic Wall, the young man built a personal prison for Balkan. Balkan was furious. Not only had the young man betrayed his trust, but he had also humiliated him by locking him in a primitive trap. He did not want to give up, promising to get out and take revenge. But it was useless, because the young man had prepared dozens of similar traps. The puzzled Balkan did not understand how this was possible, and then Jin-hyuk revealed that he was the very second spiritual master. After this, Jin-hyuk used Soul Gathering again and completely absorbed Balkan. Such a coup could not be ignored by the gods and demons, and soon the system notified the young man that someone was interested in his class. Jin-hyuk longed to show the gods and demons his full strength and true nature, but he couldn't do it yet. Meanwhile, he decided to get rid of his undead army, believing that with its current power, he no longer needed it. But it turned out differently. Jin-hyuk killed his subordinates and then resurrected them again, making them many times stronger. Now his army looked much more formidable, strong and terrifying, despite its numbers. At that moment, the human form of Balkan appeared. The first spiritual master was seething with anger at the young man for what he had done. But Jin-hyuk didn't care whether Balkan condemned him or supported him. Balkan did not lose hope of escaping the trap and was eager for revenge. However, it was all in vain, because his life now belonged entirely to Jin-hyuk, and only he decided whether he should stay in this world. Balkan said that he would not listen to someone like Jin-hyuk, but he forgot that he had no choice but to obey like a dog. Then Jin-hyuk reminded Balkan what he himself did to those who refused to obey. He turned their souls into balls and absorbed them. The young man also possessed this same power, so he could do to Balkan exactly the same thing as he did to his victims. Eventually, Balkan relented and joined Jin-hyuk, and together they went to the Kobold Lord. The ruler's domain was impassable, so there was a guard there. But the guards consisted only of low-ranking kobolds who could not become a hindrance to Jin-hyuk. Moreover, he had a reinforced army of undead, capable of instantly destroying such trash. Although the army numbered only 30 ghostly kobold soldiers, it was enough to deal with the guards. Besides, Jin-hyuk wasn't going to leave everything to the kobolds. He was eager for a fight himself. Soon the Kobold Lord was informed of the intrusion of an uninvited guest, and he ordered an offering to be prepared immediately. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk and his army mercilessly destroyed the kobolds one by one, as if committing genocide. They didn't care how many enemies came out and what they were armed with. They didn't pose a threat. As he moved further, Jin-hyuk felt a special aura, the same one that emanated from the Kobold Lord's room. Meanwhile, the ruler was sacrificing the bodies of people, trying to enlist the help of the demon who watched over death. But it wasn't just people who were captured. The kobolds captured someone far more interesting. The overlord grabbed the girl who looked like a demon, but at that moment, Jin-hyuk had already made his way into his chambers. The young man arrived on time, and his desire to kill all the kobolds, including the overlord, was immeasurable. The overlord demanded respect from Jin-hyuk, and even told him his name, Callum. But the young man didn't care. Meanwhile, the kidnapped girl decided to take advantage of the moment and try to escape while Callum was distracted. But Callum wasn't about to let her go, and using the power of the death-watching demon, he attacked her. Hearing this name, Jin-hyuk was surprised, because this demon showed interest in him too, even supporting him during the invasion of Callum. Then, Callum used the corpse bomb skill and aimed it straight at the girl. Suddenly she stumbled, and at that very moment, Callum's attack was already flashing above her, but she did not want to accept her death. At that moment, Jin-hyuk intervened and with one swing repelled Callum's attack, which he considered incredibly powerful. The girl thanked Jin-hyuk for saving her, but he only replied that it was nothing and told her to run away as quickly as possible. However, upon closer inspection of her appearance, the young man was surprised by her horns, which resembled tokaebi. Tokaebi are powerful creatures of the 100th floor, and they simply have no reason to descend to the first. This puzzled Jin-hyuk greatly, and he wondered what could have happened on the 100th floor if a lonely young girl had come downstairs. So he decided to deal with Callum and the kobolds first, and then ask her about everything. The girl disappeared in search of a safe place, while Callum activated the corpse bomb on the bodies of his subordinates. At that moment, two of the kobolds self-destructed, and Callum was sure that Jin-hyuk was hurt too. He believed it so much that he didn't notice how Jin-hyuk got close and struck. However, Callum was not about to lose and called out to the demon watching death, begging for its help. The demon heard his pleas and came to save him from Jin-hyuk. But it turned out not to be the demon itself, but a creature summoned by him, a blood golem, a high-level monster of terrifying power. The demon's power was on another level, and it became a serious test for Jin-hyuk. But the young man also had some trump cards hidden away, and the moment had come to reveal them. In response to the call, Jin-hyuk summoned his own army, ordering them to attack the red golem. They instantly cut his body to pieces, as if he were an ordinary kobold, unable to resist. Callum was shocked by what he saw, and did not understand how such power could be achieved on the first floor. In the end, he fell, and even the help of Boone, the demon who watches over death, was of no help. Moreover, Boone only used Callum as a puppet, and drained his mana by summoning a golem. But Jin-hyuk didn't care who betrayed whom, because he only came here to kill Callum. However, the goal was not just to kill, but to absorb his soul, strength, and energy, making him part of their army. At the same time, the young man turned to Boone, declaring that he would regret the test, but the demon only laughed. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk killed Callum and turned his soul into an orb, which he soon absorbed. But contrary to expectations, he did not receive a significant increase in strength. Soon the rescued Tokebi girl returned and thanked Jin-hyuk again, introducing herself as Har-yu. The young man replied that no thanks were needed, as he had only come to deal with the kobold lord. Har-yu still insisted, to which Jin-hyuk asked what she would do if he turned out to be a villain and decided to sell her. After these words, the girl's aura changed, becoming hostile, and she stated that she would then take action. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk asked how the one who should be on the 100th floor ended up on the 1st floor, and in such a place. Har-yu replied that the Tokabi village had been attacked, which greatly surprised the young man. After all, the Tokabi in the tower are some of the strongest creatures, with which even walkers have a hard time fighting. Jin-hyuk wondered if they were being attacked by one of the 4 powerful races: giants, the source of strength; dragons, the source of magic; demons are the masters of dark energy; and angels are the wings of vengeance, the beings that keep the tower under control. However, he did not rule out the possibility that the Star 9 was involved in this, since they were also capable of something similar. The young man decided not to delay and continue on his way. And at that time, Har-yu asked to be taken into the team. Although she was young and weak, Jin-hyuk agreed, even though he knew she might become a burden. He was just thinking about changing his bloody clothes, because it felt strange to walk around in them. And his new outfit was Callum's cape, which he got for free and looked noble and stylish. As they were leaving the castle, someone appeared in front of them, causing Har-yu to become scared and hide behind Jin-hyuk. But it was only Balkan who came to report that there was no longer a single kobold left in the castle. To Jin-hyuk's surprise, Har-yu could see Balkan, which indicated her special power. He even considered using gluttony and absorbing her abilities, but he decided against it, deciding it was too early. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him with a choice: to summon a wave of monsters or not. Balkan was amazed by this, and Har-yu asked Jin-hyuk if he was really going to do this. Of course the young man wanted to do this, because this is what he had gone all the way for. But his actions did not particularly please the gods and demons, except for Boone. After Jin-hyuk launched a wave of monsters, all players received a notification that kobolds were attacking the village entrance, and soon all safe areas on the 1st floor would become inaccessible. This outcome of events did not please the others at all, but they still could not do anything. Moreover, a portal had already opened, from which hundreds of kobolds were running out. However, it was Jin-hyuk who wanted to take these kobolds for himself, to kill them, and then make them part of his army. Appearing near the village, he ordered the others not to touch the monsters, declaring that he would deal with them all himself. The guys didn't yet know who Jin-hyuk was and the people around him, so they tried to dissuade him, saying that it was extremely dangerous and there were too many monsters. But Jin-hyuk had his own plan, and an army capable of confronting the kobolds. Har-yu also decided not to stand aside and try to kill several kobolds using her power. She recreated the sphere from which she retrieved the blade that belonged to her family, after which, in the blink of an eye, she dealt with one of the goblins who brazenly attacked her. At the same time, 3 unknown players approached Jin-hyuk, demanding an explanation: who he was, and why he caused a wave. One of the guys introduced himself as Songtae from the White Swallow Guild. The famous guild of the Pelon siblings from the Star Nine was the Holy Land, and the White Swallow was their subsidiary guild. What he heard only made Jin-hyuk even more angry, and the name Pelon made him even more furious. Suntae tried to lure the young man to his side, but, having lost his guard, he did not notice the monster from Jin-hyuk's army that appeared behind him. However, Jin-hyuk did not kill Songtae because he wanted to find out something from him after the wave ended. He let him go, but ordered him not to go anywhere, saying that he would ask more questions. But as soon as the young man walked away, Suntae immediately ordered the others to run away from there as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk and his allies continued to exterminate the monsters, killing them by the dozens. There were an incredible number of monsters, but since Jin-hyuk and Balkan were necromancers, they had enough trump cards. The monsters they killed became their subordinates and fought against the kobold. However, Jin-hyuk was not going to rely only on the army, and taking up arms, he also cut down the kobolds. At the same time, Haryu fought with some of the kobolds, but at some point, there were too many of them and it became difficult to deal with them. She let her guard down and didn't notice the kobolds' attack from behind. It reminded her of the very day her village was destroyed and the horror she had experienced then. That's why Haryu decided that she had to fight to the end, become stronger, and avenge her homeland. But determination alone was not enough, and her strength quickly began to fade. She was surprised how Jin-hyuk, being only on the first floor, could so easily deal with a crowd of monsters, as if he didn't see them as enemies at all. At that moment, Balkan came to her aid, just when it was most needed. Haryu thanked him and said that she could handle the rest on her own, although it was clear from her expression how hard it was for her. Balkan was surprised by her determination and wondered what she had gone through to become like this. Haryu asked him why he was helping her, because when she was running away from the 100th floor, he didn't even try to help. And all she could do was be glad that she wasn't hurt. She was curious to know if he was helping her only for his own benefit. In response, Balkan said that he did not know, because spirits are obliged to obey the orders of the spiritual master. This is their only task. He added that Jin-hyuk's orders were to keep an eye on her and help her achieve her goals. These words became a strong motivation for Haryu, and she realized that she should not give up as long as there are those who believe in her and are ready to help. So she decided to use her trump card and go into berserker mode. From that moment on, she changed, and the hordes of kobolds ceased to be a problem. She simply killed everyone in sight. What he saw led Jin-hyuk to the conclusion that Haryu was the reason for the attack on the village. The enemies wanted her and her sword. However, he decided to hide it because if the girl found out the truth, she would probably go crazy. After a long time, the wave of monsters finally ended, and the final blow to the kobold was dealt by Jin-hyuk. With his death, the system declared the wave successfully stopped. Haryu put a lot of effort into winning, which almost caused her to fall, but Jin-hyuk managed to catch her, and the girl immediately came to her senses. However, what interested Jin-hyuk most was something else. Where was the reward Boon had promised for completing the wave? However, he also received rewards for clearing the wave itself. All of his stats were increased by 5, and he received an additional 500 achievement points. In addition, all three received an award for their best performance. Jin-hyuk took first place, Haryu took second place, and Balkan took third place. Seeing Balkan give his award to Jin-hyuk, Haryu decided to give hers as well, as a symbol of their future together. However, Jin-hyuk replied that he was unsure whether they would continue to fight together, as he had been betrayed in the past. He noted that even though they were fighting together, for now, he still didn't trust her, and the reward for second place in the wave was too great to take without regret. But Haryu did not back down and wanted to prove her loyalty in another way. She stated that she was ready to give her mask to the Tokebi, as a sign of trust and readiness to fight with him until the death. It was really strange because the Tokabi mask contains all the power of the Tokabi, and they usually give it to only one partner. Jin-hyuk asked why she decided to give the mask to him. Haryu explained that it was gratitude for him saving her twice, and also proof that she would never betray him. Jin-hyuk noted that the mask was very valuable and doubted the veracity of this reason. Haryu soon revealed her true reason: revenge, as she wanted to take revenge on those who burned down her village. She also admitted that she tried to find survivors, but was unable to locate any Tokebi, and maybe the last one in the world. Haryu declared that, as the only survivor, she must avenge the king's death and asked Jin-hyuk to take her in. Jin-hyuk saw a part of himself in her because he also wanted to take revenge on someone at any cost. So he agreed to take her into the team. After this, the young man opened his reward as well as the rewards of Haryu and Balkan, from which items dropped that increased mana and the percentage of its absorption reduction. These items were perfect for a necromancer, as he uses mana to create an army. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk reminded Boon of his promise, to which he asked to move to a more secluded place. After some time, the guys came to a small tavern, where Boon invited them. At that moment, the table where Haryu and Jin-hyuk were sitting was pierced by an unknown beam, as if someone was about to appear. However, instead of a person, an object appeared. A ring filled with demonic energy, the privilege of demons. Boon gave Jin-hyuk a ring of dark power, the rank of which was unknown, which allowed him to use demonic energy. This power can serve as a mana resource, and usually, to obtain it, one must become a slave to the devil. But Jin-hyuk only got it by impressing Boon and successfully clearing the wave. This gift completely satisfied Jin-hyuk, so he decided to forget the past dirty tricks that Boon had thrown at him. However, Bal became furious and also wanted to shake hands with Jin-hyuk, but he refused, saying that he himself should get something in return. Ultimately, Bal couldn't find a suitable gift and suggested creating a mission, which slightly surprised Jin-hyuk. Balkan noted that it was rare to receive a mission from a demon, and such a chance should not be missed. Jin-hyuk agreed to carry out Bal's mission, even though Bal had not originally planned to create the mission. Nevertheless, a mission was created. The young man had to become famous to level 100, and in case of failure, he would become an apostle of Baal. For successfully completing the task, Bal promised to give the young man everything he wanted, and Jin-hyuk agreed. The price for the contract was a handshake with the demon, which pleased Bal, while Jin-hyuk did not understand his reaction to the simple gesture. Before heading to the second floor, the young man decided to find Song-tae, who had run away from him last time. Finding him wasn't difficult, since Jin-hyuk had assigned a spiritual soldier to him in advance. The young man himself did not want to go along with the capture, so he entrusted this task to Balkan. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk and Haryu were left alone, which he was glad about because he wanted to discuss the girl's mask with her. Haryu explained that the mask allows one to use tokebi abilities, supernatural powers, and charms. She noted that she can use not only powers, but also foresight, which allows her to predict the future. Jin-hyuk replied that providence was somewhat sad, but would be useful on the battlefield. Haryu looked at him in surprise and said that he was a bit strange. She said that people from all over the world had traveled a long way to find someone who possessed such abilities, and had approached the elders with a request to convey the gift of foresight. Many were worried about the future and tried to do everything possible to change their destiny. Jin-hyuk asked if there was any point in running away from fate, because if something is bothering you, you just need to eliminate the cause. To this, Haryu replied that in that case, her ability of foresight could help him. Haryu's skill wasn't just foresight, but combat foresight, an ability ideally suited for battle. This made Jin-hyuk unable to contain his emotions, and he hugged the girl, saying that it was simply amazing and that she was the best. Haryu's abilities could truly become an incredible trump card for him in battle against strong opponents. Haryu didn't quite understand what was happening, or why the young man suddenly hugged her. But that moment didn't last long. Within a few seconds, the system notified Jin-hyuk that some gods and demons were watching them, and even managed to capture this moment. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk apologized to the girl, but Haryu replied that everything was fine and she was only happy to help him. At the same time, Balkan had already found Song-tae and suddenly attacked him, grabbing him. After a while, Jin-hyuk and Haryu joined them, and Balkan was surprised that the young man had arrived so late. However, Jin-hyuk noted that this could only benefit them, as with Song-tae's help, their chances of successfully completing Bal's quest would increase. To further increase these chances, it was necessary to climb to the 10th floor, which is what the young man was going to do. At the same time, in the safe zone on the second floor, there was active discussion about two strangers who had managed to single-handedly deal with a wave of monsters. Local players, upon seeing them, wanted to get to know them better, asking their names and if they had a guild to join. Despite the fact that Bale gave the young man a quest to become famous before level 100, he decided not to reveal his name for now and introduced himself as Ghost Mask. This statement surprised the rest of the residents, so they decided to stay away from him, believing that he had committed a crime in the past and was now hiding. However, Jin-hyuk didn't care about them, and taking Balkan and Har-yu with him, he continued exploring the tower. Having explored the first floor and completed all the work there, the guys went to the second, where in order to move up, they had to defeat 10 kobold warriors. However, the young man decided not to waste his own efforts on completing such an easy task, but to entrust it to Balkan. Jin-hyuk noted that he would take Har-yu with him, and he himself intended to experiment with demonic energy. Balkan was unhappy with this decision and asked him not to use all the demonic energy and wait until he returned, because he also wanted to see. After this, Balkan went on a mission, and Jin-hyuk began experimenting with demonic energy, with Har-yu observing his actions. As soon as the young man used the energy, his appearance changed, and the aura around him became monstrous and gloomy. Demonic energy appeared as a force that could not be fully comprehended, and only a few were allowed to touch it. While Jin-hyuk was staring at the energy, someone was watching him from the bushes, and Har-yu managed to warn him in time. It turned out to be a kobold, who, seeing that he had been noticed, immediately rushed to attack the young man. Jin-hyuk didn't take this as a problem, and was even glad about the monster's appearance, because now he could experience demonic energy. He attacked the enemy with energy, the power of which was destructive. But the kobold managed to dodge the blow. But this turned out to be just an illusion, because it was impossible for the little monster to evade such a powerful force. Jin-hyuk considered demonic energy to be a weapon with incredible power, and the kobold could not withstand such an attack. Eventually, the kobold's body was torn apart, leaving only pieces of flesh as a reminder of him. The young man had no intention of stopping and decided to create a spiritual soldier from demonic energy. By combining two incredible forces, he was confident that the result would enhance his capabilities and bring success. However, the energy turned out to be much more powerful and demanded a lot in return, which made the young man's soul feel like it was breaking apart. Jin-hyuk's soul couldn't withstand the excess power, but he didn't back down and reduced the energy density from 10 to 1. In the end, he succeeded, although it took a lot of effort, but the result was worth it. Har-yu noted the success and said that it was not easy, but the young man considered it an easy task for himself. Since few people besides demons know how to control this energy, no one knew how easy it was to use. At that moment, Balkan returned with a dozen new monsters and was surprised that the young man had managed to create a spiritual soldier from demonic energy. Balkan suggested calling them demonic spiritual soldiers, and was amazed by the young man's talent. Jin-hyuk realized that every time he captured a soul, he had to fill it with demonic energy, which was difficult to do in battle, but he found a way out. He noted that Balkan is able to simultaneously summon souls and control them during battle, and this is valuable. Balkan was grateful to the young man and appreciated that he finally recognized his importance. However, Jin-hyuk's words were just a trick to lower his guard and then tie him up. The young man decided to fill Balkan's soul with demonic energy so that the summoned fighters would turn into demonic spiritual soldiers. Balkan's soul was much stronger than the kobold's, so there shouldn't have been any problems, and the effect promised to be impressive. Balkan was not happy with this outcome, but he could not resist the young man. Har-yu was worried about the consequences, but Jin-hyuk believed that the first spiritual master would not die from this. At the same time, the enraged Balkan promised that if he survived, he would tear the young man to pieces and eat him. But Jin-hyuk only noted that he would be happy to fight him if he became strong enough to challenge him. Balkan's soul was filled with demonic energy, and a giant crater appeared in his place. At that very moment, a new Balkan emerged from the crater, whose aura was noticeably different from the previous one, and became darker. Having become stronger, Balkan declared that the youth had made the gravest mistake by allowing him to gain new power. However, Jin-hyuk remained calm and was even happy about this outcome because he needed an equal opponent. Balkan was full of anger and wanted to show the young man all the mighty power he now possessed. The army he summoned became significantly stronger and was different from the spirits that usually obeyed the necromancer. But Jin-hyuk had his own trump card, the demon mask given to him by Har-yu. The mask's capabilities were astonishing, as the young man felt as if time had slowed down and he could study the enemy. Moreover, he had time to think over every action and plan an attack without receiving any damage. Balkan didn't even notice how the young man's fist ended up in his face and was unable to resist it. Ultimately, Balkan was defeated, despite his incredible strength and ability to summon an entire army. Haryu was surprised and noted that the young man had used the mask's power, and he confirmed her words by describing the effect of slowed time. The girl added that this was probably just a side effect associated with a lack of experience. Jin-hyuk was amazed, as he thought this was a unique ability of the mask, and asked what it was for then. Haryu explained that the mask was designed for combat foresight, allowing one to see the enemy's slow movements and anticipate their next move. It sounded really impressive, and Jin-hyuk wanted to learn it. But Haryu didn't know how the mask worked exactly. She says she simply does it intuitively, and it's where her natural talent comes into play. She also noted that if the young man did not feel dizzy, then this was a good sign, since an inexperienced Tokaibi would have experienced severe pain or dizziness. At the same time, Haryu was still worried because Jin-hyuk couldn't even activate the skill, and she was worried that he might get dizzy. Haryu's words struck Jin-hyuk as if she had rubbed salt into an open wound, and he felt bitterness. The young man thought that everything worked out thanks to his strength, but it turned out to be just luck. Although he thanked Haryu and was inspired by the idea of mastering the power of the mask. Balkan was in a depressed state because he could never have imagined that his life would change so much in an instant. Haryu wanted to ask if he was okay, but Balkan suddenly hugged her and thanked her, noting that she was kinder than Jin-hyuk. The girl noticed that her inner feeling was telling her that they needed to bring the young man even more kobolds. She also relayed Jin-hyuk's words that he needed at least one more kobold. Otherwise, he would replace Balkan. In the end, Balkan found another kobold, and the young man managed to complete the task to move to the 3rd floor. But the guys didn't stop at just the 3rd one, so they put all their energy into completing the quests and continued climbing higher. Making their way floor after floor, killing monsters and completing tasks, they quickly reached the 5th level of the tower. Meanwhile, rumors began to circulate around the mysterious mask, because it's not every day that you see someone easily defeat a kobold. However, what was even more interesting was that on the 5th floor, there were not ordinary goblins, but goblins with poisonous needles. These insidious monsters preferred to attack suddenly, and always tried to strike from behind. But the young man did not consider them dangerous, because Haryu easily repelled hidden attacks and did not allow the enemies to inflict damage. Moreover, the goblin's impudence only provoked Haryu, and in her anger, she was ready to destroy any monster she encountered. In addition, Jin-hyuk's team included Balkan, who used his demonic spirits to capture goblins. Balkan defeated the enemy and praised Haryu's ability to detect threats, but suddenly noticed something strange. Her smile became frightening. This worried him, and he carefully asked the girl if everything was okay with her. Haryu herself was surprised, because she suddenly began to laugh with a sword in her hand. But the conversation with Balkan brought her back to her senses. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk completed his preparations and confidently noted that a new wave of monsters would definitely occur today. They had already talked about something similar the night before entering the 5th floor, when they had made camp on the 4th. Then the young man said that after the 5th level, goblins would start appearing instead of kobolds, and this would give him the achievement Goblin Slayer. Haryu asked if he was going to go to the Monster Lord, but Balkan countered that they couldn't just attack him on a whim. Jin-hyuk explained that he didn't need the Goblin Lord, as he had completely different goals. The young man knew how to manually summon a wave of monsters, which meant he really didn't need a master. This amazed Haryu and Balkan, because his words sounded fantastic and incredible. Jin-hyuk said that he found out about this by accident when he found himself between the 3rd and 4th floors. Then, while climbing the tower, he encountered a rift and discovered that in the center of each floor, there was a monster spawn zone. The young man noted that if he directed mana there, monsters would begin to appear, just like in a real wave. Balkan assumed that Jin-hyuk had already benefited from this, but he assured him that there would be a first time for everything. At the same time, Jin-hyuk emphasized that the monsters above the 300th floor were significantly stronger than the goblins, and even 4 great creatures would not have been able to stop such a wave. Balkan didn't quite understand the young man's words, because he said that it had been impossible to use this before. But now everything had changed. Jin-hyuk confidently stated that he would now be able to recreate multiple waves and become much stronger. Not wanting to waste time, he created an artificial wave in one of the villages by directing mana there. Suddenly, A wave of monsters poured out of the portal, and hundreds of goblins rushed to attack. The villagers were terrified and did not understand how the goblins had appeared there without warning. Moreover, these were not simple goblins, but those who knew how to attack with poisonous darts. The boys thought that their life was over, and they felt bitter because they had only reached the 10th level. Hope springs eternal, and in their case, it was the sudden appearance of Jin-hyuk and his allies. Everyone took it as the arrival of the Phantom Mask, known to everyone as an incredibly strong player. In the eyes of the people, he looked like a hero, because last time, it was he who stopped the wave and saved many lives. This move was part of his plan, because the more feats he performed, the faster rumors of his strength would spread. Without delaying the battle, the young man immediately summoned his own demonic army to counter the wave of monsters. The goblins were no match for such powerful spirits, empowered by the bright and destructive demonic energy. Balkan was angry, because it was he who created these soldiers, and the young man thoughtlessly threw them into battle, but suddenly everything changed. A bright blue light tore through the space. It was like a flame, as if the demon spirit itself was ablaze with rage. In addition to the usual goblins and shooters with poison darts, spiritual goblins also appeared among the enemies. Realizing the threat, Jin-hyuk and Balkan looked for a solution to eliminate them faster, but Har-yu had already dealt with them. The young man was amazed by her speed and skill, and deciding not to hesitate, he immediately used his skill, Gluttony. He noticed that fire had a special effect on the soul, and using the technique on goblins was pointless. Therefore, he decided to use spiritual fire carefully, directing it at a large concentration of enemies at once. Meanwhile, the young man thanked Har-yu for her help, but at that moment, the girl suddenly changed. Her sword flashed with a strange light, and along with it, her appearance and behavior itself were transformed. Before the young man realized the change, Har-yu smiled strangely and turned around, striking him in the direction he was facing. It seemed as if a demonic power had completely taken over her, and now she could not control herself. With a swing of her sword, she cut down dozens of houses, turning the streets into ruins, and the young man barely escaped death. He was stunned and did not understand what had happened, but he was sure that the reason was hidden in the sword. There was no time to think, because Har-yu's behavior became unpredictable and deadly. Taking off his mask, the young man tried to bring her to her senses, hoping that she would recognize him and stop. However, the power subdued her completely, and Jin-hyuk saw in her eyes only rage towards her own ally. Now he fought not only with monsters, but also with the one who had recently stood by his side as a faithful comrade. Har-yu's power had grown so strong that even Jin-hyuk couldn't stand against her, no matter how hard he tried. Balkan arrived on the battlefield, not understanding what was happening, and not knowing that Har-yu was the cause of it all. Using telepathy, he tried to contact the young man, inquiring about his condition and the girl's situation. Jin-hyuk was in a terrible state, because just one blow turned him into a barely alive warrior. He noted that it was as if the leader of the Tokabi was standing in front of him, and this feeling did not leave him for a moment. The young man asked Balkan to deal with the remaining monsters, while he decided to fight Har-yu alone. Even though she was stronger than before and had completely changed, he wanted to try to stop her. In his hands remained the demon mask, capable of granting combat foresight and a chance for salvation. Her intuition, honed on hundreds of floors, told her that one swing of her sword could cut him down instantly. He was once again convinced that there were no friends in the tower, and no matter how sad its history was, it would have to say goodbye. The sword was already raised above her head, but at the last moment, something made him stop and doubt. Even if he attacked, Har-yu could easily stop the blow, as her strength was superior to his. At that moment, he realized that the girl had used that very skill of combat foresight against him. Before he could react, Har-yu dealt him another, more painful blow. However, Jin-hyuk still had the opportunity to summon an army of undead and continue the fight. The young man tried to stop the girl by summoning an army of undead to capture her and help her come to her senses. Even that didn't help, and in the blink of an eye, she cut down all the enemies without showing the slightest mercy. Jin-hyuk was stunned by what he saw, as it was hard to believe that such a fragile girl possessed such power. The situation had gotten completely out of control, and Jin-hyuk's fate was now only a matter of time. However, things weren't that bad. Because Har-yu had been unable to fight for so long, that her eyes began to bleed. The young man realized that this was the side effect that Haryu herself had spoken about just recently. He realized that his chances of winning had increased, and now all that remained was to lure the girl into a trap. Dragging her to where the goblins had recently fallen, Jin-hyuk used the power of the Necromancer and raised them up to attack. The goblins' poison was deadly, even for Tokebi, and without the use of combat foresight, it was almost impossible to dodge. But the young man's hopes were dashed, because the girl still had more than enough strength left for the battle. Having dealt with the goblins, she immediately rushed at Jin-hyuk, but he miraculously managed to dodge. It seemed that her unconditional triumph and the end of the young man had come. But the situation turned out to be different. Haryu's strength had weakened noticeably, and she didn't notice the goblin behind her throwing a poison dart at her. The poison took effect quickly, and the exhausted Haryu lost her strength and fell to the ground unconscious. The young man managed to catch her, because despite everything that had happened, he did not want her to die. He ordered the goblin to bring him a dart and, using gluttony, absorbed the poison, gaining resistance to it. Meanwhile, Haryu wandered in a strange dream, as if she were talking to her demonic sword. In that dream, she met a mysterious interlocutor, similar to the previous owner of the sword, or the spirit of the weapon. He was surprised that such a powerful weapon was given to a seemingly defenseless and fragile child. Haryu asked who he was, and if he was a Tokebi, but all she heard in response was a warning. A mysterious voice warned her that if she thoughtlessly drew the sword again, it would completely consume her. When she woke up, the girl didn't understand where she was, but she saw that she was lying on Jin-hyuk's back among people. The young man told her that they had climbed out of the 5th floor and had now reached the village. The squad decided to stay at a hotel, but they didn't plan to stay on the 6th floor for long. Jin-hyuk noted that the 10th floor was ahead of them, where in a big city, the boss blocked the way. He was a great orc warrior, and his strength could be compared to that of a true lord of monsters. Haryu thought that they would continue their journey together, but the young man declared that she would go on alone. This came as a real shock to her, because she did not understand the reason for such a drastic decision. The young man was surprised by her words and reminded her of the events on the 5th floor. But Haryu did not remember anything. He explained that her sword grants incredible power, but in exchange, it gradually consumes one's sanity. Haryu was shocked by what she heard, because it turned out that she had completely lost control. The young man warned that if she continued to rely on the sword, she would not live to reach the 10th floor. The girl was aware of the difficulties, but did not want to let Jin-hyuk down, promising to become stronger for the sake of the meeting. Before leaving, the young man gave her the robe to hide the Tokebi's identity and avoid unnecessary trouble. At the same time, he emphasized that she should not rush, since he himself had a lot of things to do ahead of him. A couple of days later, Jin-hyuk reached the 10th floor, where he dealt with the monsters just as confidently and quickly. He didn't care who stood in front of him because the goal remained the same: victory for the sake of strength and further advancement. Balkan noted with surprise how cool Jin-hyuk was, because he had never once thought about Haryu during all this time. The young man said that he did not consider her a weak ally. Otherwise, he would simply not have relied on her capabilities. He then asked Balkan to get down to business and create more orcs, despite the fact that there were already almost 1,000 of them. Balkan became angry because the young man had once again shown disrespect towards him, and sharply asked if he really had no parents. Jin-hyuk replied that it was true. He was an orphan and grew up in an orphanage with his past life friend Kyung-hoon. This story touched Balkan, and he even apologized, but the young man did not like this change in his mood. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk managed to complete the Goblin Slayer achievement and headed to the 10th floor test room. A system window appeared at the entrance, warning that losing the boss fight would send them back to the 9th floor. There was also a table of records, where the first 3 participants completed the test in less than a minute. The young man decided that this was an excellent chance to prove himself and make his name even louder. Balkan fully supported him, because he also wanted to show his power to the others. Jin-hyuk was confident that they could break the record and defeat the boss faster than anyone else, thanks to their strength. To improve his chances, he decided to use the magic spear and imbued it with the elemental spell. The spear has received various buffs, including pierce, agility, flexibility, and even critical damage. The weapon was given special power by demonic energy, which greatly increased its destructive power. When the preparation time was up, a boss named Great Orc appeared in the room. It was a huge and terrifying opponent, from which emanated a dark aura of murder and bloodshed. But no matter how strong he was, Even for him, it would be a problem to resist the army of Balkan. However, the army was not needed because the spear, which had turned into the spear of the god Odin, killed him in an instant. The young man set a new absolute record by defeating the boss in less than a second. The system prompted him to enter a name for the leaderboard, and he entered his nickname, Ghost Mask. The news that the Phantom Mask had set an absolute record for the 10th floor quickly spread. These rumors reached Yu, who was on the 8th floor, and she decided to train even harder. The news also caught the attention of more influential players, sparking genuine interest in the mysterious fighter. On the 10th floor itself was the tower's first large city, which had a portal to the ground. Many abandoned the ascent and took up trade, founding the largest city of the first 100 floors. Jin-hyuk took the opportunity to purchase several potions, and Balkan noted the flourishing market. The young man explained that this was not surprising, since the residents here led an ordinary life, and not everything was available at auction. There were indeed many merchants, from weapons dealers to innkeepers, and they all shared the name Golden Lich. Balkan didn't understand who this was, and Jin-hyuk explained that it was the best company in the tower, which had appeared several years ago. The Golden Lich himself was considered the richest man in the tower, owning countless gold, although no one knew his name. The young man believed that meeting him would be extremely useful since he was looking for a sponsor. He firmly decided that the Golden Lich would become his patron, which greatly surprised Balkan. After some time, they reached the Golden Lich Company, where literally everything was sold for money. Inside, everything was carefully organized. Each visitor received a ticket and stood in line. The young man's turn came, and he took a place at the third counter, which was managed by a worker named Halcyon. Halcyon asked his name, but the young man decided not to answer and showed his mask, explaining everything by this act. Upon seeing her, Halcyon was horribly surprised and immediately realized that in front of him was the very same sensational Phantom Mask. However, Jin-hyuk demanded that he stop being surprised and start counting coins. By clearing the waves, the young man earned 3,000 coins, which he intended to spend on a meeting with the Lich. Halcyon was even more surprised and decided that the young man must have been a criminal before, since he was showing such impudence. Although the Golden Lich Company was famous for being a place where you could buy anything, Halcyon said that meeting with the boss was impossible. He explained this by two reasons. The first was that Lich was busy. The second was that the young man did not have enough money. However, Jin-hyuk did not give up and asked how much it would cost to meet at least with the company manager. On the way, Balkan said that the young man was terrible because he asked an unknown employee to arrange a meeting with the head of the company. But Jin-hyuk didn't pay attention to this, as he wanted to make Lich his sponsor at any cost. In the end, it was not possible to meet with Lich himself, but the young man was received by his manager, a man named Puppeteer. The Puppeteer noted that the young man's money was still not enough to meet with Mr. Lich, but he did not give up. Jin-hyuk demanded that Lich be summoned immediately, stating that he himself would want to become his patron. The Puppeteer acknowledged the youth's insolence and said that the rumors about him were impressive, but one should not speak like that about the Lich. He then tried to use the skill Puppet to control the boy like a doll. However, Jin-hyuk noticed his ability and managed to destroy the threads before they could touch him. The Puppeteer was truly surprised, because even the walkers from the 18th floor could not remove this skill. However, he was not going to give up and decided to show the young man where his place was. This time, he used the Mind Sphere ability, hoping to catch his opponent off guard. But Jin-hyuk knew about this skill, because the Mind Sphere separates the soul from the body and requires strength of spirit. The Puppeteer was amazed because the young man not only broke the puppet, but also knew everything about the sphere of reason. So he challenged Jin-hyuk to a fight, promising that if he lost, he would try to arrange a meeting with the Lich. It seemed that this was a hopeless situation for the young man, but he himself saw the situation quite differently. The Puppeteer tried to catch him with strings again, but this ability again proved useless. He was even more surprised because the newcomer from the 10th floor had the skill of a fighter from the 100th or even 200th floor. In the end, the Puppeteer recognized the young man as his equal and decided to continue the fight in earnest. Since his power lay in creating puppets, he decided to recreate an entire army. The army he assembled consisted of puppets, reinforced by the experience and skill of their creator. Moreover, they were so strong that their level corresponded to that of the walkers on the 50th floor. At first glance, this was an inevitable death for Jin-hyuk, since the enemy had numerical and strength superiority. But the puppeteer was mistaken in thinking about an easy victory, and did not notice how his army began to die quickly. He didn't know that the main feature of the young man was the power of a necromancer, capable of reviving the fallen. Soon the puppet army was destroyed, and in its place a real army of the undead appeared. The puppeteer was amazed. He did not understand who the ghost mask was, and where such power was hidden within him. In the end, the puppeteer lost, and it was his overconfidence that led to his defeat. However, he did not understand how he could lose because the sphere was not closed, which meant the young man was able to take possession of it. But be that as it may, the agreement remained in force, and Jin-hyuk reminded the puppeteer of this, asking him to speed up the meeting. The young man handed the puppeteer a letter for the Lich, and said that he would surely respond after reading it. After that, he left the Golden Lich Company, leaving behind a long trail of memories. The sun was already setting, and Balkan suggested looking for a place to spend the night, but Jin-hyuk had a different opinion. He noted that there was no time to waste waiting for Leech's response, as there was much work to do. Since he had to stay late, the young man offered to work in the guild and went to the White Swallow building. At this time, 2 girls from the guild were sitting in the lobby on the 10th floor, upset about their duty. They were sure that no one would dare to break into the guild under the protection of the kingdoms, and that's when Jin-hyuk appeared. Without revealing his identity, he said that he wanted to join the guild since it was difficult to climb the tower alone. The girls were delighted because the newcomer's recommendation could give them influence and strengthen their position. The young man played along with them, saying that he had only heard about the guild from rumors and didn't really know anything about it. First, they asked him to show his abilities, and the young man asked to lend him a coin. Taking it in his hand, he bent the metal, which surprised the girls quite a bit. He then showed that he had magic by creating a small fire. The skills were unique, but they had no other candidates, so they agreed to accept him. However, suddenly a resident burst into the lobby and began begging for help. He said that one of the spiritual monsters went crazy and attacked people. The girls rushed to help, telling Jin-hyuk to stay in the lobby and not come out. But as soon as they left, the young man immediately turned into the ghost mask, not intending to sit on the sidelines. That same monster was Balkan, whom Jin-hyuk had ordered to attack in advance. At that time, the young man himself began raiding the guild to find important information. He was looking for a list of guilds with their exact locations and was sure that it was stored inside. After some time, he managed to obtain the list with the help of one of the guards. In it, he noticed the familiar names of the Pellin brother and sister, whom he wanted to take revenge on for the past. The young man swore to take revenge on everyone who hurt him, and was ready to do anything to achieve this. Meanwhile, Lich was looking through the reports, which included a letter from the puppeteer. He was surprised because the puppeteer had never sent letters separately from reports before. However, after reading the letter, Lich became angry and was full of questions, which kept increasing. Meanwhile, the White Swallow lobby burned down, and suspicion fell on a newcomer who tried to join the guild. Upon learning of this, the guild leader, Bakholio, arrived at the scene and began questioning the girls. However, their words diverged. One claimed that he was cute, while the other called him ugly. This oddity led them to believe that the newcomer was using hallucination magic. In the morning, Jin-hyuk discussed what had happened with Balkan, and noted that he had done an excellent job, as rumors had already spread. Balkan was surprised that no one recognized the young man, and he explained that he had used cheap illusion magic. He was also surprised that the young man returned without documents, but he said that he remembered everything by heart. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of their room, which seemed strange since no one had ordered services. They armed themselves and carefully opened the door, not knowing who might be behind it. Opening the door, Balkan immediately froze the figure of the stranger, but it soon became clear that it was not a stranger at all. It turned out to be Halcyon, who had come to deliver a message from the puppeteer to Jin-hyuk about Mr. Lich's arrival at the 10th floor branch. When Jin-hyuk came to the Golden Lich Company, he was not greeted warmly, but rather coldly and even hostilely. Lich himself was angry and did not understand how the young man knew the carefully hidden information and declared that he would have to pay dearly for it. However, he did not want to invite the young man into his office and instead gave him a small test. Be that as it may, his soldiers could not resist the young man because the difference in their strength was too great. After finishing off the army, Jin-hyuk immediately rushed to the Lich, challenging him and demanding to fight directly. But the Lich was not eager and quickly stopped the young man with the help of golden power, which requires mana and gold. He was not only fabulously rich, but also strong, possessing special skills available only to him. So he attacked Jin-hyuk with a wave of gold coins from the branch, and their wounds could instantly kill even such an opponent. However, things weren't so simple, and Jin-hyuk managed to bypass the attack by pointing a spear at the Lich. Lich stated that this was a cheap trick, and that it was impossible to defeat him with such pathetic techniques. But Jin-hyuk emphasized that he had no intention of killing him, just as Lich had no intention of killing him. After this, Lich took the young man into the office to talk to him alone and hear the answer. As soon as the door closed, he sealed the space off from the outside world with his golden power. He did all this only to hear the answer to the main question. How did they learn about the secret of the auction? This auction was a huge system of selling items in the tower that did not arise there by itself. Its creator and master was the Golden Lich, and if this were revealed, his entire company would collapse. He wanted to avoid such an outcome at any cost, and was ready to kill anyone who revealed his secret. Upon learning that Jin-hyuk somehow possessed this knowledge, he tried to get rid of it. However, Jin-hyuk destroyed his weapon with the soul vessel, causing Lich to question its nature. At the same time, they were connected by a long past, in which Lich was his debtor. But what angered him even more was that the young man knew his real name, William. Then Jin-hyuk told William about the clearing of the 600th floor, the betrayal of the Star 9, and Baal's gift. He also revealed his plans to him, stating that he intended to spend the company's money and demanding a sponsorship contract. The young man spoke of William's company as if it were his own, which was both irritating and astonishing. He noted that he is the founder of the Golden Lich Company and its largest shareholder. William didn't like this attitude, but from the young man's impudence, he realized that it was he who was in front of him. Since it was a contract, William demanded something equivalent in return, and the young man offered a conclusion. He explained that he had been betrayed by Star 9, or that someone had put her up to it. By someone, he meant higher beings who sought to maintain the superiority of their race. After all, if another species reaches the top of the tower, they will lose their status as the strongest. So it turned out that the four creatures interfered with the others, and those who served them were made rulers of the middle floors. However, William found it hard to believe, but Jin-hyuk reminded him of the Dokebi village. He noted that he knew the only survivor, a girl named Har-yu, a representative of the Tokebi tribe. Meanwhile, Har-yu herself was trying to defeat the boss of the 10th floor, but her attempts ended in failure. Every attempt Har-yu made to defeat the boss ended in failure and a return to the 9th floor. But she didn't give up and continued to move forward. At that moment, her sword turned to her, offering its help. He urged her to use his power, claiming that it would speed up the boss's defeat and allow her to meet Jin-hyuk sooner. However, Har-yu refused, stating that she would not use the power of the Dragon Sword of Killing, as she had promised Jin-hyuk not to do so. After hearing the story about Har-yu, William began to think seriously and no longer considered the situation with Jin-hyuk to be a coincidence. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk reported that someone had wiped out an entire race, leaving only one girl alive in order to pluck the seed of future power. He added that when someone's main goal is to conquer the tower, it is revenge, and he seeks to kill not only the quote-unquote Star 9, but also the four great beings. Moreover, Jin-hyuk intended to avenge William by killing the one who destroyed his family. After this, William slightly bowed his head to the young man and was ready to completely trust him, removing his spell. He agreed to buy his information, but demanded proof right then and there to make sure Jin-hyuk's words weren't just empty talk. William emphasized that for him, trust is money, and if you trust halfway, you won't buy or sell anything. Jin-hyuk wasn't entirely happy with this, but he agreed and asked Baal to act as guarantor of the deal. Considering that the demon Baal himself became the guarantor, William agreed to fulfill Jin-hyuk's demands. The first request to William as a sponsor was to buy all the weapons that were in the tower, and with extras. William was surprised by such a request, thinking that Jin-hyuk was a spiritual master, but the young man explained that he also had a subclass called Almighty. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, William found it hard to believe the truth of what was said. Jin-hyuk explained that having the Almighty subclass allows you to use any weapon as if you've been wielding it for years. William was amazed and puzzled at the same time. If all this was true, Jin-hyuk was stronger than ever and his potential was incredible. He realized that he could be the one to help unlock that potential, and immediately ordered the puppeteer to acquire all the weapons he could and package them for the VIP. After some time, the puppeteer returned with a lot of equipment available on the 10th floor. However, Jin-hyuk was surprised to see only one unremarkable cloak, and did not understand its value. William explained that this was not an ordinary cloak, but an interdimensional cloak, which was a portable storage device. The cloak's lining is linked to subspace, allowing it to store anything from weapons to artifacts. It can be changed in temperature, size, and color. And the cloak also has protective properties. Additionally, accessories placed in the cloak will activate their effects automatically. This is an extremely rare item in the tower and requires careful use. Meanwhile, Song-tae and the others also overcame the difficulties and climbed up to the 10th floor, although it was not easy for them. The guys spent a lot of effort and resources, but they knew that there was a White Swallow branch on the 10th floor where they needed to turn for help. Sun-tae wanted to take revenge on Jin-hyuk for the disrespect shown to him, but he didn't know how strong the young man was or what happened to the branch. Arriving at the scene, the guys were extremely surprised by the destruction and did not understand who dared to burn down the lobby of the White Swallow. The situation for Sun-tae was complicated by the fact that the other guilds had disappeared to the 30th floor, and contact with his brother had been lost. The comrades continued to ask what to do, since they would hardly be able to climb to the 30th floor on their own. Sun-tae was angry at them, considering them useless, and was sure that it was only thanks to him that they reached the 10th floor. Things were getting worse, and a fox approached them. Song-tae thought it was looking for food and, being on edge himself, chased it away. But the fox didn't listen and came closer, licking his boots, after which Song-tae, losing his temper, kicked the beast. Anger completely overwhelmed Sun-tae, and he decided to beat the fox to death, throwing out all the pent-up rage. The little animal was barely breathing, but Song-tae did not stop until suddenly someone cut off its leg. A man with a frightening purple aura appeared from a dark alley. It was the Ghost Mask, the fox's owner. Jin-hyuk himself had no plans to intervene in the fight, much less look for Song-tae. He was planning to go to the tower to change classes and gain spiritual powers. In fact, his spiritual master class was a kind of bug caused by memories from his past life, so he didn't have any true spiritual powers yet. Suddenly, a system window appeared with a notification. The nine-tailed fox sensed something, and the next window indicated its location. The system then notified Jin-hyuk that the fox was asking for help as her cub was in danger. So Jin-hyuk found the fox being beaten by Song-tae and punished him for his insolence and cruelty. The young man did not expect to meet a Gumiho cub in this place, and at the same time received a quest to save the deity. The first reward after the rescue, the second after the complete healing of the apostle. Sun-tae's comrades tried to stand up for him by attacking Jin-hyuk from behind. However, Jin-hyuk dodged in time and saved the fox from getting hurt. The young man approached Gumiho with a question about what to do with Song-tae and his friends. The fox ordered him to kill them. Jin-hyuk happily decided to punish the impudent Song-tae and his company. First, he dealt with the main offender, Song-tae, showing mercy and returning his severed leg, but in an unusual way. After he threw his leg at him, Song-tae's body exploded, hitting the others in waves, destroying them all in one action. In the end, Jin-hyuk managed to quickly save the baby Gumiho and deal with Song-tae. Returning home, the young man wondered what to name the cub, and thought of the option Fox Cub. Balkan warned that if he called him that when the fox grew up, he would break his head. And Gumiho supported his words. Balkan suggested an alternative, Horan, which means grow in the light. However, his proposal did not please the others, and they remained silent. Jin-hyuk decided to name the cub Lee Miho, with the short name Miho, and the fox liked it. The young man completed the first part of the quest and received the Fox Mask, which allows him to use the fox's abilities, which increase in strength as the wearer grows. He noted that the mask was similar to a Tokebi mask and had different abilities. The main ability was Charm, a skill that suppresses an enemy without touching. The second part of the quest involved healing Miho. You had to feed her 999 raw livers. The reward was increased intimacy with the Gumiho. Jin-hyuk was surprised by the task, but considered it a fair price for the mask, while Balkan went for a walk. Before leaving, Jin-hyuk warned him that he would go to the tower in the morning, and if Balkan was delayed, he should head there immediately. Balkan's walk was dictated by a sense of anxiety, and not by a simple desire to explore the area. As he climbed higher through the floors, he felt a strange pressure and an aura that evoked fear. While wandering around the city, he came across a source of aura with a peculiar appearance. Horns and ominous energy indicated that it belonged to the dragon race. The dragon's motives were even more frightening. He wanted to destroy all the dragons without a trace. which was extremely strange. Balkan was amazed, because dragons usually love their race and are proud to the point of narcissism. Such changes predicted that the dragons themselves would soon descend to the 10th floor. The dragon sensed Balkan's aura and recognized him, asking if he was the demon with the ridiculous acting. Balkan noted that he did not feel its strength, which indicates a low level, and called it a snotty dragon. This angered the dragon even more. Not so much the insult of brat as the fact of being called a dragon. The next morning, Jin-hyuk went to the tower as planned, but Balkan was nowhere to be found. He decided not to delay and went inside himself. Inside, he met Ken, the young man in charge of the mage tower, who was surprised by the visitor's appearance. But this wasn't so strange, since few people on the 10th floor have mana, and the mage tower is rarely visited. Jin-hyuk asked if he could use the necromancer's room now, and Ken agreed on one condition. Before seeing him off, Ken wanted to make sure that Jin-hyuk really had mana by asking him to fill the crystal ball with energy. For Jin-hyuk, it was easy. He simply placed his hand on the ball and filled it with his mana. Ken was amazed by the youth's power. Being on the 10th floor, Jin-hyuk already possessed monstrous mana. His power was so great that he broke the crystal ball, which surprised Ken even more. Meanwhile, Balkan fought the dragon and overestimated his abilities, not expecting such a difficult fight. He couldn't ask Jin-hyuk for help because he was too far away and the mana had separated from his soul. Buklan, Balkan, did not understand why the dragon reacted so sharply to any mention of dragons. It seemed like a contradiction between body and soul, although he believed such a thing was impossible. This phenomenon reminded him of Jin-hyuk, and he became obsessed with obtaining the dragon and using its soul as a weapon. He wanted to explore the dragon's soul and find out why it hated other dragons. Balkan even introduced himself, but still doubted his victory. The dragon also introduced himself. He was a dragon slayer named Hendrik, and declared that he would kill Balkan right now. Dragon slayers were the name given to those who fought dragons, even though they were not dragons themselves, which puzzled Balkan. Hendrik proved to be stronger than Balkan expected, and he realized that he had underestimated the young man due to his age. Moreover, Balkan realized that if the soul of someone who had reached the 800th floor was in the young man's body, even Jin-hyuk would not be able to help him. In that case, the choice was limited: defeat Hendrik alone or somehow escape. Using spiritual power, Balkan used Soul Link and summoned a giant, aiming a blow straight at Hendrik. The blow was so powerful that it was extremely difficult to survive or dodge. Balkan put all his strength into the blow, hoping to delay Hendrik and escape. Over time, Hendrik broke Balkan's trap, became angry and promised revenge, remembering his name. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was heading to the necromancer's room, accompanied by a cautious Ken. Finally, he reached a room where his attention was drawn to hundreds of books and scrolls, a true paradise for a necromancer. Ken decided not to interfere and left, leaving Jin-hyuk alone, saying only that he should call him if necessary. At that moment, Balkan appeared, and his sudden appearance startled both Miho and Jin-hyuk. The young man asked where he had been, but Balkan covered up the incident with Hendrik, lying that the morning training had been delayed. Jin-hyuk didn't ask any further questions and ordered the spirit warriors to prepare everything necessary to use the spiritual power. After some time, the preparations were complete. The books were collected, the circle was drawn, and Jin-hyuk was already inside it. The rituals were dangerous, so Jin-hyuk asked Balkan to guard his body until he woke up. Balkan asked to be careful, saying that if Jin-hyuk died, he would take his body for himself. After this, Jin-hyuk began a ritual that was extremely dangerous, but outwardly looked mesmerizing and beautiful. It seemed as if the soul merged with the body, endowing it with a powerful force, full of secrets and mysteries. However, the ritual remained extremely dangerous and could result in instant death. Miho became worried and concerned about Jin-hyuk, but Balkan reassured her that everything was going as it should. After all, spiritual power is the main principle of necromancers, allowing them to use souls as mana. And the fastest way to awaken these very spiritual powers within yourself is to accept the state of the soul. In simple words, to die. Once the spectacular show was over, Jin-hyuk entered the spiritual world, after which his physical body was attacked by spirits trying to take the body for themselves, but thanks to Balkan, they did not succeed. Meanwhile, Balkan summoned warrior spirits to also protect Jin-hyuk's body from evil and intrusive spirits. At the same time, Ken came to the strange sounds and was plunged into even greater surprise by what he saw. but even he rushed to protect Jin-hyuk's body at Balkan's request. It seemed like everything was going smoothly, but it wasn't so. One of the evil spirits managed to outsmart everyone and attack Jin-hyuk from behind. More precisely, he would have succeeded if it weren't for Miho, who saw him in time and repelled the attack. Moreover, Miho not only repelled the attack, but also used her main skill, charm, which allowed her to avoid an unpleasant situation. Moreover, all the evil spirits succumbed to the effect of her charm and were defeated. Besides the evil spirits, Ken and Balkan were also influenced. Such is the power of the divine being. However, this was not the end of it, and after some time, the Named One appeared, who was incredibly strong before his death. He is the one who can inhabit Jin-hyuk's body, and if he does, it will be too dangerous, which Balkan did not want to allow. Balkan couldn't resist Miho's power, so he asked her to deal with the Named One and do everything possible to prevent him from reaching Jin-hyuk. Although Miho didn't seem particularly remarkable at first glance, she still possessed incredible strength that not everyone could resist. And yet, she was unable to completely absorb the Named One. But she bought the necessary time for Jin-hyuk's appearance. At the moment when the Named One was about to strike Miho, someone invisible pierced his hand with a beam. And of course, that someone was none other than Jin-hyuk, who by that time had just emerged from the spirit world. The Named One was amazed and at the same time angered by the young man's insolence, for which he wanted to teach him a lesson. But it was not so simple. After all, Jin-hyuk is no longer the same as he was before, and using his new skill, 10-finger bullet, he released evil spirits at the Named One, which pierced his immortal body. As a result of such a powerful attack, his body simply evaporated, and the wall behind which he stood was destroyed. At the same time, the puppeteer came to the tower and could not find the words to ask the guys what happened here. Jin-hyuk noted that it would take too long to explain what happened, and in the meantime, asked the puppeteer why he was there. The puppeteer came to give the young man something, namely, a couple of items that he had not placed in his cloak. These were deadly poisons for strengthening: a fire crystal with fire energy, and an ice crystal with ice energy. Meanwhile, the puppeteer had a puppet with him, which is used to clear the 100th floor and above, which in turn meant only one thing: the puppeteer wants to return and climb the tower as a participant. He decided that he also wanted to become as strong as possible and did not intend to deliver items and carry out orders all the time. Besides, he had a goal: to become the best merchant, with whom no one could compare, not even William, no matter how it sounded. In him, Jin-hyuk saw young William, who was also burning with the idea of becoming the best merchant in the entire tower. Meanwhile, the young man noted that if his abilities were sufficient, he would even tell him about his plans with William, which served as even more motivation for the puppeteer. As soon as the puppeteer left, Jin-hyuk began to examine the new objects, or to be more precise, he wanted to absorb them. Since the boy's power allowed him to absorb objects and use their power, he was curious what would happen if he absorbed, for example, an ice crystal. At the same time, Ken had just come to his senses and was perplexed because he was not in the necromancer's room, but in the corridor with Balkan. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was experimenting on his body and absorbing crystals, alerting everyone in the area about it. It was an incredible test for him, both physically and mentally, and it even made Miho nervous. However, Jin-hyuk managed to endure the incredible pain of the test and gained resistance to hallucinations, which was quite good. Ultimately, the young man consumed all the items that the puppeteer brought him, including the poison, which made him feel sick to his stomach even afterward. Jin-hyuk considered all of this justified because he wanted to fight the Star Nine, and for this, he wanted to gain as much resistance to everything as possible. He especially wanted to gain resistance to poisons, because among the Star Nine, there is someone who is very closely connected with them. And if the young man had known about this in the past, he would not have brought himself to such a pitiful state. Meanwhile, with the help of the spirit warriors, they managed to collect the bodies of the orcs to arrange a small feast for Miho and complete the quest. Balkan suggested that Miho probably only needed to be fed the liver itself, since she was still just a baby. But after seeing how she absorbed the bodies of the monsters one after another, all suggestions were abandoned. As a result, Miho ate 127 pieces of raw liver, which, although extremely little, was already not bad. Of course, this process could be accelerated by calling a wave, but the city was too big, so the young man was worried about the residents. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk asked Balkan who he fought last night, saying that he felt a fluctuation in his mana that was impossible not to notice. Jin-hyuk wondered if it was one of the four supreme beings, and Balkan replied that he had hit the mark, saying that it was a dragon. Upon learning that one of the four supreme beings was in the city, Jin-hyuk became furious and seemed ready to turn into a demon right there on the spot. However, Balkan managed to calm him down, after which he told him everything and added that Hendrik was not an ordinary dragon, but a dragon slayer. Jin-hyuk noted that this was a rather strange phenomenon, since it was impossible for flesh and soul to be separate, to which Balkan replied that he agreed with his words, and at first also refused to believe in such a thing. But when he saw everything with his own eyes, he rethought everything. The young man also said that he seemed to know Hendrik. He was the one who killed the young dragon at the very beginning of the ascent, and then killed in turn everyone who pursued him. And as a result, he turned into a real dragon slayer, dying somewhere on the 700 to 800th floor. Jin-hyuk was eager to meet Hendrik face to face, but his condition was poor, and getting into a fight was not the best decision. The thing is, because of the items he absorbed, he naturally developed resistance. But because of his spiritual abilities, he was constantly coughing up blood. The young man noted that he would never allow his spiritual warriors to die from divine power, and decided that, instead of purifying them, he needed to master divine power himself. Hearing his words, Miho suddenly started to howl, which scared Jin-hyuk and Balkan. However, it wasn't Jin-hyuk's words that were the issue. Turning around, the boys noticed something strange. Strange people appeared who didn't react to Miho's roar. But what was even more surprising was that the crowd suddenly began to disperse, as if forming a path for someone very important and powerful. And that someone was Ilya. Jin-hyuk was very worried, so he wanted to immediately take out his sword, but the girl was several times more agile than him. In addition, Ilya was incredibly strong, which is why Jin-hyuk couldn't even move while she was examining his body. After examining his insides, she immediately used divine power and healed him. The girl helped Jin-hyuk, proving that she had no hostile intentions towards him, and also revealed her name, Uriel, an alien from the Muik tribe. As soon as Uriel canceled her magic, people immediately came to their senses and were confused, not understanding who they were or where they were. Jin-hyuk went with Uriel to the nearest hotel, where he wanted to ask her about everything. Uriel admitted that she had only slightly manipulated their memories, but only to protect the residents, as she could not allow rumors to spread about her and for the Elios to gather on the 10th floor. She didn't use magic on Jin-hyuk because he had a rather strong consciousness, and her spells didn't work on him. Meanwhile, Uriel asked him what kind of cute creature it was, but she was especially interested in Balkan, who was standing behind Jin-hyuk and constantly watching the girl. However, the young man was in no hurry to tell her who he was and who was with him, but instead asked why she had come to him. Uriel told him that she had come because of a prophecy her tribe had received, which said that she needed to help a man who was hiding his deformity behind a mask and plotting a coup. Jin-hyuk realized that this was some kind of divine prophecy, and in the meantime, he asked Uriel what kind of tribe the Muik was, since this was the first time he had heard of it. At the same time, the girl threw off the cape that covered her back, where her wings were hidden. She told him that recently the Elios had begun to go mad, blinded by greed, and had crossed all boundaries. Moreover, they began to blame everyone who went against their will and expel them from their tribe. And when Elios commit a crime and are exiled, their wings, the symbol of their race, are cut off. This shows that the wingless Elios are not true Elios, and that Mulik is a collection of Elios like Uriel, exiled from the Elios city of Utopia. And according to the prophecy, it is Jin-hyuk who is going to go against the four great creatures, and the Muik tribe is ready to help him in this. Jin-hyuk wanted to consult with Balkan about this using telepathy, and he, without hesitation, told him to agree, because it did not look like a lie. However, when Jin-hyuk asked what kind of help the Muik tribe could offer, Uriel looked down and replied that there was none. She noted that the Muik's power was enormous in itself, but Utopia kept a close eye on them and interfered in all their affairs. Therefore, if they want to help, this hostility will also transfer to Jin-hyuk, which will put him in danger. Jin-hyuk was confused and didn't know what to do. On the one hand, it was stupid to refuse the Elysian army. On the other hand, getting help from them was too risky a decision. However, Jin-hyuk asked Uriel if they would help him if he suddenly found himself in danger, to which she confidently answered yes, after which the young man decided to form an alliance with them. The young man then asked Uriel to close the eyes of the god and the demon, and although the girl did not quite understand his motives, she replied that she could only do this for a short time. Her charms were truly mesmerizing, so much so that it was impossible to look away, and they were also reminiscent of William's technique. As soon as Uriel finished, Jin-hyuk immediately checked to see if everything was really true by calling Baal a few horrible names. After making sure that none of the demons or gods could hear them, the young man removed his mask and revealed his identity and name, as well as his past. Hearing his true name, the girl fell to her knees and bowed her head, beginning to apologize to him for his rudeness. Jin-hyuk didn't quite understand what she was apologizing for, but Uriel soon told him that 10 years ago, she had also been there, at the place where he died. This revelation did not please Jin-hyuk very much, so he used his magical power to grab Uriel and was ready to kill her without any regret. However, Uriel explained to him that it was then that she became a member of the Muic tribe, when she went against the brutal method of cutting off the roots, proposed by a man named Death Star Jin-hyuk. The young man realized that he had made a mistake and apologized to Uriel for his behavior, but she did not hold a grudge. Uriel also noted that perhaps there are others like them among the other great beings, and she is willing to do everything to ensure that they accept Jin-hyuk if he so desires. Jin-hyuk understood that there were different characters among the creatures, and it was only natural that there were outcasts who could be lured to his side. And if he succeeds in this matter, such allies will become excellent reinforcements and will be useful in the war with great creatures. Jin-hyuk asked Uriel how else he could meet her, and she replied that her tribe's hideout was on the 191st floor of Dream City. The reason for their settlement there was simple, because the higher the floor, the stronger the influence of the great beings, and especially floors 200 to 300 were considered his territory, which the Muic could do nothing about. By mentioning him, Jin-hyuk realized that Uriel meant Emperor Tess, since the floors from 200 to 300 were under his command, and if the Muic settled there, they would be attacked by Tess himself, not the great beings. Meanwhile, the young man asked her if there would be any traces left if he gave her something, and Uriel replied that no, but the heavenly race was watching her, so she came without anything. Jin-hyuk noted that this was enough, but Uriel misunderstood his intentions, and then he explained that he wanted something completely different, namely, to take the feather for himself. Uriel sighed happily and said that there was no problem with that, because new feathers would grow back. She also warned that no one should know about this, because the heavenly race is able to determine the owner of the feather. In response, Jin-hyuk noted that she had nothing to worry about, because he would simply eat all those feathers. And although the girl had even more questions, the misunderstanding was soon resolved. After this, their paths diverged, and Uriel again went to the 190th floor to her tribe. Jin-hyuk began to eat the feathers, but their effect turned out to be much stronger and stranger than poison or crystals. Balkan realized that it would be better to leave for a while until Jin-hyuk finished, and taking Miho with him, he flew away. Meanwhile, the young man experienced unusual sensations, similar at the same time to pain and a surge of strength. But even stranger was what happened to him after he absorbed the feathers and woke up in an unknown place. Jin-hyuk lost consciousness and found himself in an imaginary world, wondering what happened and whether his body was unable to accept the divine power. But suddenly, a giant yellow waterfall appeared behind him, shining like something otherworldly. However, it was not an ordinary waterfall, but the divine power itself that entered the young man, and its effect was incredible even from one feather. Moreover, everything turned out to be not so simple, because in order to master this power, Jin-hyuk had to fight with her. However, this did not frighten him, because he already knew how he would act in such a situation. Balkan soon returned from his walk and saw Jin-hyuk unconscious on the floor, and suddenly used his spiritual power. However, this was not a simple use of force, but rather it was more like the young man was using his own soul as a basis. Miho began to worry about Jin-hyuk, but Balkan reassured her, noting that it was better to trust the young man because he probably had a plan. At the same time, Balkan himself was also slightly worried and at the same time interested, because he was curious about what Jin-hyuk would surprise him with this time. Jin-hyuk then set about his plan and created a tube with the help of spiritual power, hoping to use it to drink up all the divine power. He also tried other subjects, but everything was in vain, and there was not even a hint of success. Jin-hyuk then decided that he should either let the divine power suppress him or let it go, but he soon discarded this thought. After all these images of devouring that he created, trying to absorb the divine power, came from his own soul. This meant that he could recreate something much larger than a straw or a bowl, such as a powerful serpent. And his plan actually worked, because using the created image, he was able to absorb the divine power that pierced his body. Jin-hyuk was so greedy for this power and so happy that he smiled even without consciousness. And seeing this, Baal himself smiled. Baal noticed that all this looked like what he wanted, because a predatory demon king was being born before him, and he even clapped his hands. The greedy dragon was the name of a god who was always up to something and was closely associated with William, essentially being his version of Baal. The dragon was incredibly greedy and devoured everything in its path, leaving nothing. But it was never enough for him. That is why he was nicknamed Greedy, and the nickname Insatiable best described his behavior. After some time, Jin-hyuk finally finished and woke up. Upon his return, he happily informed Balkan and Miho of his new divine power. The young man noted that it was just one seed, but it created an organ in him for producing divine energy. Balkan was shocked and could not believe that a simple man could possess divine powers. It was a surprising result, but at the same time extremely dangerous, because Jin-hyuk was not yet strong enough to withstand the 4 powerful creatures that might have their eye on him. If his condition remains this unstable, and he has to fight 4 creatures, he risks turning into Hendrik. A few days after the young man had mastered the divine power, nothing special happened, and he continued to clear the floors of the tower as before. However, one day, the very thing for which Jin-hyuk had come all this way began. During the battle between the normal monsters and the spiritual warriors, one of the monsters still managed to defeat the warrior. But now this was no longer a problem, because Jin-hyuk's army now included not only warriors, but also an undead healer and ghost fighters. Balkan noted that a weak summoner could destroy the necromancer's entire combat mechanism, but judging by his divine power, the young man clearly sought to achieve the highest state. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk continued to complete the quest related to Miho, feeding him more and more raw liver until he ended up with just under 100. At the same time, he decided to check how his characteristics had changed and called up the status window. There he saw that in just a few days, the seed of divine power had grown and gained 2 points. Although it wasn't much, it could be used in a critical situation. Meanwhile, Balkan asked what he was going to do next, and Jin-hyuk replied that he wanted to meet Hendrik. The young man suggested that perhaps there was a reason why Hendrik was stuck on the 10th floor, and that he, like Uriel, was waiting for something after hearing the voices of a god and a demon. Jin-hyuk wanted to verify this himself, and the search did not take long. He quickly found him in the city square. He was about to approach him directly, which greatly surprised Balkan, who asked if he really intended to simply talk to him like that. Jin-hyuk replied that if something went wrong and Hendrik didn't want to talk, everything could be resolved the tried and true way, with fists. After this, Balkan stated that it would be better for him to go alone. An argument broke out between them. Jin-hyuk called Balkan a coward. He furiously denied it, and everyone around heard their squabble. Meanwhile, Hendrik remembered the voice that told him someone who would fulfill his wish would appear on the 10th floor, and he just needed to wait for him. And while he was thinking about this, Jin-hyuk and Balkan approached him. When the young man asked if it was him, Hendrik answered in the affirmative, introduced himself, and added that he had been waiting for him to speak to him and receive him. Jin-hyuk noted that he didn't really like such straightforwardness, but since he was accepted, he wouldn't argue. Then Hendrik suggested moving to a quieter place, away from people's eyes and ears. He led them to a wall, or rather, to a dead end, which raised a number of questions in the boys. However, this was not an ordinary dead end, but a secret passage that only a few knew about. There was a subspace hidden on the 10th floor where neither god nor demon could see, the perfect place for conversation. Hendrik then asked Jin-hyuk if he was willing to go with him to his goal of destroying all the dragons in the tower that killed him. But Jin-hyuk didn't share this dream, and in response asked if she was too stupid, calling his interlocutor an idiot. Balkan was surprised by such a sudden change in tone and asked why he did it, but the young man only ordered him not to interfere. After this, Jin-hyuk continued, speaking not only about the 4 divine beings, but also about the others responsible for his death. He noted that he didn't care about the dragons, because he would kill everyone involved in his death, no matter who they were. And in the end, he told Hendrik that he was not up to the level of an ally, which caused him genuine surprise. Jin-hyuk added that he died just like him and then came back to life, but this only made Hendrik laugh. However, he admitted that Jin-hyuk was right, and it seemed that it was him that Uriel was talking about when she called him a seer. Hendrik liked his attitude, but he wanted to see for himself how strong the young man was by fighting him. Then Jin-hyuk removed his mask and revealed his true name as a sign of respect and future cooperation. However, the duel did not take place, because the blacksmith who had once stolen the sword for Hendrik suddenly approached them. To Jin-hyuk and Balkan's surprise, the blacksmith turned out to be a tokebi. The young man was amazed and did not understand how the old man was still alive, which surprised the elderly tokebi, and to some extent even angered him. Jin-hyuk soon explained himself, saying that he didn't mean his age, but how he managed to survive the disaster in the village. But the old man misunderstood him, deciding that it was he who started the fire in the village and attacked him with a hammer. Hendrik did not like this at all and let go of the old man's hand, who was not happy with the touch and ordered it to be removed. Hendrik asked the old man not to worry and noted that Jin-hyuk also had his own story, just like himself. Balkan joined the conversation and asked the old man about a tokebi named Har-yu, which made him even more amazed. After that, they found themselves in the tokebi forge, where Jin-hyuk told the old man everything and mentioned that Har-yu managed to survive. The old man said that on the day of the disaster, a festival was taking place, and all the tokebi of the tower had gathered on the 100th floor, but he himself did not go there because of illness. It was a celebration of joy, and no one could even imagine that the joy would in an instant turn into a real bloody nightmare. Jin-hyuk assured them that there was no need to worry about Har-yu, as she was currently on the 9th floor and would soon approach them. He said that Har-yu gave him the mask for saving him, and although it was not yet complete, in a one-on-one fight, it was stronger than any of them. Moreover, she is not a temporary ally, but a companion until the end, because by handing over the mask, they made a pact to take revenge together. The old man was delighted to hear this and deeply thanked Jin-hyuk for everything he had done for them. As a sign of respect, he gave his name, saying that his name was Geno, and as the blacksmith of the Tokebi village, he was willing to help with his skills. Geno asked Jin-hyuk to help Har-yu rebuild the village, and although the young man didn't understand everything, he agreed. Balkan was slightly puzzled and thought that Jin-hyuk might not even know that the mask symbolized marriage. After the conversation, Geno offered the young man to choose any of the equipment he had created, or even take everything if he wanted. Then they said goodbye to Geno and went on their way without noticing how the old man immediately fell into a deep sleep. Hendrik noted that this was not surprising, since he had not been able to sleep normally since the day of the disaster. And now he learned about the survivors and was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Jin-hyuk was also happy to see her and wanted to bring Har-yu as soon as possible so that she could also find peace. But as soon as he let his guard down for a moment, he was suddenly attacked right at the forge. The attacker turned out to be Hendrik, who wanted to test whether the young man had the skills to actually kill him. Jin-hyuk responded by noting that he would test his strength himself, without giving him any reason to deceive himself. A sparring match began between them, the outcome of which was supposed to show whether they recognized each other's strength. At first, Hendrik thought he was much stronger than his opponent, but during the battle, he realized that he had greatly underestimated him. However, Hendrik also had his own characteristics and skills, with which he could surprise the young man. He easily dodged Jin-hyuk's direct attack, deciding that he had seized the initiative and was now leading the fight. But he was so focused on his opponent that he didn't notice Balkan, who at that moment had him firmly in his arms. At the same time, Jin-hyuk summoned his most powerful technique, which he used to defeat the orc, the famous Gungnir. With this technique, he attacked Hendrik, turning the battle into a real test of survival for him. Hendrik seemed to be at a dead end, but he used the Dispel Magic enchantment and destroyed the shackles. Then, with the same sword, he struck Jin-hyuk with the skill Dragon Destruction and instantly destroyed Gungnir. Hendrik landed a powerful and accurate blow on the young man and then turned on Balkan. But everything turned out to be not so simple, and Jin-hyuk, as always, managed to survive even after such a dangerous attack. He had many trump cards at his disposal, each of which he could use at the right moment. At first, Hendrik thought the attack was a cheap trick, but he soon realized how wrong he had been in his judgment. Jin-hyuk had dealt heavy damage and wanted to finish the fight with the mask, hoping to avoid any side effects. Hendrik was not going to give up and decided to fight with all his might, using all his current potential. He acknowledged his opponent's strength, noting that he had lost in terms of the number of techniques, but believed that the battle was not yet over. Hendrik used his strongest technique, Blazing Dragon, which Jin-hyuk was unable to dodge even after predicting the moves. However, there was still a way out of this situation, and Jin-hyuk decided to use the Fox Mask with its special skill, Charm. The battle escalated to a whole new level, and the loud bangs and crashes even woke Jeno from his deep sleep. At this time, Miho decided to join the fight, and although Jeno tried to stop her, all attempts were in vain. Jin-hyuk's full attention was focused on Hendrik, and in an instant, he noticed that his opponent had suddenly disappeared. Before the young man could blink, Hendrik was already in front of him, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Jin-hyuk was literally on the verge of death, and it seemed that at that moment, everything would end. But suddenly it turned out that there was nothing left at the site of the blow, as if the young man had managed to dodge it after all. The next second, Jin-hyuk attacked from behind, and Hendrik was surprised, but at the same time glad that the fight was continuing. Hendrik noticed that his opponent looked tired, as his strength and movements were no longer the same as before. But suddenly Hendrik missed a blow, and Jin-hyuk knocked his sword away, deciding that this was a great chance to attack in earnest. However, even now, Hendrik had a trump card, and when the young man tried to deliver the decisive blow, he used the spell again. Jin-hyuk realized that the time had come to unleash the power of the Fox Mask and activated its charm technique. But something unexpected happened. The mask's effect had no effect on Hendrik and only made him even more angry. However, Hendrik did not notice the trick because Jin-hyuk used the power of the mask only to weaken his attention and get closer. Concentrating all his strength, Jin-hyuk struck Hendrik with the through strike technique. At that moment, Balkan came to his senses and saw in front of him only an exhausted Jin-hyuk who had collapsed to the ground. Hendrik, despite the crushing blow, continued to stand confidently on his feet as if nothing had happened. He acknowledged Jin-hyuk's strength, but the young man responded by saying that he had failed the test, after which Hendrik decided to show off his final move. It was the Blazing Dragon technique, which Jin-hyuk, being weakened, could no longer dodge. In the end, the young man also recognized Hendrik's strength and agreed with his power. After the battle, Jin-hyuk looked exhausted and battered, and Balkan's teasing irritated him, although he had almost no strength left to object. Soon, Hendrik came to see him to make sure the young man was okay. Balkan remembered all the ridiculous words he had said to Hendrik and decided to apologize, fearing the same fate as Jin-hyuk. Hendrik replied that he had long forgotten everything, because now they were allies, and it was worth leaving old grievances in the past. Even weakened and wounded, Jin-hyuk continued to insist that he could easily defeat both Balkan and Hendrik right now. But soon, he put aside his emotions and decided to talk about Hendrik, asking him about his past and the circumstances of his death. He said that his family and homeland had disappeared because of the dragons, and that he himself had miraculously managed to survive. All that was left to him after that was hatred for the horns and scales, which only grew with each new battle. Like the other participants, he began to climb the tower, and thanks to his abilities, he quickly gained strength. On the 600th floor, he killed a dragon for the first time and began his long-awaited revenge by becoming a hunter of 4 powerful creatures. The stronger he became, the weaker their punishments became. And after the 800th floor, the dragons had almost no lair left. These penalties constituted a system that prevented participants from monopolizing the tower and imposed restrictions when lowering a floor. It was thanks to this that Jin-hyuk was able to withstand William's attack, because without the restrictions, he would have died immediately. The highest floor Hendrik reached was the 900th, where his journey ended. More and more races rose up against him, and in the end he could not stand and died in an unequal struggle. The irony was that it was the man in the dragon mask who saved him, despite Hendrik's hatred of dragons. After that he wanted to die, but he couldn't, so he decided to accept his fate and continue his path of revenge. He soon asked Jin-hyuk when they were leaving, as he didn't want to leave him in this state, which only made the young man even more angry. Hendrik noted that he and Jin-hyuk had a lot in common and said that it was important to learn from mistakes, as trying to defeat an enemy alone was too presumptuous. Jin-hyuk agreed with his words and added that they needed allies and comrades who were ready to fight alongside them. In response, Hendrik suggested creating their own guild, which greatly surprised Jin-hyuk. At the same time, on the 600th floor, in the Songguk Guildhouse, Kane and Carmen gathered to discuss the incident with the White Swallow branch on the 10th floor. Kane noted that according to Back Holio, the fire was not started by a clan or organization, but by one person. Carmen countered that this was impossible, as even the strongest players suffered severe penalties at such a low level. Kane said that after the punishment of the 10th floor, it would be impossible to conquer the guild house, so the criminal must have incredible strength. But this was only his assumption, and even it frightened Carmen. So she asked what he would do if such a person really existed. Kane replied that he would do the same thing he did 10 years ago, using the nip-it-in-the-bud method. He was going to hire a strong hunter to do all the dirty work for them. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk and Hendrik continued their conversation about the guild, and the young man said that he wouldn't mind creating one, but Ball's quest was currently underway. He explained that he needed to become famous throughout the tower up to the 100th floor, and did not want his name or guild to ruin his reputation. Hendrik replied that in that case, Jin-hyuk should become the guild leader. The young man was grateful, but also angry, because he was irritated that he was still weaker than Hendrik, and, having become the leader, would be forced to give him orders. He then asked whether Hendrik would obey the orders of a weaker man, as this would hardly suit him. But Hendrik said nothing, only knelt down and bowed his head, thereby showing devotion. Jin-hyuk had no idea how much abuse Hendrik had endured, and how angry and powerless he had been in the past. It didn't take long to find a name for the guild, and since the message mentioned a strange masked man, he named it Confrontation. The next day, Jin-hyuk came to create the guild, and was surprised to learn that Halcyon was now the boss of the 10th floor instead of the puppeteer. He was also surprised to meet Ken, who was temporarily staying with Halcyon while the tower was being repaired. However, Jin-hyuk came specifically for the sake of creating a guild, and Halcyon was glad, because after its founding, there would be many people willing to join. He reminded them that at least 2 people were needed to found a guild, but upon seeing Hendrik, he didn't ask any more questions. Everyone was amazed when they saw the dragon nearby, and even more so when Jin-hyuk managed to lure it to his side. He said that these were not all the members, and that there were those to whom he had sent an invitation and was waiting for their response. Invitations were received by all the worthy people he met along the way, including Geno, Puppeteer, Har-yu, and even William. After completing the guild registration, Jin-hyuk immediately moved on to complete the Gumiho quest. With his current strength, capturing orcs was not difficult, so the task of obtaining raw liver was quickly completed. When the quest came to an end, they saw a bright light coming from Miho. Jin-hyuk didn't know what to expect from completing the quest, but soon the system revealed that the 9-tailed fox was searching for its true form. At that moment, Miho took on a human form and no longer looked like a little fox. Having transformed, she began to fall, but Jin-hyuk managed to catch her, although the strangeness did not end there. Upon seeing him, Miho called Jin-hyuk Daddy, causing a strong reaction from everyone present. But even more surprising was the appearance of Har-yu, who was shocked by the news that Jin-hyuk had a daughter. The young man wanted an explanation from Gumiho, but she only said that Miho was now his daughter, or pet, and immediately disappeared. Balkan congratulated Jin-hyuk on his unexpected fatherhood, and Hendrik seriously wondered if humans could now give birth to foxes. Har-yu was shocked, and tried to convince herself that she had understood everything wrong. At that moment, Hendrik approached her, introduced himself, and said that he was now on the same team as Jin-hyuk. However, as soon as Har-yu looked up and saw his face, memories came flooding back. It seemed to her that the very man who had burned down her village was standing right in front of her, and anger immediately took hold of her. Unable to contain herself, Har-yu attacked Hendrik in a rage, thirsting for revenge. Hendrik told Jin-hyuk to explain everything to her or she would get hurt, but he replied that he would figure it out himself. A short fight broke out between Har-yu and Hendrik, the outcome of which was predictable from the start. Anger filled the girl, because she was sure that right in front of her stood the one who burned her village and exterminated her people. Even though Har-yu was quite strong, her strength, oddly enough, was not enough to resist Hendrik. But she had an ace up her sleeve, a powerful sword that had spontaneously given her the power to help kill the dragon. Har-yu was confident that she would be able to strike now, but Hendrik stopped her attack without hesitation, without even blinking an eye. Moreover, he easily kicked her away with one kick, which the girl did not expect. However, even so, Har-yu was not going to give up, and again turned to the Dragon Slayer's sword for strength. He readily responded and shared his energy with her. Har-yu's aura changed again, becoming cold and murderous. just like last time. Hendrik was amazed at how quickly her strength had increased, and knew it was beyond her level. The sword was to blame. He tried to stop Haryu, convincing her to release the weapon, because this power was like a parasite that she could not cope with. But Haryu didn't listen. Obsessed with a thirst for revenge for all the Tokabi and the pain they had experienced. Hendrik understood her hatred of dragons and decided to do everything possible to prevent her from going down the wrong path. He dealt a powerful blow, not fatal, but leaving deep wounds that would take a long time to heal. From this blow, Haryu lost consciousness and found herself in a strange world, reminiscent of memories. A forest near the Tokaibi village stretched around. There, she met local children who were playing football and was happy to see them. But suddenly, the children's faces changed, and one of them asked, Haryu, why she was the only one who survived. The girl was frozen with horror, not understanding what was happening and why the children began to blame her for the disaster. It seemed to her that all the dead Tokebi had gathered here to condemn her for something of which she was innocent. This made her feel pain, and she began to ask herself, why was she the only one who survived? At that moment, her sword spoke, saying that it was she who was destined to remain alive. After all, a person capable of holding a Dragon Slayer sword in his hands simply had to survive. Even if all the Tokebi die, it is Haryu who must avenge them. These words inspired the girl and reminded her of her goal, so she could not give up, despite the wounds she received. Hendrik was perplexed. How Haryu was able to get up after his blow, and, even more surprisingly, continued to attack. It seemed like it was all over. Haryu pierced Hendrik with the Dragon Slayer sword, and he was supposed to die. However, this attack turned out to be her limit. She did not complete the blow. The sword simply broke upon contact with Hendrik's body. Exhausted, Haryu fell into Hendrik's arms and fell asleep. Everything ended relatively peacefully, and only one thing became clear. Haryu still had a lot to learn to master the sword to its full potential. She fell asleep from exhaustion, having exceeded her limits. Jin-hyuk noticed that she had a similar history to Hendrik, and that's why she hated dragons. Perhaps they were among those who attacked her village. In response, Hendrik said that she would have to overcome her dislike, because the fault always lies with the owner of the weapon, not with the weapon. After that, Jin-hyuk came out to talk to him alone and told him that he had rented the entire second floor, so Hendrik could stay there until Haryu woke up. He replied that there was no need to worry about him, but Jin-hyuk explained that he was not thinking about him at all, but about Haryu's peace of mind. Meanwhile, Haryu had already woken up and immediately felt a strong fright when the first thing that appeared before her eyes was Miho's figure. At that very moment, Jin-hyuk quietly entered the room to check on her, and upon seeing him, Miho again couldn't help but call him daddy with involuntary sincerity. Hearing this, Haryu's heart sank. Anxiety gripped her again, and she suddenly fainted from excitement. Jin-hyuk carefully picked up Miho and warned her with a serious expression that she couldn't call him that anymore, otherwise she would risk putting herself in mortal danger. Miho was surprised by this warning, because deep down she thought that it was unlikely that anyone could harm her. As soon as the boys came to their senses, collected all their things, and regained their strength, they immediately set off to continue their ascent of the tower. Meanwhile, Miho gradually changed the way she addressed Jin-hyuk, calling him Oppa now, following Haryu's requests. At first, Miho tried to object, admitting that she was unaccustomed and not entirely comfortable being treated this way. But just one stern look from Haryu was enough for her to resign herself. However, the more important event was that before leaving, Jin-hyuk handed everyone a spatial movement scroll, which, when activated, transported them to a hall specially prepared by William. Each participant received a scroll, except for Balkan, who had a slightly different temporary overnight location, inside Jin-hyuk's personal inventory. As soon as the boys tore the scrolls, the magic worked instantly, and they found themselves in William's hall, where the entire space was woven by his magic and carefully thought out for their convenience. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk had prepared a small surprise for Haryu, a meeting with Geno, which was supposed to evoke strong emotions in her. This was a truly significant moment for Haryu and Geno, as both believed they were the last survivors of their race, only to find out that this was not the case. At this point, William joined in, noting that latecomers still arrived together, although it would be more polite to arrive at least 10 minutes earlier. Jin-hyuk asked him not to be angry, explaining that he himself knew the whole situation with the Tokebi, and William only smiled and noted that he had become too soft in recent years. William even dubbed Jin-hyuk the Death Star, which greatly surprised the puppeteer, as he did not expect to meet again a man who was thought to have died 10 years ago. Despite this, the boys had something more pressing to talk about, and William laid out the agenda, getting everyone's attention. After his story, the puppeteer asked a clarifying question, whether, according to William, the four creatures had been secretly killing those they considered a nuisance all this time, and even destroyed the Tokebi village on the 100th floor. Jin-hyuk confirmed the veracity of this information, adding that he and Hendrik were also victims of these actions, but were resurrected. Now, having been reborn, they decided to create the guild Confrontation, the goal of which was to take revenge on the four creatures and completely turn their world upside down. Jin-hyuk didn't have any detailed plan. He only advised the boys to continue their ascent up the tower, accumulating strength and experience on each floor. Meanwhile, Haryu approached Jeno and asked if he would go with them to the tower, hoping for a positive answer. Jeno said that he would have to move separately because now, knowing that Haryu was safe, he felt calm and his previous anger had dulled. In his opinion, if they were together, he would calm down and stop fighting. But he couldn't allow the last sword of the Tokabi to become dull because of a pathetic old man. Furthermore, Genu stated that from now on, he would change his name to Mu Yan, meaning he who has no shadow, and that he was no longer Genu's Tokaibi, but a blacksmith with a new purpose. At this point, Jin-hyuk joined their conversation, announcing plans to establish a base on the 100th floor and the need to conduct a thorough investigation of the destroyed Tokebi village. Jin-hyuk suggested appointing Mu-yeon to explore the area, as he knew the village and its surroundings well, and the others agreed with this decision. That day marked a turning point, as the formal organization, the Confrontation, was founded, with the goal of avenging all the suffering and injustice caused by the four supreme beings. Of course, to achieve successful revenge, it was necessary to increase the strength of each member of the guild. And to do this, they had to climb higher and higher up the tower, overcoming ever-new difficulties. The boys had to be extremely vigilant, because along the way they encountered those who deliberately wanted to interfere with their plans and hinder their development. But despite all the obstacles and dangers, Jin-hyuk managed to reach the 50th floor, demonstrating incredible strength and perseverance. His strength was truly monstrous. Sometimes it seemed that he stood on the level of higher beings, because few could resist his power. Rumors of his incredible strength began to spread around, but attention was also drawn to his comrades, who were gradually revealing their potential. Each of the boys became stronger, gradually revealing their abilities, and now Jin-hyuk was no longer the only strongest among them. Having reached the 50th floor, the boys immediately attacked the Holy Kingdom, which enraged its ruler, who did not expect such a brazen invasion. The king proved to be an incredibly powerful opponent, and was enraged by the sudden invasion of his domain by the invaders. The local ruler's special power was the ability to instantly summon golems, huge, furious monsters from the 120th floor, capable of destruction. However, the terrifying force at first glance was only a facade, behind which a more interesting and complex situation was hidden. In addition to Jin-hyuk himself, there was another incredibly strong fighter in his squad, Hendrik, known as the Dragon Slayer, whose power inspired fear. Working together, the boys managed to overthrow the king and achieve an important victory, strengthening their position on the upper floors of the tower. Moreover, Jin-hyuk attacked the Shikari branch, and this attack was tantamount to him becoming an enemy of the entire powerful Star 9, which opened up new dangers and challenges. However, Jin-hyuk didn't care what kind of enemy he was becoming, or to whom, especially not to the powerful Star 9, whom he intended to completely destroy. Every time the Phantom Mask set a new record, the guilds on those floors would disappear into thin air, leaving those watching to wonder if he was really that strong. The faces of these guilds were now known to all the inhabitants of the tower, especially after the sudden and furious attack on the Star 9, which simultaneously surprised and frightened those around them. Of course, everything that was happening had its own deep meaning, because Jin-hyuk was carrying out Baal's quest, thereby turning the situation around. Now the Star 9 was looking for him, and not he for them. Moreover, the young man was confident that he was capable of dealing with any representative of the Star 9 right here and now. Moreover, he still had, albeit weak, but still magical power, which could become a serious weapon even against those who reached the upper floors of the tower. So far, all he lacked was a powerful combat weapon. And the weapon Muyon had made, in his opinion, was not yet strong enough for a decisive battle. Realizing that obtaining something more powerful would be difficult, Jin-hyuk decided to head to the Black Market, located on the 51st floor of the tower. The place was famous for its rare and valuable items that were impossible to obtain in the usual way, and sometimes truly unique specimens would appear there. Hearing this, the rest of the squad members were delighted, especially when Jin-hyuk promised to buy something for them too if a suitable artifact was found. However, as often happens in such joyful moments, a danger suddenly appeared on the horizon, ready to disrupt their plans. And that's exactly what happened. Jin-hyuk's squad was suddenly attacked by a bomb thrown in unexpectedly, which instantly brought chaos to the line. But the attacker didn't limit himself to just one explosive device. He took advantage of the moment and quickly closed the distance, approaching Jin-hyuk. At that very moment, Hendrik attacked the girl who was focused on Jin-hyuk, and it seemed that this could be a fatal moment for her. However, the girl was full of surprises, and her arsenal included many unusual and dangerous means of self-defense. Her abilities were astonishing. It was as if she had transformed into a living killing machine, demonstrating skills unusual for an ordinary fighter. She donned a special suit that enhanced her strength, allowing her to deflect almost any blow and turn defense into an active attack. But no matter how strong she was, the guys believed that their numerical advantage would allow them to gain the upper hand at least in part of the battle. In fact, the girl didn't care about the number of opponents. As soon as she noticed the crowd trying to grab her, she instantly rose into the air, easily evading the attacks. And her actions did not end there. She not only took off, but also released dozens of deadly bombs behind her, instantly filling the space. These explosions were so powerful that they were nearly impossible to dodge, forcing opponents to act on instinct. As a result, Haryu and Miho were seriously injured early in the battle and were unable to continue the fight. Now everything was decided in the hands of Jin-hyuk, Balkan, and Hendrik, and the outcome of the surprise battle depended entirely on their actions. The boys believed that a combined attack would allow them to inflict enough damage to at least knock her to the ground and gain an advantage. However, the girls seemed to always be one step ahead, anticipating their movements in advance and counterattacking where they least expected. However, Jin-hyuk and Hendrik were no weaklings either. They were able to instantly adapt to any changes in battle and react to unexpected situations. What was even more surprising was that after a small skirmish, the girl suggested that they step back a little and talk in a calmer environment. At that moment, she finally introduced herself. Her name was Shane, and she was a bounty hunter with a rather dangerous reputation. Since Shane was a professional hunter, it was understandable why she attacked the boys. Someone had placed a large sum of money on their heads. However, Shane herself did not want to kill them, considering them her prey, and instead offered them a bet from which everyone could benefit. Her conditions were simple. If they defeated her, she would reveal who had paid for the hit on their heads by providing valuable information. This angered Hendrik, who was about to attack her, but Jin-hyuk stopped him in time, reminding him of the importance of the information. Shane had an unusual passion for fighting the strongest, sincerely enjoying every moment of the fight with the guys. She had one important condition. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, all three must remain alive, which would be beneficial to both sides. She also asked not to use Jin-hyuk's summoning, as the fight had to remain a fair 2-on-1. The guys agreed to her terms, and from that moment on, a real battle of the strongest began, full of surprises and maneuvers. Despite the 2-on-1 format, it felt like it wasn't just Shane fighting against them, but her suit acting as a separate threat. At first glance, Jin-hyuk thought she was playing with them, but every move she made was calculated. To distract their attention, she attacked from unexpected directions. At the same time, she had to remember that while she was attacking Jin-hyuk, Hendrik could intervene at any moment, creating an additional threat. But this wasn't a problem for her either. Each time her actions surprised the guys more and more, forcing them to rethink their strategy. Suddenly, Shane disappeared, and Hendrik attacked Jin-hyuk in her place, creating a dangerous clash of two powerful streams of energy. Their powers were so destructive that any blow could destroy everything within a radius, forcing the fighters to act with extreme caution. Shane watched the action, noticing that the boys were acting in a disorganized manner instead of coordinating their attacks. And indeed, after the first unsuccessful attempt to coordinate a strike, a quarrel broke out between them. each trying to prove their case. Meanwhile, Shane was already planning her next attack, completely ignoring the internal conflicts and reasoning of her opponents. Without waiting for their actions, she used an incredibly powerful weapon, a railgun, capable of reducing any enemy to ashes. The blast from the gunshot was so devastating that for a moment, it seemed as if Jin-hyuk and Hendrik had been completely defeated. It looked like an absolute victory for Shane. However, this did not happen because at the last moment, Jin-hyuk managed to use teleportation and move himself and Hendrik to a safer place, while maintaining combat capability. Even though the boys had teleported far from the battlefield, Shane continued her search, using her helmet as a flying drone. The girl was incredibly capable, surprising her opponents with every move, and Jin-hyuk realized that she was definitely not born on Earth. Since the tower existed not only on the planet, but was connected to different dimensions and worlds, it is likely that Shane came from afar, where technology had developed far beyond what Jin-hyuk knew. Meanwhile, the young man stated that if they really wanted to win, Hendrik would have to obey his commands completely, which he did not object to. Meanwhile, Shane continued to track them, and suddenly, Jin-hyuk appeared in front of her, as if he had attracted her attention. Shane was surprised to see him so openly, and instantly wondered if he had decided to give up by going out into the open. But this was only a false impression, because Jin-hyuk did this only to lure her into a trap, hidden cleverly and carefully. Shane was more disappointed than surprised. She felt that Jin-hyuk was underestimating her abilities and was trying to stop her with a spell. In reality, this trap was merely a diversionary tactic to buy time and give Hendrik the opportunity to deliver the decisive blow. However, it wasn't as simple as Shane thought. Hendrik's movements changed, becoming more unpredictable and faster. Hendrik seemed to have absorbed some of Jin-hyuk's magical power, which gave him a shield and agility, thanks to which he was able to seriously injure Shane. The girl was surprised, but quickly realized that thanks to the properties of Almighty, Jin-hyuk transferred her buffs and skills to Hendrik, allowing him to successfully attack her. But this was still not the end, but only the beginning of the second phase of the battle, where Jin-hyuk and Hendrik took a dominant position on the battlefield. Shane wasn't about to give up and continued to fight off the attacks, but it was becoming increasingly difficult due to Hendrik's incredible speed. If before the girl easily dodged and counterattacked, now Hendrik didn't even give her time to think about her actions. Moreover, he used all his strength and decided to use the Thunder Dragon, a powerful weapon of destructive power. The outcome of the attack seemed perfectly clear. A complete victory for Jin-hyuk and Hendrik, but events once again took an unexpected turn. The moment Hendrik put his foot back on the ground, he didn't notice the camouflaged nuclear mine that Shane had previously planted. The mine activated instantly, causing an explosion of incredible force that shook everything around and threw dust and fire into the air. Shane, despite the wounds she received, continued to fight, and even managed to shoot Jin-hyuk at a moment when he was not ready for the attack. She was sure that after this fight, only she and Jin-hyuk would remain on the field, leaving Hendrik on the sidelines. However, this turned out to be a misconception, because as Jin-hyuk had said earlier, Hendrik was an incredibly tenacious creature, and was not going to give up so easily. Hendrik took the form of a dragon, which angered Shane even more, because he hated dragons to death, and now he himself took on their form. Shane wasn't surprised by this unexpected turn of events, knowing that defeating the tower's strongest creature would be extremely difficult. However, she still had trump cards and surprises that she intended to use to achieve victory at any cost. Using the railgun, she fired at Hendrik again, and the explosion was so powerful that it seemed the outcome of the battle was already decided. However, even such a devastating attack could not harm him, only further angering and arousing Hendrik's fighting spirit. He became enraged, outraged that Shane had forced him into dragon form and continued to disregard him. It was a battle between two incredibly powerful beings, each using their maximum abilities to achieve supremacy. While Hendrik was fighting Shane, Jin-hyuk took a short break to treat his wounds and reconsider his strategy. He noted that as soon as Hendrik took on a different form, his buffs and defensive techniques disappeared, as if the entity itself had reversed all the mana. Meanwhile, the battle took on a strange character. Numerous copies of Shane appeared around Hendrik, creating the illusion of impressive strength. This angered Hendrik even more. He didn't understand how she managed to do this, because he controlled all the mana in this area. Shane explained that it wasn't magic at all, but science. Her copies were holograms, not clones. but they could still attack and cause damage. The holograms did pose a threat and cause significant damage, forcing Hendrik to act more cautiously. However, Hendrik did not give up and tried to fight off Shane's attacks using all the strength he had. Shane also had something to say in response to his actions, and it seemed like the fight was to the death to prove whose world was stronger. A destructive aura swirled around, and with each attack, it grew more powerful, creating catastrophic consequences on the battlefield. After the collision of two incredibly powerful attacks, an explosion thundered, followed by a flash of light brighter than the sun's rays. Despite such a monstrous and destructive explosion, Shane managed to survive, although she received serious injuries. As soon as the smoke cleared, she saw Hendrik's giant silhouette in front of her and was shocked, not believing that he was still alive. Luckily for her, after such a powerful attack, Hendrik had no strength left to resist, and he simply collapsed to the ground. Shane was delighted, thinking that the battle was over and she had defeated two strong opponents at once. However, her joy was short-lived when she noticed Jin-hyuk standing in front of her, ready to continue the fight. She was still in fighting form, took out her pistol, and pointed the gun at the young man, ready for another clash. No matter how strong Shane was, Jin-hyuk still had a trump card that could radically change the course of the battle in his favor. By eating the dragon's scales, Jin-hyuk gained some of its power. And although it was dangerous, he desperately needed the information Shane possessed. Jin-hyuk was ready to do anything to get what he wanted, sparing neither himself nor the dangers around him. At that moment, he realized why dragons are called Masters of Mana. Having absorbed its power, he felt almost omnipotent, like a being beyond boundaries. The dragon's power was truly incredible, and noticeably different from what Jin-hyuk had before, giving him new possibilities. With this new resource, he began to deliver dozens of devastating attacks, which Shane barely had time to dodge without having a moment to breathe. Moreover, the young man's speed became surprisingly high, and sometimes Shane did not even have time to change her position to prepare for the next blow. Despite being trapped and deprived of her powers, the girl did not stop resisting, using all her deadly techniques and weapons. However, Jin-hyuk had something to respond with, and his attacks were no weaker, striking with power and accuracy. With his Fire Dragon's Breath attack, he not only destroyed Shane's railgun, but also hit her with a powerful blow, causing serious damage. Having finished the attack and achieved victory, Jin-hyuk spat out the dragon scales, for the power was still too dangerous to fully control. Sometime after the fight, Shane finally woke up, and Jin-hyuk and Hendrik stood next to her, watching her awakening. The girl was surprised that Hendrik came to his senses before her, and at the same time she was curious where exactly they ended up. Jin-hyuk explained that they remained in the same place, but he had fenced off the area with a barrier to protect them after the long period of unconsciousness and destruction around them. Shane admitted that she thought she could handle it, but in the end she lost, which didn't surprise her. The difference in strength was too obvious. Jin-hyuk noted that she had underestimated them, and Hendrik asked why she had even offered them such a risky bet. The girl explained that this was a unique chance to fight a dragon, which she could not miss at any cost. She was extremely interested in understanding who was stronger, herself or the dragon of the ground floor, whose power amazed everyone around. Hendrik admitted that he couldn't object, but Jin-hyuk, on the contrary, tried to spur him to object because, from behind the barrier, he had used all his magical power. However, all of this was not so important because the main condition of the bet was that Shane had to tell who hired her to kill Jin-hyuk and his team. The girl decided not to delay her answer, but immediately warned that it wasn't just one person hunting them, but an entire alliance of guilds, coordinated and dangerous. She recalled the tower's punishments. Anyone who reaches the top floor cannot influence the lower levels, which made the power of the unions particularly strategic. Therefore, the union controls the guilds of the lower floors, luring them to its side, and they in turn influence even lower levels, creating a chain of power. Thus, power extends to the first floor, turning the tower into a territory under the control of a powerful guild union. Those who supported this order and skillfully used it were all familiar with Kane from the Star Nine, who controlled numerous guilds. Jin-hyuk's suspicions were confirmed. It was Kane who hired Shane, which she honestly confirmed. Shortly before this, Kane had gathered all the members of the Star Nine, including the swordsman Donis Taylog. Among them was the greatest magician of all time, Merlin, possessing unrivaled power and knowledge. And also Dan Joan, nicknamed the Poison King, famous for his deadly magic and cunning. During their discussions, minor disagreements arose between them, and the conflict threatened to escalate into a fight. But Kane intervened in time and stopped them. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss the tower's rising star, Phantom Mask, whom Kane had already described as a sprout. At first, he thought of him as just a sprout, but over time, he changed his mind and called Jin-hyuk a collection of sprouts, given his growing strength. Since they couldn't eliminate him on their own, they decided to hire a bounty hunter, that same Shane. She offered the boys a bet, but lost, because the difference in strength was simply monstrous, and this proved the power of the Phantom Mask. Thus, Shane seemed to find herself in the fold of a giant snake called the Star Nine, which completely subjugated her fate. After completing all the formalities, Shane and Hendrik left to gather information, and Jin-hyuk returned to the rest of the team. By this time, Haryu woke up, and Jin-hyuk told her that the situation had now changed. They were being hunted by unusual and dangerous creatures. While Shane and Hendrik were out scouting, Jin-hyuk, along with Haryu and Miho, headed to the black market in search of the necessary items. Since there was still some time left before the market opened, Jin-hyuk allowed Miho to look around and try various sweets, enjoying the moment. Haryu looked a little worried after her recent dream, which alerted Jin-hyuk, who asked if she was okay. The girl decided not to reveal her worries, and Jin-hyuk didn't have time to ask her any further questions, as Miho came running to them, wanting to share the pleasure of the treats with Haryu. As night fell, the boys began preparing for their visit to the black market, primarily focusing on their appearance. To keep Haryu from attracting unnecessary attention, Jin-hyuk gave her a new suit, and Miho returned to her natural fox form. Entry to the black market was strictly controlled, and only a select few with special passes could get in. Jin-hyuk had a special pass, a black card, that allowed him to enter any black market and purchase rare items that could only be accessed with the support of a wealthy sponsor. For Jin-hyuk, this was not a problem, because his sponsor was William, known to everyone as the Golden Lich, who wielded enormous power and influence. Moreover, Jin-hyuk didn't come to the market just like that. His goal was to find something truly valuable and interesting at the auction. Once the bidders had gathered, the auction began, offering a wealth of rare and unique items that generated excitement and competition. Each participant was eager to get what they wanted, and when the bet turned out to be unsuccessful, real chaos began, full of shouting and arguing. Jin-hyuk also managed to acquire an item for Miho, the animal summoning Norige, purchased for 350,000 gold, which was supposed to significantly expand her abilities. Jin-hyuk felt a sense of tension, as there were too many people crowded on such a low floor, and this foreshadowed something grand and unpredictable. The moment had arrived for the presentation of a special lot, which stood out both for its size and mystery, attracting everyone's attention. More surprising was Haryu's behavior. She suddenly jumped up from her seat and rushed towards the stage, as if she was being pulled by an invisible force. Inside her, there was a burning feeling that this particular lot required her intervention, as if someone was begging for salvation. This kind of behavior was absolutely unacceptable, and security immediately sprang into action, not allowing her to easily get the lot. Haryu even tried to draw her sword, but it was knocked out of her hands, depriving her of her only means of defense at the moment. Jin-hyuk, although he didn't fully understand Haryu's motives, couldn't let her get hurt and immediately stood up for her, shielding her with his body. The auctioneer, ignoring the incident, continued his presentation as if nothing unusual had happened. Haryu's instincts were right. The special lot turned out to be a flower-shaped decoration that belonged to one of the Tokebi. Haryu's heart was filled with anger, because it was this very decoration that she saw on the child in her memories, which strengthened her resolve. Jin-hyuk managed to stop her in time, asking her not to do anything rash and to trust his plan. The host announced the start of the bidding for the lot, the starting price of which was 100,000 gold, raising the excitement of the participants. One of the visitors immediately offered a price of 1 million, realizing the incredible value of the item. Haryu was about to attack contestant number 28 to prevent him from getting the jewelry, but Jin-hyuk intervened and raised the bet to 3 million. A deathly silence reigned in the hall. No one expected such a decisive bet, and could not beat her price. In the end, the lot went to Jin-hyuk for 3 million gold, which caused admiration and shock among everyone present. Jin-hyuk realized that the high bid had attracted too much attention and decided to leave the auction as quickly as possible with the purchased item. Haryu thanked him for his help, but Jin-hyuk replied that the one who should be thanked was William's sponsor, whose money was used. Inside, Haryu felt the soul of the deceased Tokaebi embrace her, expressing gratitude for saving her. The soul soon dissipated, leaving Haryu determined to take revenge on all who had harmed her race in any way for the sake of the general peace. But things couldn't end peacefully. As soon as they left the auction, the guys were attacked. The attackers turned out to be those who were unable to get the lot, participant number 28 and his people. Jin-hyuk said that if he wanted the jewelry so much, he should have participated in the bidding, but now it was too late. However, he replied that he no longer needed the decoration. His goal now was to kill Haryu and make a stuffed toy of a real Tokebi out of her. These words angered Haryu, and she rushed at him with a fury full of determination. Jin-hyuk ordered her to retreat and not act prematurely. But it was too late, and the battle was unfolding rapidly. Moreover, he had a new opponent who was capable of instilling serious pressure that exceeded even Hendrik's level. Jin-hyuk felt a force that changed the entire balance of power, making the battle extremely dangerous and unpredictable. Haryu did not retreat and used battle providence, hoping to use it to achieve victory. But everything turned out to be more complicated. The stranger's hammer was saturated with poison, complicating any attempts at attack. Realizing the danger, Haryu held her breath, which made her vulnerable to enemy attacks and limited her movements. The trap worked. As soon as she let her guard down, the enemy grabbed her and threw her to the ground. The poison had no effect on him. It was a special toxic mixture for Tokaebi, which he masterfully transformed into a deadly poison. Haryu tried to break free and draw her sword, but she was helpless. The enemy had already prepared a dagger for a fatal blow. It seemed that everything was over. But there remained a tiny chance of salvation. Jin-hyuk, who was already preparing to intervene. Because he had previously absorbed the poison, his body had resistance, and the poison had no effect on him, giving him a chance to save Haryu. The young man was already preparing to deliver the decisive blow when suddenly the enemy's bodyguard attacked him. Even though the bodyguard was strong, Jin-hyuk dealt with him without much difficulty, combining his swordsmanship and magic. His abilities made him an extremely difficult opponent to deal with, being able to parry and counterattack instantly. The enemy felt that he was fighting not an ordinary person, but a veteran of a high level, which completely changed the battle tactics. Realizing the situation, the bodyguard ordered his protege to retreat, leaving everything to Jin-hyuk himself to decide. He tried to object, calling Haryu a Tokebi, who could not be released, but the bodyguard managed to convince him quickly and effectively. The enemy realized that the situation was unfavorable and quickly tried to escape, realizing the threat from Jin-hyuk. However, in order to not leave the auction empty-handed, he stole the jewelry purchased by Jin-hyuk. By that time, Haryu had already recovered, although she was weak. She could not allow the enemy to take possession of the ornament again. The bodyguard tried to stop her, but Jin-hyuk reminded him who the main opponent was here. A violent fight broke out between the boys, and the consequences of the collision were devastating, increasing the chaos with each blow. Neither Jin-hyuk nor his opponent were inferior to each other, demonstrating incredible swordsmanship, making the battle both spectacular and mesmerizing. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk decided to tease his opponent a little, saying in a cold voice, "What are you doing here? Like a pathetic little rat, afraid to climb up." These words only fueled the enemy's rage, and he began to attack with even greater chaos, as if his thoughts were completely consumed by anger. He believed that with a multitude of blows, he could break Jin-hyuk, not noticing that the young man was nearby, always one step ahead. Jin-hyuk deliberately disrupted his opponent's tempo, causing him to lose his concentration, and then delivered a crushing blow that literally knocked the wind out of him. Following this, memories of his entire life flashed before the enemy's eyes. The horrors and betrayals he had experienced while climbing to the 431st floor. The tower had it all: deception, fraud, betrayal. The absolute bottom of human nature. And it was then, due to the betrayal of his comrades, that he lost his eyes and became blind forever, remaining in a world without light. These memories gave him a second wind. Despite the wound, he was ready to continue the fight. Jin-hyuk understood what it was like to be loyal to those he trusted most, and it gave him inner strength. But the main difference between Jin-hyuk and his opponent was his mental fortitude. He did not allow his emotions to control him, concentrating on every movement in battle. His resistance to psychological attacks made him almost invincible, as he did not become distracted or lose control. Moreover, unlike his opponent, Jin-hyuk will never run away. He will fight until his last breath to take revenge on everyone who betrayed him. This moment seemed to embody his strongest desire and wish for revenge, demonstrating how deep his determination ran. Meanwhile, Haryu caught up with the enemy Tokaibi, and with a powerful blow, cut his body in half. The joy of victory instantly turned to surprise when she noticed a golden card falling from her opponent's pocket. Jin-hyuk, however, decided not to kill his enemy, but to give him a chance to complete his destiny, to take revenge on those who deprived him of his sight and betrayed him. His words inspired his opponent, but he promised Jin-hyuk that as soon as he dealt with the offenders, he would find him too, making him regret leaving him alive. The young man didn't take this as a threat, but simply replied with a slight smile. "I'm looking forward to this meeting." After this, Jin-hyuk began to gently pester Balkan, saying that showing sympathy to enemies only prolongs revenge. The dialogue was interrupted by Haryu, who approached them worriedly. She reported that she had dealt with the fat man and showed the golden card that had fallen from him, similar to the one that Jin-hyuk had. Jin-hyuk noted that the cards are similar, but its purpose and connection to the auction make it unique and cannot be used for payment. This card was a pass to participate in the top-tier auction, where rare and legendary items were put up for sale. Haryu apologized for getting too angry and almost putting everyone in danger. Jin-hyuk replied that everything was fine. He understood what this hairpin meant to her. He only asked for more restraint, emphasizing that revenge requires composure. After the discussions, the guys headed to the secret part of the auction, accessible only to those who had a pass. There were significantly fewer people inside, which is not surprising. Only a select few could get in. The lots here were even more expensive and interesting, reflecting the exclusivity of the closed auction. At first glance, one lot looked like an ordinary cage. But this was only an external impression. Inside was a slave girl, a dark elf, captured in secret. Even from a distance, Jin-hyuk could sense a powerful, ominous aura, and realized that the elf inside had not gotten here of her own free will. Even more surprising was the feeling of pure high elf mana mixed with dark energy, which made the auras completely incompatible. The Dark Elves' ancestors were influenced by demons, and pure mana is a characteristic of the High Elves, so the combination of such energies is extremely dangerous. Balkan noted that if someone were to forcibly influence a High Elf with demonic powers, the effect could be unpredictable. Jin-hyuk didn't believe in such interference, because the High Elves weren't so easily corrupted unless 4 great beings were involved. The bidding opened, and the bids began to rise rapidly, reaching up to 2 million gold. However, one participant was willing to pay 5,500,000 for the Dark Elf. This participant turned out to be Hamiel, an angel of the Nita level. The elf became angry and declared that she would not allow herself to be sold, threatening to kill the first person who came close. She emphasized that as soon as she leaves the cage, her first target will be this man. Hamiel turned to the elf, calling her princess and trying to calm her down. "Isn't it better to be my pet than a toy in the hands of vile old men?" The price was so high that no one dared to raise it higher. At the last moment, Jin-hyuk offered another 4.5 million, bringing the final price to 10 million gold. Hamiel was dissatisfied and tried to use force to show Jin-hyuk his place. But the young man pretended to be a victim, saying that she was trying to force him to give up the bidding. In response, Hamiel just smiled and said that Jin-hyuk should draw less attention to himself, and asked if he would even be able to pay such a sum. Jin-hyuk didn't respond with words, but simply demonstrated the power of his aura, making it clear that he was capable of anything. Hamiel backed down and raised her price to 11 million, but Jin-hyuk immediately cut her off, naming 20 million. This move surprised everyone, even Balkan and Haryu, who no longer understood the logic of the young man's actions. As a result, no one was able to outbid, and the lot went to Jin-hyuk for a record 20 million gold pieces, an absolute record for the 51st floor. Immediately after his victory, Jin-hyuk wanted to take back his lot, and along with the cage with the elf, he was given a magic key that would allow him to free her from her shackles. Haryu became slightly worried and asked Jin-hyuk if he was going to use the elf as a slave. The young man simply replied that it was impossible. He was not crazy enough to keep anyone in slavery. Balkan immediately demanded an explanation, but Jin-hyuk confidently evaded, noting that he was a soul and was not even capable of hurting anyone. Haryu felt a little jealous seeing how cute and beautiful Elyon looked compared to her. At that moment, Hamiel approached them to introduce herself and clarify why Jin-hyuk had bought the elf, apologizing in advance for her interference. Jin-hyuk didn't answer directly, but simply asked, "Why are you apologizing? Do you think everyone should be nice to people like you?" Hamiel wasn't openly offended, she just explained that she wanted to get to know him better. However, she added that it no longer mattered, since she had reported it to those at the top. These words angered Jin-hyuk, and in a fit of rage, he almost cut Hamiel in half. He understood that doing this now would be too early and would have unpredictable consequences. But Hamiel didn't stop there, and turned to Haryu, noticing that the hairpin she was holding was quite beautiful. She confessed that it was she who burned down the Tokabi village. At that moment, Jin-hyuk realized that Hamiel's goal was not to acquire the lot, but to provoke Haryu. Haryu was filled with anger and hatred. She wanted to kill Hamiel here and now, but she held back for the sake of Jin-hyuk's safety. Hamiel warned them that she was waiting for them on the 100th floor, anticipating their future meeting. Jin-hyuk wanted to ask her another question, but the angel instantly disappeared. After this, Jin-hyuk took his lot and moved to the forest. Despite the young man's assurances, the elf did not believe him, fearing for her freedom. Jin-hyuk merely said that the choice of belief was hers and asked her name. The elf introduced herself as Elyon von Yggdrasil. Jin-hyuk was amazed. Yggdrasil is the royal family of the sacred tree of the elves, which means that in front of him was a representative of the royal family. At this time, others were looking for Jin-hyuk, intending to take the elf from him, pursuing him on his trail. Jin-hyuk thought about Elyon. If she was a royal elf and became a dark elf, her demonic power would be incredible. Moreover, given her hatred for Hamiel, the young man realized that she would be perfect for the role of a rebel. Meanwhile, Elyon was looking for a way to escape. Without the shackles holding back her magical power, it would be much easier. Her thought of freedom was enough for Jin-hyuk to destroy the cage. Elyone rushed at him, trying to snatch the key, but to no avail. Jin-hyuk explained that she should abandon this idea. Elves are masters of mana management and summoning spirits, but they do not stand out for their strength in battle. Elyone wondered why Jin-hyuk bought her for 20 million and brought her to the forest, where no one would know what was happening. She noted that the location was ideal for such actions, suggesting that the young man could take advantage of the situation. Hearing this, Haryu covered Miho's ears, and Bal, Gumiho, and King Miho joined in, warning Jin-hyuk to think about his actions. Jin-hyuk was furious. He had never even thought of such a thing. Their conversation was interrupted by a powerful explosion. Other players had found them. Balkan reported that the location had become known, and everyone wanted to attack the rich guy who robbed the auction. Jin-hyuk asked Miho and Haryu to help Balkan, but Haryu gave him a suspicious look, feeling a strange tension. Everyone left, leaving Jin-hyuk alone with Elyon. She agreed to talk only after he gave her something to drink. Meanwhile, Haryu, Miho, and Balkan fought with the impudent attackers. Despite the enemy's numerical superiority, thanks to Haryu and Miho, Balkan managed to cast a powerful area of effect spell. Even without Jin-hyuk, they dealt with the insolent ones who dared to challenge them. Jin-hyuk, while talking with Elyon and having a few drinks, heard her question. Why did he let Hamiel go at the auction? Because she is far from weak. Jin-hyuk explained that his power was useless now, and fighting it for the sake of emotion was pointless. Elyon noted that he suppresses his emotions for a higher purpose, which makes them fundamentally different. The elf asked if he had ever cut open the stomachs of his relatives. When she spoke of this, she did not mean killing out of hatred, but the transmission of technology through pain and death. When she was still a child, her father asked her to cut his stomach open to his heart in order to pass on a secret technique that could only be passed on through death. The Yggdrasil fruit possessed this unique technique, and by giving it to Elyon, he entrusted her with not just an object, but the very future of the entire family. Of course, all this did not happen by chance, and Elyone's father deliberately passed on the hereditary fruit to his daughter, keeping the secret of its true value. His death was carefully planned by his brother, who wanted to take his place and obtain the powerful fruit of Yggdrasil. Elyon's brother, Elad, betrayed his family, selling them to sacred beings for personal gain and power. When Elione first saw Hellas, she was overcome with great surprise, while her father hastily instructed her to quickly consume the fruit. At that very moment, a shot rang out, severing her father's throat and instantly falling dead, leaving his daughter in terror. Shocked, Elione dropped her guard, completely confused, and didn't even notice how the fruit was suddenly destroyed in her hands. The author of this destruction turned out to be Hamiel herself, who showed her cruelty and determination without the slightest hesitation. However, Hamiel did not stop there, because her main goal was to get Elione and turn her into an obedient pet. Before reaching her goal, she decided to torment the elf, bringing with her concentrated demonic energy, capable of crushing even a high elf with one blow. Knowing of Elione's pride and her nobility, Hamiel deliberately desecrated her honor by placing her in the slave market to humiliate and break her spirit. Hearing this story, Jin-hyuk was once again convinced of how rotten the four powerful beings were inside, and he realized that his revenge would not be in vain. At the same time, he was surprised that the elves from the 300th floor possessed such power that they could not be destroyed simply, even by divine beings with their mana and spells. In such cases, the most effective way was to use a traitor from among one's own to bypass the enemy's strength and achieve the goal. Meanwhile, Elione finished her story by emphasizing that her life was meant to help others and serve the good. But Jin-hyuk objected that this was not the end, because those who made her a slave and took over the kingdom, as well as Elione herself, were still alive and active. He added that it was premature to talk about the end of events, since the end would only come when one of them died. At the same time, he invited Elione to join the confrontation, promising to help her take revenge and restore justice. Meanwhile, Haryu and the others successfully dealt with the brazen attackers and secured their temporary safety. Haryu regretted leaving Jin-hyuk alone with Elione and decided to return to them, not noticing that a monster was waiting behind her. However, before the red orc could touch it, Jin-hyuk suddenly appeared and instantly destroyed the monster with one move. Haryu was shocked by his appearance and asked in surprise why he was alone and where the dark elf had gone. The young man explained that Elione had left, deciding not to join them for now in order to prepare and gain strength. After telling Elione everything, Jin-hyuk offered her joint revenge, but she refused, retaining her independence in the decision. He also admitted that he wanted revenge on both the divine beings and the Star Nine, sharing their desire for justice. Elione stated that she would leave to gain power equal to Jin-hyuk, and once she achieved it, she would return to him again. Before leaving, she asked him his real name, and Jin-hyuk decided not to hide it, revealing her true identity. Upon learning that Jin-hyuk himself, known as the Death Star, stood before her, Elione was shocked and could not hide her surprise. At the same time, she warned that if she died, Jin-hyuk could take her body or soul, after which she disappeared, leaving behind a secret. Meanwhile, Balkan and Miko approached them and insistently suggested that they leave the forest as quickly as possible before new dangerous enemies appeared. Jin-hyuk agreed, noting that staying on one floor for a long time was too dangerous and that it was necessary to get to the 60th floor as quickly as possible. He meant that, for successful advancement to the 60th floor, William promised them certain bonuses and assistance in the future. However, William himself found himself in no better position, as an assassination attempt was organized against him, threatening his life and safety. Moreover, his entire trading company, located on the 60th floor, was attacked, threatening the entire business. The puppeteer was there, desperately fighting off his enemies, realizing that the company on the 60th floor was intended to sponsor the confrontation. If the Stand's connection to William were to become known to the Star Nine, they would quickly deal with them, something the puppeteer was trying to avoid at all costs. Confronting the enemy proved difficult, as these were far from ordinary invaders, but experienced and dangerous opponents. Among the attackers was Jose Yan, the leader of the giant behemoth guild, known for his cruelty and cunning. But he did not act alone. With him was Beck Holio, the head of the White Swallow Guild, who had his own plans and ambitions. Beck Holio ordered Jose Yan not to interfere, but he ignored the order, knowing that there were generous bonuses for eliminating key figures. In response, Beck Holio stated that the White Swallow was stalking William, and he should show respect to avoid serious problems. This angered Jose Yan, and he dismissively stated that he was simply lucky that his men were able to steal important information on the 10th floor. The puppeteer took advantage of the moment, attempting to turn Jose Yan and Beck Hollio into his puppets and use them for his own gain. And he would have succeeded if a new enemy had not suddenly appeared, changing the course of events. This opponent turned out to be Mei, the leader of the guild Partisan, who entered the game with her own interests and power. Besides her, Asur, the head of the Lord of the Divine Guild, appeared, ready to impose strict demands on violators. Descending to the others, Asur declared that by allowing the Phantom Mask to strike, they must now bear responsibility for desecrating the sacred realm. Back Hollio objected that he was not obliged to listen to his instructions, and Jose Yan asked if he was a representative of Cain since he allowed himself such impudence. The puppeteer's situation became extremely dangerous. He was exhausted and surrounded by several heads of powerful guilds, with almost no chance of salvation. However, he did not want to admit his own defeat and intended to fight to the last, until his strength was completely exhausted and his body stopped obeying him. Then he decided to take extreme measures and use the puppeteer technique on himself, which caused genuine surprise and even horror among everyone present. This decision could be considered pure madness, but the puppeteer took this step consciously, not wanting to appear weak, especially in the eyes of William, whose opinion was of particular importance to him. By the time the puppeteer had already directed his attack at the enemies, Back Hollio had managed to realize that he had turned himself into a puppet, controlled by unknown forces that went beyond the permitted limits. It was an attack of monstrous destructive power, and the most sensible thing to do in such a situation was to try to evade it, since resistance would only lead to death. But even despite his desperate persistence, the puppeteer was unable to complete the attack and destroy all of his enemies, as the forces were too unequal. It was at this moment that the Death King Basil and the Demon King Toon arrived, the ones who had managed to climb all the way to the 300th floor, leaving behind hundreds of fallen ones. Their sudden appearance caused great shock among those present, but Asur soon explained that the two were mercenaries, called upon to participate in the general plan and empowered to direct the operation. However, Beck Hollio and Jose Yan were extremely unhappy with this decision, stating that they did not intend to obey the orders of some mercenaries. Asur warned them that this was an order from Cain himself, and any disobedience would be regarded as a challenge to the Star Nine, which would lead to inevitable retribution. But even after these words, they remained adamant, saying that since things had come to this, it was easier for them to leave the Union than to bow their heads. Asur had no intention of letting them go so easily, and deciding that they had dared to rebel against the Star Nine, he ended their lives without hesitation, right on the spot. In an instant, Beck Hollio, Jose Yan, and Mei, the heads of 3 influential guilds, were all wiped out by Asura, setting an example for others that disobeying Cain's orders would not go unpunished. The bodies of the fallen were not left to rot in place. Toon, using his dark power, transformed them into soulless warriors, ordering them to fight to their last breath for the guild. As the resurrected fighters rushed back into battle, cutting down everyone in their path, Thune turned to Asura, wondering where the Phantom Mask had disappeared to. He was genuinely surprised to learn that he was not here, as the Phantom Mask had not yet reached the 60th floor. But this particular location was of the utmost importance due to the trading company located here, which brought in significant income. After a short pause, Toon, without hesitation, put the dagger to Asura's throat, declaring that he was leaving this place since the Phantom Mask was not here. He didn't care at all how this act would be assessed, as disobedience to Cain's orders or as betrayal, because he came to the 60th floor with only one goal: to destroy the Phantom Mask. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was also busy with events. Having completed his business, he headed to Hendrik, who at that moment was busy gathering information. They were just about to discuss the results when their conversation was suddenly interrupted by William's homing pigeon flying into the room. In the letter, William reported that they were attacked and urged Jin-hyuk to get to the 60th floor as quickly as possible. The others were stunned by what they heard and immediately turned their attention to Jin-hyuk, waiting for a decision on what to do next. Jin-hyuk was no less surprised. He didn't expect that anyone would be able to uncover William's affairs since he managed the trading guilds under different names, trying to avoid unnecessary risks. Hendrik noted that everything seemed to be much more complicated because William was one of the strongest who was able to reach the 300th floor, and even an entire army was not always able to resist him. Jin-hyuk explained that if William could intervene personally, he would not have hidden under false names, as this would have deprived him of direct support. Moreover, once William enters into open combat, it will become clear to everyone that his trading guild is connected to the confrontation, and then it will be impossible to hide the alliance. In that case, a full-scale attack will follow, because the Sacred Guild will not miss the opportunity to grind them into dust. Jin-hyuk emphasized that such an outcome must be avoided, and so they would head to the 60th floor to deal with the Sacred Guild squad. Balkan was about to give the signal to transfer the entire group to the next floor when he was suddenly attacked. The attackers turned out to be Toon and Basil, who managed to track down the location of Jin-hyuk and his allies. Both of them possessed incredible destructive power, but the snake familiar was especially dangerous, capable of destroying entire buildings with a single movement. The same fate would have awaited Jin-hyuk and his comrades if they had not managed to teleport to a safer place in time. Jin-hyuk realized that everything was now fitting together. The attack on the trading company and the appearance of Toon and Basil were clearly the work of Cain. However, there was no time to think, because the enemy could attack at any second, and any delay would cost them their lives. Together, Toon and Basil made for a deadly combination. The former was skilled in necromancy, while the latter was a master of snake charming, making them nearly invincible. Hendrik tried to distract one of his opponents by taking over the fight, but this proved extremely difficult. His opponent was Basil, who wanted to add the dragon to his collection, turning Hendrik into a living pet. This insult enraged Hendrik, and in his rage, he launched a powerful attack on Basil, unleashing a veritable storm. Jin-hyuk was confronted by Toon, and although he fought without the support of a partner, his strength, tempered on the 300th floor, significantly exceeded Shane's power. Jin-hyuk became curious about how dangerous this opponent was and decided to fight him one-on-one, ordering Miho and Haryu to help Hendrik. As soon as they left the battlefield, a fierce fight broke out between Jin-hyuk and Toon, a battle between two masters of death, equal in spirit, but different in nature. Toon knew very well that Jin-hyuk was not a pure-blooded necromancer, but possessed the rare power of a spiritual master, and therefore wanted to obtain this ability at any cost. Realizing that the young man would not give up his power voluntarily, Toon decided to take it by force, acting without pity or hesitation. Moreover, he chose a vile path, deciding to strike not at Jin-hyuk himself, but at those who were dear to him, in order to force him to surrender. His targets were Haryu and Miho, who failed to recognize the approaching danger in time and found themselves in his deadly trap. Soon, Toon put forward a cruel condition. If Jin-hyuk did not give him his power, then his comrades would suffer a painful death, without a single chance of salvation. At the same time, fierce and bloody fighting continued on the territory of the trading company, where every corner was ablaze with destruction, and the air was filled with smoke and the smell of metal. Everything around was ablaze, shaking from powerful explosions. But even amidst the chaos and the ringing of metal, William had no intention of retreating and was determined not to give up what was his. Meanwhile, the fighting continued on another floor, where Jin-hyuk, driven by the desire to save Haryu and Miho, decided to engage in close combat so as not to waste a single moment. Thun, consumed by his own ambitions, declared that he would not allow Jin-hyuk to win, intending to take away his power as a spiritual master and become the successor to the Death Star, which struck the young man to the depths of his soul. However, there was no time for reflection, because Haryu and Miho were in mortal danger. They were locked in the body of a monstrous creature and surrounded by an inexorable crowd of undead. Moreover, the monster that had swallowed the girls was trying to burrow deeper into the ground, and with every second their chances of salvation were melting away like snow under the fire of battle. Hendrik also tried to help his comrades, but his intentions were constantly thwarted by Basil, who blocked his path to the goal and forced him to focus on himself. Basil was dangerous, far from an ordinary opponent, but a cunning magician with many secrets, one of which was his ability to release a snake from within the snake itself. Hendrik believed he could change the outcome of the battle if he stopped the monster's attack. But another snake suddenly burst from the snake's throat, causing him to lose his balance. This attack was not simple. The snakebite created a surge of negative memories in the enemy's mind, transmitting them to Basil, who fed on the pain and hatred of others. Absorbed in the emotions of others, Basil became intrigued by the nature of Hendrik's hatred of dragons, and a cold interest gleamed in his eyes. He noted that Hendrik's blood had the power to make him a dragon, and called it a great opportunity worthy of admiration. But such words only added fuel to the fire, and Hendrik's rage flared up with renewed vigor, depriving him of the ability to contain his own anger. Basil, as if on purpose, continued to reproach him, claiming that hatred of dragons was just a petty weakness, unworthy of true strength. He was sure that becoming a dragon was the highest payment and reward at the same time, because he himself killed many creatures in order to collect his snakes and achieve the ideal of beauty. After this, he introduced himself with pride, declaring that he loved everything covered in scales, and promised to help Hendrik love his own nature if he took his side. Hendrik, without flinching, replied that he was the one who destroyed everything that had scales, thus confirming the depth of his hatred. Thus began a real battle, a clash of worldviews where everyone sought to prove their superiority and not give in to the enemy even a single step. Basil summoned one snake after another, creating a deadly chaos that made Hendrik lose his concentration, as every time he was distracted by one, another would attack from the darkness. In the end, Hendrik didn't have time to dodge, and the powerful snake bound his body, causing his muscles to tense with unbearable pain. The young man tried to use the teleporter to escape, but at that moment, Basil approached and activated the ability of Ophiuchus, subduing him. Now Hendrik found himself Basil's slave, and the only way to free himself was to take on dragon form, something his adversary categorically did not believe in. Basil was convinced that Hendrik would never dare to turn into a dragon, because hatred for them burned within him, preventing him from accepting his own essence. At that moment, Hendrik remembered their conversation with Jin-hyuk, when he said that he was not a dragon slayer at all, but only someone who was seeking his truth. Jin-hyuk then pointed at him, reminding him that they were both the ones who had managed to reach the 50th floor after overcoming many deadly trials. He also said that only they could defeat those who had reached the 300th floor if they could unleash all the power hidden in their hearts. Jin-hyuk noted that they were still too weak, but they had to use every opportunity to get closer to victory, no matter the cost. Remembering these words, Hendrik decided to take on his dragon form again, casting aside all the prejudices and fears that had long kept him in shackles. He admitted that he had not yet reached perfection, but he was now ready to use all his power, even if it destroyed him from within. After that, the tide of the battle changed. Hendrik's power flared up like fire bursting from the depths, but Basil only grinned, feeling no fear in the face of his enemy's new appearance. Meanwhile, the battle between Jin-hyuk and Toon continued, turning into a spectacle of truly grand proportions. This confrontation could be called unique, because on the battlefield there met not only two necromancers, but also their armies, fighting with fanatical tenacity. Jin-hyuk noticed that Toon's technique was strikingly similar to the one he himself used in his past life, as if the opponent was copying his every move. Realizing this, the young man cast aside thoughts of saving others and decided to focus only on the duel, believing that defeating Toon would decide everything else. He was confident in his own strength and believed that Toon would not be able to win, even using the Death Star technique, because the true power belonged to him. Such words only increased the rage of Toon, for whom the Death Star was an almost divine image, a symbol of strength and honor. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk disappeared from sight and appeared right in the center of the battle, where a crowd of living dead was raging, leaving the enemy in confusion. Toon thought he had made a mistake and fallen into his own trap, unaware that this move was a carefully thought-out plan by Jin-hyuk. At this time, Jin-hyuk used the Almighty technique, combining divine and demonic energy to summon holy demons. Toon could not believe his eyes, because no one had ever dared to combine two opposing forces that were considered incompatible by nature. No one in the tower's history had ever achieved anything like this, and so Jin-hyuk's name was written into the annals of achievement as an example of the impossible. In the midst of the battle, Jin-hyuk made a sarcastic remark, comparing the Death Star to someone who had also fallen in the face of divine power. Hearing such an insult directed at someone he revered, Toon became enraged and vowed to make Jin-hyuk pay for his blasphemy. However, Jin-hyuk possessed a power that surpassed anything Toon had ever seen, and believed that he would not be able to resist the fusion of demonic and divine energies. But his confidence wavered when Toon unexpectedly blocked the blow, using the summoned monstrous monster as a shield. Then Toon, with icy calm, declared that here and now, Jin-hyuk would pay for his words with his own life. The tide of battle turned again, and Jin-hyuk had to find a new strategy to escape the deadly trap. Moreover, the undead summoned by Toon turned out to be much stronger than he expected, and therefore Jin-hyuk decided to use both powers simultaneously, divine and demonic, risking everything for the sake of victory. As soon as he tried to use both forces at the same time, a system window immediately appeared with a warning that opposing elements cannot act together. However, Jin-hyuk decided to ignore this warning and risked combining two incredible, powerful forces. When he was convinced that the combination was not producing results, he realized that it was time to use his special ability to absorb incompatible energies. Jin-hyuk was strongly influenced by the idea of strengthening himself at any cost to achieve victory over his opponent, and was ready to take extreme measures for this purpose. Despite all the prohibitions and systemic warnings, he still managed to achieve results, and now the undead Toon ceased to be a serious obstacle for him. The youth effortlessly destroyed the powerful protective magic designed to repel the power of the four sacred creatures, an act that shocked Toon. At that very moment, a system window appeared in front of Jin-hyuk again, with a congratulatory message. He had received the special skill, Unified Origin. Divine and demonic power merged into a single explosive impulse. With such power, the young man became indifferent to who stood before him as an opponent. He could destroy anyone. To resist such a colossal force was truly extremely difficult, almost impossible. In the end, the outcome of the battle was decided quickly. Jin-hyuk pressed his sword right to Toon's throat, which he did not expect at all. However, he did not kill, preferring to find out why Toon was so obsessed with the Death Star. At that very moment, memories came flooding back to Toon, and he admitted that he considered himself the ideal owner of the tower. Jin-hyuk then asked if he truly thought so, despite his betrayal of humanity and his previous death. His words provoked fury. Toon responded by declaring that this was incorrect and that the Death Star had been trapped by Star 9. Jin-hyuk was shocked that Toon knew the true reason for his death in his past life, but he couldn't figure out how. Toon continued to deny the accusations regarding the Death Star, claiming that he had always fought on humanity's side, which further surprised Jin-hyuk. However, Toon was not about to give up so easily. He still believed that the Death Star possessed a power far superior to that of the Star 9. He felt genuine pride in this title and did not want to give it up to anyone. The tide of the battle between the two necromancers changed again, and the situation began to develop much more interesting and tense. Toon summoned the Ghost Warriors, and in response, Jin-hyuk activated Balkan's battle skill. At the same time, the Balkan that appeared before his eyes served as an indicator of the enemy's strength. If he was able to independently master the summoning of lower-class ghosts, this already spoke of significant potential. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk noted that if he had not been reborn, Toon would have indeed become the next Death Star. With this in mind, he decided to demonstrate the true difference in strength, to show that his own skills had not yet reached the highest level for an equal fight. The battle was once again reminiscent of the opening stage. Armies of spirits fought among themselves, while necromancers introduced their magical techniques into the battle. Each of them used their own tricks: sudden resurrection of the undead, blocking an attack with a spiritual warrior. Moreover, the still unformed warrior ghosts of Toon, on the contrary, used their disadvantage. They turned into self-exploding entities. Meanwhile, Toon decided to use his main trump card, the skill Advent of Spirits. This technique was reminiscent of a technique that Jin-hyuk had mastered in his past life, a wave of spiritual energy that made one feel as if the power was ready to engulf the entire world. However, even with such techniques, Jin-hyuk's soul remained intact. Jin-hyuk acknowledged that the technique was worthy, reminding him of his former self, and as a reward, he decided to demonstrate his own version of the coming of the spirits. His version was significantly different in power from what Toon had used, and was a clear indication of the gap in power between them. Ultimately, Jin-hyuk won, demonstrating his true power, and promised Toon that their paths would cross again. Toon was disappointed with the defeat, but at the same time felt satisfaction that he was able to fight the real Jin-hyuk. However, things changed slightly. After killing Toon, Jin-hyuk turned him into his ghost warrior. However, the events did not end there. Suddenly, a monster summoned earlier by Toon burst out from underground. He intended to deal with him personally, after everything that had happened, but it turned out not to be necessary. Once Jin-hyuk dealt with Toon, they, along with Haryu and Miho, were able to escape from the trap. At that very moment, a bright, blazing beam of light, reminiscent of Hendrik's breath, flashed over the heads of the group. And it really was Hendrik's breath. At the very moment when all the enemies were defeated, he finished the fight with Basil. After the fight with Hendrik, all that was left of Basil was a mangled shell of a body. Basil could still speak, but it was obvious that he had no strength left, especially to continue fighting. But the most astonishing thing was that Basil suddenly swallowed his own snake named Scylla. After this, they merged with each other, turning into a single being with a common essence. The battle between Hendrik and Basil resumed, and with renewed vigor, Basil was about to prove his superiority over the enemy. The boys were ready to come to Hendrik's aid, but he ordered them not to interfere and forbade them to touch Basil, declaring that he was his prey. From the moment Basil's snake bit Hendrik, he realized something important. Instead of eternal hatred and thoughts of revenge, he forgot for a moment what it meant to fight not a dragon, but another creature. Hendrik's guard dropped for a moment, and in that moment, Basil managed to block the hand holding the sword. Basil believed that victory was already within his grasp, but Hendrik, having assumed the partial form of a dragon, destroyed all his plans and snatched victory from the clutches of defeat. Ultimately, Basil was dealt with once and for all, and the battle itself helped Hendrik reveal himself in a completely unexpected way, showing new facets of his character. Once everyone was assembled, the guys decided to immediately head to the 60th floor of the tower, without wasting a minute and preparing for any surprises. However, Toon suddenly warned that they should not go there under any circumstances, because right now the troops on the 60th floor were led by Asura, who controlled the lower levels of the Holy Empire. Moreover, their strength was impressive. The soldiers' level was completely in line with Toon's, and they could safely be considered paladins of the 300th floor. Meanwhile, Thun added that after the Falins saved Asura, he became fanatically loyal to them, ready to carry out any order without the slightest doubt. As payment for his rescue, he was the only guild leader to receive divine power from a powerful race, increasing his power and capabilities many times over. It is safe to say that the Asura Guild is capable of rivaling the might of the celestial race itself, posing an incredible threat. However, there was one way to turn the situation around: to absorb Thun's flesh, taking his power for himself. Toon noted that he knew about Jin-hyuk's ability to absorb objects, and a dead body could be considered an object to be absorbed. In this case, all of Toon's accumulated power will be transferred to Jin-hyuk, and along with it, he will be able to absorb Basil as well, strengthening his capabilities many times over. Jin-hyuk asked Toon again if he was really ready to take such a step, and received a confident answer that he was ready to sacrifice his body for the sake of victory. The young man was grateful to Toon for his help, and for believing in him even in his past life, realizing that now he simply had no right to lose. After this, Jin-hyuk began the process of absorbing the two bodies with considerable force, carefully extracting their energy for himself. Meanwhile, the resurrected army, using the divine power of Asura, continued to sow chaos and destroy everything in its path, approaching William. William's losses were colossal, but he was not about to give up and decided to first create chaos among the enemy troops in order to divide their forces. But suddenly, as if from the sky, a bright ray of sunlight pierced several buildings at once, making huge holes in them and almost destroying him. He barely managed to survive, but it remained unknown how long his luck would last in such a dangerous situation. He was completely confused and did not understand who was able to discover him and control the divine power until he saw Asura and realized the whole truth. William was surprised to see him, and at the same time noted that Asura did not look much like the legendary Sacred Star. In response, Asura reported that Cain had given him two orders. The first was to punish the useless guild leaders, and the second was to destroy the Phantom Mask and all of his assistants. Asura was obsessed with earning Cain's respect, so he carried out his orders without the slightest hesitation, completely immersing himself in the task. William was well aware of the difference in forces and decided to buy himself some more time to prepare for the next step. He could have tried to fight Asura directly, but he didn't want him to reveal his true identity as the Golden Lich. Asura wasn't naive either, and immediately suspected that he was fighting against someone who was holding back his powers. So he wanted to force William to reveal himself. But the tide of the battle suddenly changed when an uninvited dragon intervened in the fight, disrupting all the opponent's plans. And this uninvited dragon turned out to be Hendrik, and along with him was Jin-hyuk, whose appearance was a real shock for everyone. The guys managed to reach the 60th floor in just one night, defeating Toon and Basil, which turned out to be an incredible achievement. After this, a fierce battle began between Jin-hyuk and Asura, while the others took it upon themselves to destroy the divine army. Since Asur could endlessly resurrect his soldiers with divine power, Hendrik decided to burn them so that not even a trace of their bodies would remain. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk fought with Asura, and at first glance, the fight was going in his favor, demonstrating the impressive agility and strength of the young man. He was even able to cut off Asura's arm with powerful magic, causing serious damage to the enemy. However, such actions could not stop Asura, because his divine power allowed him to instantly restore any losses to his body. Jin-hyuk realized that due to his incredible recovery ability, in order to win, he needed a powerful and swift attack that did not give him time to recover. To create the right moment, he decided to change the course of the fight a little by asking Asura a question that would provoke his emotions regarding the Falins. As expected, the words offended Asura, and he immediately became angry, losing control of his emotions. However, Jin-hyuk had a way to neutralize his divine power, which became the turning point in the battle. Asura was stunned, unable to understand how the undead had managed to dispel his attack until he saw the magical defense of Toon, who stood next to the opponents. Thun's betrayal only increased Asura's rage, driving him to a state of uncontrollable anger. However, facing 3 strong opponents at once was extremely difficult, and Asura had to remain extremely vigilant. The moment Asur focused on Balkan and Toon, he completely forgot about Jin-hyuk, who took advantage of the moment and attacked him from behind. Asur admitted that Jin-hyuk had managed to corner him, but he was confident that it was impossible to defeat him, thanks to his infinite source of recovery. But Asura's confidence quickly dissipated when his body became constrained by Basil's snake, depriving him of freedom of movement. As a result, Asura was driven into a corner and captured by a powerful force, from which it was impossible to escape even with divine power. At least, that's what it seemed to the guys at first glance. But even after depriving Asura of his head, they couldn't kill him completely. It seemed that this was all, and Asura turned out to be immortal. But Jin-hyuk possessed the power capable of destroying even the most resilient creatures. Using the combined power of demonic and divine powers, he created an incredibly powerful attack, capable of wiping out anyone from the face of the earth. And of course, Asur was no exception. His ability to recover could not withstand such destructive force. After Jin-hyuk's blow, Asura's body turned into a real horror that could no longer be healed, finally ending his existence. At the same time, the others joined the boys, reporting that the divine army had also been dealt with, and the threat on this front had finally receded. This was not just another battle, but the first real victory of the confrontation, a step forward that marked change and new possibilities for the future. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk noted that today, the heavens had truly lost, and if this news spread, people would begin to look at the world differently, realizing that the heavens could turn inside out. William caught Jin-hyuk's subtle hint that he wanted him to handle the matter personally, and after thanking the guys for their help, he immediately went to finish what he had started. Immediately after William left, the system issued a wondrous notification that the eye of the pinnacle of evil was now directed at Jin-hyuk, warning of impending danger. The strange warning was accompanied by a powerful earthquake, foreshadowing the approach of something unusual and extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the sky, from which a blinding beam of light burst out, piercing everything around with its bright radiance. Jin-hyuk looked up and noticed that something strange was happening to Asura's body, and a feeling of anxiety gripped him, just like it had in his past life. He realized that there could be no mistakes, and that this power now belonged to Carmen, and this had to be taken into account. Asur seemed to be reborn after healing Carmen, and what was most terrible was that his strength increased many times over, making him almost invincible. Carmen was no fool and had the foresight to imbue Azura with divine power, imbuing him with more than just might. So, in the event of her defeat, Asura could be resurrected as her representative, which meant that now the guys had to fight almost with Carmen herself. Jin-hyuk was overcome with incredible anger, which soon turned into furious rage, because Carmen was on the list of those whom he hated the most in the world. The aura emanating from the young man was monstrously hostile, and Acer noted with curiosity where he got such deeply negative feelings towards Carmen. He was curious, so he asked a question, but having lost his guard, he didn't notice how Balkan and Toon attacked him from behind. However, Asura turned out to be incredibly strong, and stopping their attack was as easy as pie for him, as if he were playing with his opponents. However, Jin-hyuk was not alone. Others fought alongside him, ready to support anyone at a critical moment. Even with Hendrik's destructive power, Asura could not be completely stopped, which only emphasized the enemy's danger. Moreover, Asura could easily defeat Hendrik with a single wave of his hand, throwing him to the ground like a rag doll. Realizing that the situation was critical, Jin-hyuk decided to resort to a well-thought-out plan and asked Miho in advance to use her ability against Asura. Just as Asura was distracted by Miho's charm, Jin-hyuk suddenly attacked him from behind and instantly cut his body into two parts with his sword. But even this powerful attack, capable of wiping out any enemy, was no problem for Asura. He recovered without the slightest effort. The battle's tide had suddenly shifted, leaving Jin-hyuk at a loss as to what to do next, as even the team's combined efforts had failed to cause any significant damage to Azura. Soon, Asura himself launched a counterattack, responding to numerous attempts to somehow injure him by using the destructive technique Heavenly Punishment. Waking up after the powerful attack, Jin-hyuk saw his comrades all around him, wounded and unconscious, and Acer holding Miho in his arms, intending to finish his job. Asura was going to finish them off immediately, starting with Miho, and his intentions were extremely clear and terrible. He tried to strangle her to death, and Miho was in pain, unable to breathe, which brought tears to her eyes. Jin-hyuk was so exhausted that he couldn't move or help Miho, as if the whole world had shrunk in on his helplessness. But at the most critical moment, Gumiho intervened and entered Miho's body, giving her the strength to save herself. However, Gumiho's abilities were limited. She could only temporarily suppress Asura's power and transport the boys to a safe place. After that, Gumiho moved them to the 71st floor of the tower, where a dark forest spread out, causing surprise and curiosity in the children. She explained that there were different ways to get up the tower, and that there was a shortcut to getting to the higher floors, but it didn't earn any points, so they had to go down to a level that matched their strength. Gumiho also noted that Haryu, for example, never went above the 100th floor, although that is where she grew up, developing her abilities. Hendrik was surprised why she chose the Dark Forest, since this area was not yet officially open to the public. Gumiho didn't answer right away and gave the boys time to think, but Jin-hyuk quickly realized that they would be safer here. The nine-tailed fox had reached its limit, unable to interfere freely with the human world. All it could do was help the boys escape using Miho's body. As they parted, Gumiho warned them that this was not the end, and that they would soon return to their lives. So they needed to become as strong as possible, as quickly as possible. However, she did not reveal the secret of how to speed up this process, only advised to listen to everything from him, who could give more specific instructions. Jin-hyuk tried to hold her back to talk longer, but it was too late. Gumiho had disappeared. At this time, the boys were suddenly attacked from afar, which caused them even more questions and anxiety. Jin-hyuk immediately summoned Balkan and Toon, hoping that they would deal with the surprise attacker. However, the intervention turned out to be unnecessary. The attacker was Elione, who simply did not recognize them at first glance. She apologized for the misunderstanding, explaining that she was still sensitive to strangers, and Jin-hyuk responded calmly, asking if she had gathered her army. Elione didn't know how to answer. It was premature to talk about a real army, because in reality, there were only a few dozen dark elves guarding the forest. Their refuge was located right next to the dark Yggdrasil, the new world tree that nourished the elves with strength and vital energy. Elione noted that the tree is of little use for now, as the real Yggdrasil is much more massive and powerful. Having finished telling her story, she immediately asked Jin-hyuk what had happened to them, that they found themselves in such a deplorable state. The boys then moved to a more comfortable and safe place to talk, where they told Eliona in detail about everything that had happened to them. Jin-hyuk refrained from any conversation, feeling the weight of his own guilt for the fact that they had never managed to defeat Carmen. He was tormented by painful thoughts about his own helplessness, about the fact that the strength he possessed was insufficient, and he did not know how to increase it. Suddenly, someone spoke to Jin-hyuk, and the mysterious voice asked with interest whether Bal and Gumiho had sent him here. The young man didn't quite understand who exactly was talking to him and how the mysterious voice knew about Bal and Gumiho. So he carefully asked if he was acting too familiar for a first meeting. The voice replied that they had met many times before, although Jin-hyuk considered this their first meeting and finally introduced itself. Its name was Dark Yggdrasil. He described himself as the very powerful force that Jin-hyuk so desperately needed, the force that could change the course of his destiny. Meanwhile, the others discussed the impending war with the Star Nine, and Elione stated that the Dark Elves would also join the fight on the side of the confrontation. But then, Elione became interested in where Jin-hyuk himself was and why he was still absent from them. At this time, Jin-hyuk was talking with the Dark Yggdrasil, feeling anxious because he did not know what this tree was and how powerful it could be. At that moment, Bal spoke to him, assuring him that the young man had no need to be afraid because he was on his side and ready to support him. After this, the tree extended a branch to Jin-hyuk, in which the fruit of the Dark Yggdrasil was ripening, shining with strange demonic energy. The fruit was ready to be given to the young man, but Jin-hyuk was wary, as such gifts were usually intended only for the royals of the High Elves. Yet it was Dark Yggdrasil, and given the changes the Dark Elves had undergone under the influence of demonic energy, this fruit could be considered truly demonic. By swallowing it, Jin-hyuk could gain incredible demonic power, and most likely become capable of defeating Asura. However, the young man was interested in why Dark Yggdrasil decided to give the fruit to him, since he was something of a deity for the elves, and it would be more logical to give it to Elion. In response, the tree told him the story that preceded the tower's appearance, explaining that its source was created by a god who existed even during the time of the previous tower. This source was a kind of gift to the elves, a manifestation of care and favor towards their creations. The god of the elves loved them and cared for they were beautiful, possessed spirits, and had amazing longevity. Elves were creatures that other races could not compare to, but they had a weakness: pride, blinded by their own beauty. They lived apart from the other races, content with such a life, and therefore could not climb the tower with the same determination as other creatures. As a result, for several thousand years, not a single elf was able to climb the tower, despite all their abilities and talents. Dark Yggdrasil asked Jin-hyuk why he thought the god's creations were trying to climb the tower. The young man replied that this was done in order to become another god, and these creations were their power, like Baal, for example. The tree then asked what he would do with workers who received their pay but failed to complete the task. Without thinking, Jin-hyuk replied that he would naturally kick them out and hire people who would listen to him. But then he realized something important. Dark Yggdrasil explained that this is exactly how it is. At the moment, their creator has great hopes for him and for the Dark Elves, especially for Elion. Nowadays, the elves have become extremely corrupted and have begun to unite with other races, which threatens the order in the tower. At the center of all this chaos is the famous Star Nine, powerful warriors against whom Jin-hyuk dreams of revenge. Dark Yggdrasil noted that, unfortunately, Elion was unable to achieve the power to receive his gift, so he passes it on to the young man. Upon learning this, Jin-hyuk realized he had no reason to refuse and boldly grabbed the fruit, receiving a task from the father of the World Tree to absorb the Dark Elves. Since using such a powerful force without preparation could lead to death, the tree helped the young man avoid mortal danger. It shielded Jin-hyuk with branches filled with demonic energy, which could, to some extent, contain its destructive effects. Meanwhile, the tree called upon Balkan and Toon, ordering them to protect the young man at the moment when he would consume the fruit. When everything was ready, Jin-hyuk gathered his courage and began the process of absorbing the Dark Yggdrasil fruit. At this time, the others were looking for him, but saw only an incomprehensible accumulation of demonic energy flickering among the trees. Har-yu noted that it was probably related to Jin-hyuk, when suddenly a powerful explosion came from behind them. The explosion was caused by Asur, who managed to use the power of the Star Nine's eyes to deliver a precise blow. The boys couldn't allow Asura to mercilessly destroy the Dark Forest, killing the Dark Elves one by one. Asur stated that the fight was pointless, and that they should have brought Jin-hyuk, or at least that relic, with them. By relic, he meant Miho, who had not recovered from the last encounter, probably due to the Gumiho's power. Hendrik thought that the demonic energy was most likely due to Jin-hyuk having absorbed something powerful, and now he needed to buy time. He then asked Har-yu to take the injured Dark Elf and leave the dangerous place as quickly as possible. Har-yu was against this plan, declaring that she would not go anywhere. But Hendrik insisted, explaining that her powers were not enough to protect everyone right now. Asur realized that Jin-hyuk was up to something again, and decided to eliminate Hendrik and Har-yu first, confident that no one could stop him. In the end, Har-yu ran away, leaving Hendrik alone with Asur, ready for the decisive battle. As Asur attempted to attack, Elione fired her bow, catching him in the right arm and turning the tide of the fight. Her arrows were filled with demonic energy, ominous and unfamiliar, radically different from that emanating from Jin-hyuk, and this energy prevented Asura from recovering his strength. Since demonic and divine energy were diametrically opposed, Asura should avoid direct contact, so he decided to deal with Elione first, assessing her capabilities. However, Asura failed to harm her. Hendrik blocked the blow with his powerful sword in time, saving the elf from imminent danger. Moreover, Hendrik also had a special power, Dragon's Breath, which he instantly used, strengthening his defense and attack at the same time. Even when his body was almost destroyed and only one arm remained, Hendrik could still control it, instantly attacking Elione with incredible force. The force of the impact was so enormous that it seemed that this moment would be the end for Elion, and the air around shook with the energy of the collision. Hendrik dragged her across the ground, slamming the elf's body into a tree, and the resulting wounds left her completely immobilized, unable to even move. At that very moment, Ashura noticed the accumulation of demonic energy, and instantly realizing that it was Jin-hyuk, decided to attack him without delay. He might have succeeded without any problems if not for the sudden intervention of Hendrik, who quickly re-entered the battle, attacking Asura. At the point of collision of two incredibly powerful forces, a deafening explosion was heard, shaking the earth and the air around, filling the battlefield with flashes of fire. The explosion left a gaping hole in Hendrik's body, but he confidently stated that he was still able to continue fighting despite the damage. At the same time, Ashura declared that this would be the end of their battle, and that Hendrik would pay for his stupidity right here and now. However, completely focused on Hendrik, Asura did not notice how Har-yu appeared behind him, ready to deliver a surprise blow. Using the power of her deadly sword, Har-yu struck Asura with lightning speed, her speed so astonishing that he had no time to recover. Despite her incredible speed, Asura Har-yu was unable to defeat her. Her attacks only bought her a little time, something the sword itself seemed to warn her about. However, Har-yu had no intention of retreating or giving in, striving to be as helpful as possible, even if her actions only brought a short reprieve. And she actually managed to buy herself some time, striking with incredible speed, each time testing the limits of her own body. Har-yu couldn't hold out in this state for long, and soon blood began to flow from her eyes, signaling excessive strain on her body. Despite this, Har-yu continued to fight, but the speed of her attacks gradually decreased, and Asura immediately took advantage of this moment by grabbing her. Now Har-yu could no longer continue the fight, leaving only the expectation of Jin-hyuk's awakening and the hope for his intervention. The young man had to hurry because Asura intended to turn everything around into ashes, leaving no chance for salvation. Suddenly, the bright light of the heavenly punishment was swallowed by dark energy and instantly extinguished, leaving the battlefield in an alarming darkness. Asura was confused, not understanding what had happened, or where the blinding energy that could have destroyed him had gone. He barely had time to comprehend the situation before he noticed how the awakened Jin-hyuk appeared next to him and struck him right in the face with a powerful blow. Of course, Asura couldn't be defeated with one blow. But now the battle took on a completely new character, where the outcome could be decided instantly. Jin-hyuk now didn't even need the help of the others, including Balkan and Toon, to deal with Asura on his own. With a single attack, he severed Asura's left arm, while Carmen felt her divine power become noticeably weaker. With blow after blow, Jin-hyuk not only gradually weakened Asura, but also absorbed his divine energy, depriving the enemy of his key strength. Asura was confident that even so, Jin-hyuk would not be able to defeat him, since Carmen could instantly restore divine power by supporting him. However, the creature named Tom, created from Jin-hyuk's soul and magical energy, resembled a young man and had a truly insatiable appetite. In other words, it could absorb Asura every time he was restored, until Carmen, who was linked to him, joined him. Meanwhile, Carmen also did not understand what was happening, noticing how her divine energy seemed to evaporate under the influence of an unknown force. She moved to the battlefield to see for herself what had happened and what this mysterious anomaly was. And there, of course, Jin-hyuk was already waiting for her, ready to avenge the events of the past and restore justice at any cost. It reminded him of the moment 10 years ago, when the Star Nine had challenged him to the death and his strength had been almost exhausted. He held on with all his might, continuing to fight, although there was almost no chance of victory, and every minute was incredibly difficult. The young man was so exhausted that he could not even revive the undead, and at that moment, Carmen became the instrument of his defeat, which completed his death. Thus ended the life of Jin-hyuk, a hero, a fighter for humanity, accused of treason and killed by those he trusted most. While absorbing the fruit of dark Yggdrasil, the young man pondered how to destroy Carmen and gain the strength necessary to defeat Asura. Even with magic greater than Asura's power, victory was not guaranteed, as Asura could regenerate again and again as long as Carmen remained alive. Carmen was an incredibly powerful being who was almost impossible to approach, and Jin-hyuk began to think about how to break their connection. Then he remembered that they had similar creatures, and that there were very few ways to transfer power beyond the tower. The most common method was to transfer power to a chosen representative. And if Carmen used this, she could use Asura as her trump card. Jin-hyuk summoned the coming by skillfully using Asura to lure Carmen to the battlefield and test her strength. Unlike the others, she was a being inside the tower, and her personal appearance here made the trick with her greed fatal, leading to disastrous consequences. However, Carmen did not pay any attention to the threat and only laughed loudly, underestimating Jin-hyuk's caution. She stated that defeating her would not be so easy, and that the young man's naivety had doomed him to danger that he could not cope with. Using all the power of her energy, Carmen decided to demonstrate the difference between herself and Jin-hyuk right now, showing the full force of her divine power. But suddenly her strength seemed to evaporate, as if she could no longer hold it in her hands, and thick, scarlet-red blood flowed from her eyes, ears, and mouth. Then Jin-hyuk slapped her hard across the face, as if to remind her that she might have forgotten about the existence of the terrible and unforgiving punishment. They were on the 70th floor of the tower, which meant that Carmen's punishment stretched out over hundreds of invisible floors, accumulating excruciating pain with each passing moment. Meanwhile, Carmen was overcome by a strange feeling of déjà vu, as if Jin-hyuk's gaze, which she saw for the first time today, she had already seen somewhere in the past. It was that same look from Jin-hyuk that had once made her hate him with all her soul, and the memory of it came back to life with painful vividness. Carmen tried to attack him with her divine power, but Jin-hyuk easily absorbed it, as if it were just a weak flash of light before the power of darkness. And in a moment, he was right in front of her, like a shadow that always follows its victim, leaving no chance for salvation. Jin-hyuk then used the right to destroy technique, but for a brief moment, the girl was saved by a flash of her own divine power, weakening the fatal blow. But this moment was only a brief relief, because Jin-hyuk's next attack turned out to be the final one, and finally put an end to Carmen's life. Carmen was overcome with rage, vowing that she would certainly take revenge for the fact that her body had been mutilated by the merciless hand of the enemy. But it was already too late, for Jin-hyuk had accumulated the enormous power of divine strength that Carmen herself had unwittingly given him, and now he released it directly into her. For 10 long years, the young man had been waiting for this moment, and now it had finally arrived, as if all the events had been preparing for just this moment. Meanwhile, the rest of the boys gradually came to their senses, and the elves, possessing quick and precise skills, provided them with all the necessary assistance. However, Hendrik felt that this was not the end, because even after the punishment imposed, it was incredibly difficult to resist someone who had risen above the 600th floor. And this really turned out to be the case. But Jin-hyuk did not expect an easy and quick victory, realizing that every minute of the fight would require complete concentration. After healing herself with divine power, Carmen fiercely declared that the Star Nine was the strongest in the world, invincible and incomparable. Using all her power, she set the forest on fire, and the fire grew to incredible proportions, engulfing everything around like a raging storm. But in reality, it was just an illusion, a clever maneuver designed to distract attention, which Jin-hyuk understood perfectly well. The young man guessed that Carmen was demonstrating her strength only to create a suitable moment for her real attack, hidden under the mask of deception. Two truly monstrous forces clashed, as if the very fate of humanity was being decided in this final battle, where every spark could be the last. However, Jin-hyuk had many more hidden trump cards, which he skillfully used during the battle, changing the course of events in his favor. Carmen also had something to say in response, and despite the increasing punishment that intensified with each use of force, she was not going to stop. But no matter how strong her tenacity, she could not completely ignore the punishments, because the more force she used, the more terrible the retribution became. Yet Carmen ignored the warnings, continuing to unleash her power, convincing herself that her actions were wise and would lead to a rapid increase in power, unlike Jin-hyuk. The young man's guard dropped for a moment, and that was enough for Carmen to strike him with a powerful blow, skillfully taking advantage of the moment. Jin-hyuk couldn't figure out where Carmen had disappeared to after the attack, when suddenly she emerged from under the lava and grabbed his head, like a ghost that had appeared out of nowhere. It was all part of Carmen's carefully thought-out plan to attack suddenly and remove the mask to see who was hiding underneath, revealing the enemy's secret. Seeing that it was really Jin-hyuk under the mask, Carmen was shocked. An incredible surprise gripped her, not allowing her to believe her own eyes. Jin-hyuk was curious, trying to figure out how Carmen was able to recognize him, since his voice and face had changed and he was almost unfamiliar to her. Carmen understood that the young man was trying to avoid answering, so she insisted that everything be said directly, without embellishment or omissions. Jin-hyuk confirmed that she was the very same Death Star that was able to defeat death, and now he has returned to take revenge and deal with the Star Nine. After that, the fight continued. And although Carmen had already expended a lot of energy, she was still able to hold her ground and fight with full determination. However, she could not believe that standing in front of her was the same Jin-hyuk whom she was sure she had killed with her own hands many years ago. However, Carmen had to remain vigilant, because even a moment of weakening meant that Jin-hyuk could instantly take her hand away. Moreover, this was only part of his abilities. He still had that same Tokayabi mask, which possessed a unique combat foresight that predicted the enemy's actions. Using the power of the mask, the young man was literally always ahead of Carmen, anticipating her next movements, as if reading her thoughts and steps. Jin-hyuk tried to instantly cut off her head, but the girl managed to prevent the blow by clamping the blade with her teeth, demonstrating incredible determination. After this, the tide of the battle turned again, and the enraged Carmen released a stream of her power even more powerful than before, causing everything around her to tremble. Despite Carmen's confidence in herself and her victory, her strength began to rapidly deplete, and with each new blow, she was forced to fight against her physical limits. She could no longer easily repel Jin-hyuk's attacks, being severely exhausted. But she still had some of her power left for one last powerful blow. Jin-hyuk knew Carmen was at her limit and foresaw that she was ready to use every last bit of her strength to snatch victory at any cost. Ignoring the punishment, Carmen used the skill Heavenly Punishment, releasing all her remaining power and putting everything she had left on the line. Seeing Carmen's incredible power, the other boys began to doubt whether Jin-hyuk would be able to withstand her attack and win. However, they continued to believe in him, confident that his strength and determination would allow him to win even in such a desperate situation. Looking at what was happening, Jin-hyuk realized that it was impossible to stop or escape from Carmen's attack, and there was only one way left: to use a more powerful weapon. The young man understood that one strong blow to Carmen was enough to destroy her, and this required magical power that surpassed even Carmen's divine might. Jin-hyuk possessed such power, and, approaching Carmen, he commanded all the spirits to turn into demons, ready to obey his will and strengthen his attack. After which began the complex and painful process of merging divine and demonic forces into a single, powerful whole. Jin-hyuk's demonic energy counter quickly surpassed 200, and soon the young man acquired the true, terrifying form of a devil. Now, Jin-hyuk's demonic power was significantly more powerful and larger in scale than Carmen's divine energy, overwhelmingly surpassing her capabilities. Carmen couldn't believe her eyes. A real demon stood in front of her, and she had just used up all her strength in a powerful attack. She was so exhausted that all she could do was simply accept the inevitable defeat and accept the depressing reality. With a powerful blow, Jin-hyuk unleashed all his strength on her, destroying the last remnants of hope for victory. For the first time in a long time, Carmen felt real fear and horror of the enemy. And this feeling intensified her despair and inner anxiety. She desperately tried not to believe in such an outcome, clinging to the tiny remnants of her own strength as if to a life preserver. She didn't care what happened to her after that. All she wanted was to send Jin-hyuk back to the afterlife at any cost. Carmen decided to use the last of her power, completely ignoring hundreds of system warnings about inevitable punishment. However, no matter how strong Carmen was and how much she wanted to win, in this situation, Jin-hyuk was incomparably stronger, and her own condition left much to be desired. The collision of two powerful energies resulted in the creation of a black hole, which finally put an end to this bloody battle. The young man survived, but suffered serious damage to his body due to the side effects of demonization that left a mark on him. Before he abandoned his demon form, Jin-hyuk was eager to finish what he started and take revenge on Carmen to the end, leaving her no chance. Falling to the ground, the exhausted Carmen began to beg for mercy, admitting her mistakes and ready to do anything just so that the young man would spare her. However, the answer to her pleas was obvious. Jin-hyuk felt only hatred for her and an unyielding desire to avenge all the suffering. He mercilessly chopped off her arm and leg and then trampled the girl's face into the ground, demonstrating complete superiority. Carmen continued to beg for forgiveness, promising to be useful to him even in the form of a ghost. But the young man had already made his final choice. He promised himself that he would not leave even her pathetic soul in this world, erasing her existence completely. Carmen tried to escape by becoming just a soul, but unfortunately for her, Jin-hyuk stopped all her attempts, destroying her completely. After this, Jin-hyuk was able to breathe a sigh of relief, canceling the demonization, and loudly proclaimed his victory and long-awaited revenge. The young man barely had enough strength to just stand on his feet, but his loyal comrades were always nearby, ready to lend a shoulder and support him. This moment had a special meaning not only for Jin-hyuk, but for the entire team, as they had all walked this path together, overcoming many challenges. Eliane also came to congratulate the boys, but at the same time informed them that the dark forest was completely destroyed and now requires restoration. Jin-hyuk apologized for the destruction and assured them that he would restore the forest, so there was no need to worry about it. The same applied to finances, since he had a reliable sponsor. At the same time, the Father of the World Tree addressed them with an order to immediately leave the dark forest, warning of the possible danger of the appearance of another Star 9. Moreover, Cain will probably want to avenge Carmen's death, and in his current state, the young man will not be able to resist him and risks a repeat threat. Jin-hyuk understood this, so he decided to temporarily leave the dark forest and reschedule the meeting with Cain to a more convenient time. Sometime later, as the Father of the World Tree had warned, Cain himself appeared at the site of Carmen's death, full of disbelief and shock. He couldn't believe that Carmen had died on the 71st floor, considering it an incredible and almost impossible event. But even more surprising to him was the sign of a 5-pointed star with a death skull, the symbol of Jin-hyuk's Death Star. This symbol was known only to Jin-hyuk himself and the Star 9, so Kaine gradually began to put the dark puzzle together. Considering that Carmen had sent Asura to the Phantom Mask, Cain thought she should be somewhere nearby, but he couldn't figure out the exact location. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk spoke up and admitted that he was the Phantom Mask, and that he was the one who killed Carmen, leaving no room for doubt. Cain refused to believe it, believing that the young man was just bluffing. But with the help of magic, Jin-hyuk made him see the moment of Carmen's death. After this, Cain became enraged. The anger that engulfed him was stronger than an awakened volcano, and he demanded an explanation for how Jin-hyuk dared to kill a member of his family. Jin-hyuk replied calmly that there was nothing terrible about it, because when he himself betrayed and killed his comrades, he did not blink an eye, and the death of his sister was no worse. Moreover, the young man warned Cain that there would be another, and that the murder would be slow and painful, starting from the feet. Cain's anger reached its limit, and he lost control, destroying the skull, intending to kill Jin-hyuk before he could find him. Soon, this news spread throughout the tower, and it was enough to stir up all the inhabitants and participants. Hundreds of rumors, discussions, and speculations quickly filled the conversations, and the main topic became only one: the ghost mask and its incredible power. After Carmen's death, many lost their fear of the sacred warriors and began to speak out against them, setting an example for others. Carmen's death and the challenge to the Phantom Mask became the motivation for the remaining members of the Star Nine to fight against the unjust government. The Holy State had lost its leader, the Star Nine, and could no longer maintain its former power and influence. Other guilds began to put pressure on them, and the one who violated the will of heaven seemed to disappear into the shadows, turning into a ghost. Within a few months, the tower was literally plastered with wanted posters for the Phantom Mask, raising alarm among everyone. Not only Jin-hyuk was wanted, but also Hendrik, Haryu, Miho, and even Balkan, as they were all connected to the events that shook the tower. Moreover, people have increasingly started to say that the Phantom Mask is actually Jin-hyuk, who was known as the Death Star in the past. Although it was difficult to believe, no one ruled out this option, because he left behind many mysterious hints and hidden signals. Jin-hyuk called Donas over to talk about him, but he only laughed and mockingly asked Cain if he was really obsessed with the idea of Jin-hyuk's death. Cain, of course, did not like this statement at all, and he demonstratively showed that it was better not to say such words to him. However, Donas continued, claiming that Cain was only pretending to be strong, but was actually afraid, because he could be Jin-hyuk's next victim. Cain realized that Donas had analyzed everything thoroughly and intended to use Jin-hyuk to remove him and seize power. Meanwhile, Donas noted that Cain seemed to have finally realized that he and his sister could only appear to be leaders because they possessed 2 of the 9 elements of power. But now that his power had become equal to that of the rest of the Star Nine, or had disappeared altogether, his power had ceased to exist and was crumbling like sand. Apart from Donas, no one showed up to the meeting at Cain's call, which only confirmed the latter's words and intensified the feeling of betrayal. Cain was filled with rage and could not believe that the others actually thought the same as Donas, planning to share his power. The rest of the Star Nine actually intended to take advantage of Cain's death to divide his influence and resources among themselves. Anger enveloped Cain, and his desire to take revenge on Jin-hyuk with his own hands became almost insane, beyond measure. However, no matter how strong his appearance seemed, Cain remained only a healer, and therefore the Star Nine did not fear him at all. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk, having learned of Cain's first steps, decided to act, realizing that delay could be costly. At this time, William discussed with Elion and the puppeteer the plan for Cain's possible attack on Jin-hyuk, assessing his meticulous and dangerous nature. He noted that Cain was using all possible methods to harm the young man, but it would be difficult for him to quickly move to action due to the observation of the Star Nine. Any help to Cain from the others would only hasten the fall of the Holy State, so everything had to be done carefully and secretly. To implement his plans, Cain needed money to capture the members of the standoff on the lower floors and prepare everything down to the smallest detail. At this point, William was about to sell all his assets, realizing that such an operation would be extremely expensive, but necessary. Elion was surprised and asked if money would give them the power they desired, to which William replied that money only created dependence and did not bring true power. If Jin-hyuk took revenge by killing everyone, William wanted to take revenge in a different way, turning people into hostages of his greed and addictions. Therefore, he asked the puppeteer and Elion to get ready, because very soon they would have to face many difficult and important tasks. Part of the plan was already ready, and all that remained was to hope that after several months of inaction, the guys had become significantly stronger and more experienced. Meanwhile, several thugs were already hunting for the members of the confrontation, and the first one on their way was Miho. They tried to attack her by surprise, firing magical weapons. But a stranger suddenly appeared and reflected all the projectiles with his power. The hunters were amazed because it was incredible and beyond the limits of normal possibility to reflect magical projectiles so easily. But an even greater surprise was the stranger's appearance, which seemed painfully familiar and reminiscent of someone from the past. He was dressed in a white kimono and jacket, and his strength radiated a monstrous power that made even the strongest opponents tremble. This description fit only one person. Battlestar Kyung-hoon, Jin-hyuk's former loyal comrade. Over the course of these few months, the boys finally reached the 100th floor. Although it took longer than they expected due to the need to hide their identities. Hiding themselves and climbing up the ladder turned out to be much more difficult than it seemed at first glance, but they were able to achieve their goal through persistence. While they waited for the others, Jin-hyuk suggested that Haryu visit the Tokaibi village, but she replied that there was no time for such an adventure now. The young man understood that the village was very close, and he guessed that Haryu, deep down, agreed to a short stop. He himself was not against going there, and convinced Backlund and Toon to join in to provide support and protection if necessary. Left alone, Jin-hyuk decided to take stock of everything they had achieved over several months of intense training and effort. All this time, they had been successfully developing their powers, but Kane remained extremely strong, and Jin-hyuk's summoning skills might prove insufficient. He defeated Carmen because she had completely exhausted her strength trying to overcome the punishment. But Kane was more experienced and dangerous. To defeat Kane, who meticulously prepares for everything, Jin-hyuk must become stronger and surpass him in skill and strategy. The key to enhancing his abilities was in Kyung-hoon's possession, so the young man wanted to meet him and his teacher, Emperor Tess, to gain knowledge and experience. He was confident that the Necromancer's abilities and Tess's combat techniques would help him approach Kane's strength and overcome his advantage. At that moment, Jin-hyuk was wondering where Kyung-hoon was when suddenly a powerful explosion was heard from the nearby Tokabi village. The culprit of the explosion turned out to be Hamiel, who, as promised, was waiting for them on the 100th floor, demonstrating her mighty power. Jin-hyuk sensed her divine energy and was about to rush to help the others when he was suddenly attacked by Donis. The young man was surprised when Donis descended to the 100th floor and, without warning, began the fight, demonstrating incredible strength and skill. As expected, the swordsman Donis was much stronger than Jin-hyuk and could easily defeat him despite the punishment and restrictions. Donis hated Jin-hyuk for the past, when the young man was betrayed, but he remained strong, which only increased Donis's irritation and anger. And even with all of Donis's efforts, he was unable to defeat Jin-hyuk, and the young man only laughed at him, remaining invincible and collected. Today, Donis went down to the 100th floor to see Jin-hyuk, driven by a thirst for revenge for that shame, ignoring all prohibitions and possible punishments. Jin-hyuk was genuinely surprised that Donis was willing to accept the consequences for the sake of a duel, and at the same time, he was not going to give in so easily. He decided to act decisively and immediately resort to demonization, the same powerful force that had once helped him defeat Carmen. In the blink of an eye, Jin-hyuk appeared in front of Donis and struck first, depriving him of the opportunity to react in any way. Donis didn't understand what was happening and why, with each of their meetings, Jin-hyuk became stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk noticed that it seemed like Donis's ugly face was finally showing and mockingly called him a donut. These words hurt Donis especially deeply. In his past life, he was quite attractive and popular, and even had plastic surgery to look like Jin-hyuk. Because of his scary face, Donis remained the most unpopular among those around him for a long time, and secretly envied Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk noted that despite all of Donis's efforts to become like him, he would never be able to completely replicate him due to his vile nature. These words only made Donis even more angry, and he firmly decided that he would do everything to silence Jin-hyuk forever. Confident in his own strength, Jin-hyuk unleashed greed, commanding the demonic entity to tear Donis apart. However, Donis was also unusually strong and far from weak, as he deservedly earned the title of the best swordsman. Using otherworldly power, he managed to repel Greed's attack and cut off Jin-hyuk's arm with one precise blow. While things were going badly for Jin-hyuk, the situation for Haryu, Balkan, and Toon was also extremely tense. Haryu hated Hamiel for burning the village, but she hated herself even more for being powerless against her. Despite this, Haryu did not give up and gathered her strength to resist Hamiel, because all these months she had been training hard and tempering her spirit. Moreover, for the sake of revenge, she was ready to use the full power of her sword, despite its unreliability. Hamiel just chuckled, surprised that Haryu would dare to use a sword of dubious power. However, Haryu found inner peace and no longer responded to Hamiel's provocations. Now she was different, ready to fight with her own strength and not rely on someone else's power. The girl learned to maintain clarity of consciousness and control the power of the sword, which was a real shock for Hamiel. At this time, Jin-hyuk was forced to retreat, not expecting their fight to take such a sudden turn. He didn't understand how Donis could use magic and swordsmanship at the same time, considering him an ordinary swordsman. Donis's strength was many times greater than his own, despite Jin-hyuk's months of rigorous training. He understood the reason for this sudden leap. Donos had been imbued with demonic power for the murder, like a faithful dog that obeys its master completely. Jin-hyuk didn't want to let Donis win, but their forces were too unequal. Donis possessed the best sword techniques and demonic energy in the tower, making him nearly invincible to Jin-hyuk. The young man tried to hold him back, but Donis was too strong and instantly pierced him with his sword. With a powerful blow, he killed Jin-hyuk, finally avenging his past humiliation. Donis's joy knew no bounds. He was able to take revenge on the Death Star Jin-hyuk for all the insults he had shown. However, Donis only half believed in Jin-hyuk's death, knowing that he could not be killed so easily. Jin-hyuk pulled out the sword from his body and activated One Origin, Deification, merging his magical and divine powers into one. Since demonic power was not effective against Donis, he decided to resort to divine power. Donis couldn't believe his eyes. Jin-hyuk's severed arm had grown back, and his magical energy had suppressed the blows. Jin-hyuk always exceeded Donis's expectations and showed new limits of strength, which incredibly irritated the young man. Wanting to kill Jin-hyuk at any cost, Donis realized that his power was now useless against him. Using heavenly punishment, Jin-hyuk reduced the surrounding area to rubble, dealing the most damage to Donis himself. Unable to withstand the divine might, Donis lost, and his body was cut in half. Approaching him, Jin-hyuk reminded him that 10 years ago, Donis was the strongest among the Star Nine, and even Jin-hyuk himself believed in him. Ultimately, Donis trusted in the power of the demons, which weakened his sword and led to his defeat. Things could have been different if Donis had honed his skills. Then he could have defeated Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk's condition was also debilitating, as using the elements in two ways took a heavy toll on his body. His goal remained to become so strong that he could use the powers of the elements naturally and without harm to himself. But before that, he had to take care of Donis's soul, which remained in danger. Meanwhile, the battle between Hamiel and Haryu continued, and unexpectedly, the leadership turned out to be on the side of Haryu. Haryu's attack speed was so fast that Hamiel barely had time to recover, and the skill Battle Foresight gave Haryu an even greater advantage. Hamiel didn't even notice how, in an instant, Haryu grabbed her by the neck and delivered a powerful blow, securing her superiority. This blow became the culmination of their confrontation, and now Haryu was the clear leader in the battle, confidently controlling every next step. Haryu launched one attack after another, leaving Hamiel no time to breathe or think. But Hamiel couldn't afford to lose, because she considered herself the strongest in the tower and the one who was able to rise to the very top, beating all her competitors. Ignoring all system warnings and penalties for violations, Hamiel activated a powerful skill, Advent, capable of changing the course of the battle. This step was her last and desperate one, which Hamiel did not want to resort to, but the desire to win forced her to reveal all her hidden strength. Haryu didn't want to let Hamiel gain the upper hand and get close to Jin-hyuk, but she herself was powerless against her opponent. Hamiel was ready to do anything, to sacrifice anything, just to instantly obtain the supreme power of a deity. She ended up trading her body for Sandalphon's short-lived but incredibly powerful power in order to defeat Haryu at any cost. After that, Hamiel dealt a devastating blow with heavenly punishment, and it seemed that not a trace of Haryu remained, as if the earth itself had swallowed her up. At least, Hamiel was confident that one blow would be enough to destroy the enemy. But suddenly, someone dispelled her heavenly punishment, and this savior turned out to be not Jin-hyuk, as she first thought, but the mighty Gyung-hoon, who appeared as if out of nowhere. Not only did Kyung-hoon save Haryu from certain death, but he also unleashed an incredible force on Hamiel, slamming her face into the ground. His monstrous strength could wipe out any deity from the face of the earth. It seemed that the blows were simple hands, but their power went beyond all limits. Hamiel instantly recognized Kyung-hoon, one of the strongest members of the Star Nine, and Haryu did not hide her surprise at his appearance. After Kyung-hoon dealt a devastating blow, Hamiel's connection with Sandalphon was immediately severed, even though it happened with just one move. Hamiel continued to yell that Kyung-hoon would answer for this, since he had challenged the higher beings, but he didn't care at all. Moreover, the higher beings angered his teacher, Emperor Tess, who possessed a power capable of resisting even the gods. Realizing the critical situation, Hamiel tried to escape with all her remaining strength, warning that Kyung-hoon would pay dearly for it, but she was unable to escape. Kyung-hoon declared that he was not going to let her go and prepared to deliver the final blow. Having gathered all his power into his fist, he used the power capture technique, leaving no trace on Hamiel's body, destroying her completely. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk bound Donus's soul to learn about Kane's plans and the actions of his allies on the upper floors of the tower. However, Donus stubbornly refused to disclose the information, only warning that one of the angels had descended to the 100th floor with the intention of killing them. In response, Jin-hyuk absorbed his hand, grinning, and stated that if that were true, he would no longer be standing in front of him. He reported that an angel named Hamiel had already lost to Kyung-hoon and was now moving towards them, completely changing the balance of power. The young man noted that he knew Kyung-hoon well and was confident that he would not betray him. But suddenly, Kyung-hoon appeared behind him with unfriendly intentions. Out of the blue, Kyung-hoon attacked Jin-hyuk. Although the reason was logical, he did not believe that it was the same Jin-hyuk in front of him. Jin-hyuk tried to explain that it was himself from the past, but Kyung-hoon continued to doubt and did not trust his friend's words. Meanwhile, Haryu and Balkan joined them, not understanding what was happening and why their comrades had suddenly entered the battle. The fight between the two friends from the past continued until Jin-hyuk decided to put an end to it and try to clear the air about the whole situation. Since Kyung-hoon couldn't believe Jin-hyuk's words, he decided to recall events that only he knew. He told how, at the age of 5, while in an orphanage, Jin-hyuk wet himself, and Kyung-hoon, upon hearing about it, immediately ran to the toilet in tears. After this, the boy began to be called a piss, and this story left an unpleasant mark on his childhood, making him vulnerable. Jin-hyuk also mentioned how Kyung-hoon once fell onto a blanket that was the one described, but Kyung-hoon couldn't stand it anymore and hit his friend. The guys argued a little more. Kyung-hoon was angry at Jin-hyuk for not asking him for help immediately after his reincarnation. Yet, despite his anger, Kyung-hoon remained a loyal comrade with whom Jin-hyuk went through many battles and trials. Meanwhile, Kane gathered representatives of all races, professionals in the destruction of extra weeds, with the exception of Hamiel. Hetz was present from the demons, Kanan from the dragons, and the temporary representative of the heavenly race was Maria, who replaced Hamiel. The reason for the sudden gathering was simple: to discuss a plan to destroy the Phantom Mask and its allies in order to eliminate the threat. Everyone present was glad to have the opportunity to destroy Jin-hyuk and his comrades, as he had been getting on their nerves for a long time. But suddenly someone attacked Maria, piercing her with a spear and killing her right there on the spot. And it turned out to be Hamiel. Miraculously surviving the battle with Kyung-hoon, she radiated hatred and destroyed Maria, ready to do anything for revenge. At this time, Jin-hyuk was angry at Kyung-hoon for letting Hamiel escape and ruining the plan. Hamiel stated that she wanted to take revenge on Jin-hyuk and the others, but the higher being said that this was now impossible because she did not have angelic wings. Enraged, Hamiel declared that if she was not accepted, she would kill until she found someone who would agree to accept her. Suddenly, another representative of the higher beings appeared behind her, reminding her of her place and the limits of her power with a powerful blow. It turned out to be Moog, a representative of the giant race, who managed to reach the 620th floor, the highest level among all other races. Hamiel felt the full force of his blow and realized that even her insatiable thirst for power would not allow her to resist a real giant. Moog gently reminded her that every being's place was limited, and Hamiel's attempt to step outside of that limit would lead to inevitable consequences. Hamiel, assessing her situation, understood that fighting such opponents would require all her remaining strength if she wanted to survive even for a moment. Meanwhile, Kanan curiously asked Muga why he was late for the meeting, and Muga explained with a smile that he was only hunting a small bug, which, to his disappointment, escaped. At this time, Hendrik returned to the boys, all beaten, exhausted, and bloody. After which, having barely set foot on the ground, he lost consciousness, unable to bear the severity of the wounds he had received. After some time, Hendrik came to and shared his impressions with the others. He had encountered a giant whose strength turned out to be much greater than he could have imagined, leaving him in an almost hopeless situation. Moog, as it turned out, had suddenly attacked him in the middle of a deserted space on the 120th floor, and one single blow was enough to make the situation critical and decisive. Kyung-hoon noted that the entire tower had now learned about Jin-hyuk, and all eyes and attention were now focused solely on their group, which greatly increased the danger. He managed to quickly locate his comrades, but he understood that the enemies could find them in the same way, which made any movement extremely risky. That's why Kyung-hoon asked Jin-hyuk why he revealed himself at that moment, putting everyone in danger, when any mistake could cost them their lives. However, Jin-hyuk had a good reason. He did not reveal himself without reason, but sought to complete an important quest from Baal, on which further events depended. In addition, they managed to collect a significant amount of rare materials needed to craft powerful and unusual weapons that could change the outcome of future battles. After completing Baal's quest, Jin-hyuk wished to obtain a weapon that he could use continuously while climbing the tower, planning to use it to confront Cain himself. Since all the necessary materials had been collected, the boys decided to go to the second floor to see the old master Mu-yeon, so that he could begin work on creating the desired weapon. However, when they came to Mu-yeon and asked if he had finished analyzing the diagram for production, they received a refusal and apologies. The master said that he could not begin work immediately. Even though the materials were fully prepared and Mu-yeon was considered the best blacksmith of all time, he explained that the matter was much more complicated than it seemed at first glance. It wasn't just a complex design. It required meticulous work, attention to detail, and the ability to cope with time pressure, making the task nearly impossible to complete alone. Mu-yeon admitted that he was not capable of making such a weapon on his own, but with an assistant of approximately the same level, it would be possible, albeit with great difficulty. This turn of events left Jin-hyuk disappointed. He had been collecting rare materials for a long time, and now he couldn't get the weapon he wanted right away, feeling his strength and patience waning. However, there was no turning back. And realizing that finding a blacksmith of Mu-yeon's caliber was practically impossible, Jin-hyuk decided that he would master this skill himself, despite all the difficulties. The young man confidently declared that he was ready to work with Mu-yeon, promising to master the art of blacksmithing and become the best master in just one day. After this, the difficult process of teaching Jin-hyuk new skills began, requiring patience, persistence, and concentration on every tiny movement. Hundreds of trials and errors, Mu-yeon's stern comments, and constant adjustments. All this was necessary to get closer to the level of a true master in a short time. At times, the young man thought he had already understood everything, but at critical moments, when it came to completing the work, he invariably made mistakes, disrupting the entire process. This made him incredibly angry, but he did not give up and continued to try, striving to master the basics of the craft as much as possible, despite the growing feeling of frustration. At some point, Mu-yeon suggested stopping, explaining that further attempts would only be a waste of precious iron if they continued at the same pace. However, the true meaning of his words was not entirely direct. Mu-yeon told Jin-hyuk to first wash himself and prepare all the materials along with Baal's instructions for the next stage of work. Although the sword was never fully forged, Jin-hyuk managed to create synthetic iron, an extremely capricious and complex material that not all top-level masters can handle. While Jin-hyuk was trying to master blacksmithing, the rest of the guys were not idle and were also training, developing their skills and strength. Miho and Haryu asked Kyung-hoon to teach them a deeper understanding of martial arts, but progress was slow, and no significant results were yet visible. The training proved to be extremely grueling, but Haryu was determined to become stronger and prepare for future challenges. Meanwhile, Hendrik, who had barely recovered, joined the guys and decided to join the training, trying to make up for lost time and strengthen his strength. Suddenly, behind the boys, an explosion of incredible power was heard, coming from the very same Muyon workshop where work on the new weapon was in full swing. When they arrived at the scene of the explosion, they saw Muyon lying on the ground and immediately began asking if he was okay and what had happened in the workshop. Muyon calmly replied that everything was fine, explaining that this was exactly what the process of creating the strongest weapon looked like when success did not come on the first try. As a result of all his efforts, Jin-hyuk managed to recreate the very weapon that greatly enhanced his combat capabilities and gave him an advantage over his enemies. Meanwhile, Balkan and Toon continued to interrogate Donis, but despite the torment and the rupture of his soul, he remained silent, like a fish, not subject to pain. Moreover, at one point he laughed, stating that his soul was almost gone, and that those who tortured him would soon die themselves at the hands of Cain, demonstrating incredible resilience. Unfortunately for him, the situation was different. By this time, Jin-hyuk, who possessed the power of soul restoration, had appeared, which meant that Donis's torture could continue for a long time. Despite the long and painful trials, Donos remained silent, without uttering a word, demonstrating amazing patience and willpower. However, after some time, Donis finally spoke and revealed that Cain was creating a weapon designed to destroy the tower, which was striking in its scale and danger. He admitted that he did not know all the details, but he was sure that this weapon contained the power of a deity and demons, which made it extremely dangerous for the entire world. Donos asked Jin-hyuk to trust him, noting that even the Star Nine refused to support Cain. He betrayed the guild and used the collected funds for his own secret purposes. Jin-hyuk decided to stop there for now, but since he couldn't completely absorb Donis's soul, it was decided to absorb it slowly in order to maintain control over the process. After this, Jin-hyuk gathered the others and told them that Cain would soon begin to get rid of those who were unnecessary in the hunt for them, which meant that the situation would soon escalate. This meant only one thing. The guys would have to meet the most cunning and cruel member of the Star Nine, who would be extremely difficult to fight. But at the same time, one could not forget about the sacred beings, who had already brought much horror, and it was unknown when and what race would appear again, adding unpredictability to future events. And most importantly, it remained unknown what kind of weapon Cain was talking about, leaving the guys in suspense and anticipation. However, there was one thing they could still choose: a battlefield that the enemy knew about, which gave them at least some strategic initiative. Hendrik suggested that they fight right on the 100th floor, but Kyung-hoon objected, explaining that after the previous fight with them, he realized that they were not yet ready to meet an army of sacred beings. At the same time, Cain found himself in deep confusion, because, having gone through all the possible options, he realized that a place that completely met all the conditions simply did not exist. However, Jin-hyuk insisted that such a place did exist. It was located at a moderate altitude, and oddly enough, their allies lived there, and this place was also well known to Hendrik. 2 weeks later, the guys found themselves on the 191st floor of the great city, amazed by the size and grandeur of the buildings around them. Disguised, they managed to sneak into the city, bypassing security and numerous checks, only to find the hideout where Uriel and the others were hiding. Having moved to a more secluded and quiet place, the guys discussed their next plan of action, and Jin-hyuk urged everyone to be extremely careful, as the Muke tribe had probably set traps and were carefully hidden. And suddenly, completely unexpectedly, Uriel managed to find the guys much earlier than they managed to find her themselves. Without really explaining anything, she grabbed Jin-hyuk and asked the others to hold on tight, and then instantly transported them to a completely different place. After this, the guys found themselves high above the ground, almost above the clouds. And Uriel, apologizing for her abruptness, explained that this was necessary to reduce her time spent on the surface. After all, their refuge, and along with it the future battlefield, was located in the legendary City of Dreams, hidden from prying eyes. Jin-hyuk noted that he had heard of such a place before, and that it was hidden somewhere in the tower, but he never thought that it could be protected in such a cunning way. At the same time, he asked Uriel how she managed to find them, and she told him that she used a special feather that she had once given him. Meanwhile, Uriel reassured the boys, assuring them that they should not worry about the battle taking place in this place, since their arrival and the future battle itself had already been predicted to them. God, or an angel abandoned by heaven, known as Lucifer, who watched the events from afar. Afterwards, Uriel took Jin-hyuk to the temple so he could meet with the local god and discuss the upcoming events. However, a priestess met them at the door, informing them that they would have to wait a little since the warriors were still finishing their prayers, paying tribute to old traditions. Once the ritual was completed and the warriors left the hall, Jin-hyuk was finally able to enter, feeling both awe and tension. However, not everyone present felt joy at the sight of Jin-hyuk, and some secretly harbored hatred towards him, trying to hide their true feelings. Only Jin-hyuk could enter Lucifer's office, so their conversation had to be held privately, without any outside witnesses. Later, Jin-hyuk invited Baal and Kumiho to a conversation, asking them why they were helping him in the upcoming battle with the sacred creatures and why they had saved him earlier. Lucifer promised to explain everything himself and began to tell the story of how, before the beginning of the tower's history, there was an eternal battle that left an indelible mark on the world. The immortal beings fought endlessly to maintain their power, defending it at any cost. And then came a time reminiscent of real hell, where the fatigue of war was felt by everyone. Everyone was already exhausted from the constant fighting, and someone ingeniously created a tower, letting various creatures into it to compete with each other instead of continuous bloodshed. This became a kind of replacement for eternal war. But the system of eternal competition failed, which led to the destruction of sprouts, destroying harmony and order. The deities of the sacred beings exterminated those who possessed special abilities, and then a real race for dominance began inside the tower. Jin-hyuk realized that this meant the need to overthrow and deprive the sacred beings of their power. That is, to directly confront their powers and influence. After which, Lucifer made a prophecy to the young man that he was destined to do this for their sake and for the entire future fate of the world. However, Jin-hyuk only laughed, asking Lucifer if he seriously thought he would fight for anyone other than his own revenge. Of course, the young man had no intention of giving up his own path of revenge, but nevertheless, he did not want to become a pawn in the hands of Lucifer and the others. To this, Lucifer smiled and said that his words were sufficient, and now the prediction would definitely come true, no matter how rebellious Jin-hyuk was. After the conversation, Jin-hyuk turned around and left, leaving Lucifer the right to think as he wanted, but making it clear that no one should interfere with his plans. The young man was unhappy with the current situation and decided to talk about his experiences with Uriel in order to find support and understanding. However, the oddities didn't end there. After leaving the temple, Jin-hyuk saw a sacred warrior named Benil trying to start a fight with the boys, clearly in a hostile mood. Uriel also could not understand the reasons for such behavior, and Benil explained it as revenge and war, claiming that these matters could not be trusted to anyone. Naturally, Jin-hyuk didn't like his words, and he decided to teach the impudent man a lesson by showing strength and determination. Moreover, after meeting Lucifer, Jin-hyuk's mood was extremely bad, and it could be said that Benil got into trouble at the most inopportune moment. The boys were already prepared for a serious fight to find out who was right, when the temple priestess suddenly intervened, ordering an immediate end to the clash. Just one swing of her staff was enough to make the boys lose the ability to move and were forced to drop their weapons. She then told them to think carefully about their decisions and keep their true purpose in mind, instructing Uriel to escort the guests to their overnight accommodations. Before leaving, Jin-hyuk couldn't help but make a caustic remark to Benil, noting that he was extremely lucky to have escaped serious consequences. This made Benil even more angry, and he promised himself that he would do everything to drive Jin-hyuk out of heaven and avenge the insult. In a conversation with Jin-hyuk, Balkan noted that the local heavenly warriors were quite strong, which was not surprising since they had spoken out against the atrocities of the heavenly race and were exiled for it. At the same time, Jin-hyuk was irritated that Benil, for some reason, decided to conduct training for his warriors right under his windows, disturbing his peace and concentration. Furthermore, Benil continued to show disrespect for humans, claiming that Lucifer's swordsmen were superior to ordinary humans in every way. Balkan noted that Benil could indeed become a serious problem, as if he pointed his sword at Jin-hyuk, it would threaten to hinder the future war. Jin-hyuk took Balkan's words too seriously and decided it was time to personally settle the conflict with Benil using force and fists. Benil laughed at Jin-hyuk's determination and said that if he hit him right now, he would become the enemy of the entire heavenly army. However, the young man was in no hurry to engage in a normal fight, but activated Demon Attack, which stunned and frightened all the warriors present. At this point, Jin-hyuk asked Benyil if the ability to use the power of a demon and a deity reminded him of someone, subtly pointing to Lucifer. Out of fear, the warriors immediately rushed to bow to Jin-hyuk, mistaking him for Lucifer himself, and for a moment froze in trembling awe. Deciding that he was an apostle of Lucifer, the warriors immediately knelt down and began to obey his orders without question, completely ignoring Benil's presence. Jin-hyuk, wanting to slightly mock them, ordered Benil to personally bring him water, as if testing his patience and obedience. This unexpected order brought joy to the warriors, who decided that the apostle of Lucifer had just chosen their commander as his loyal subject. Benil, despite his inner anger at Jin-hyuk, still obeyed and carried out the order without a single word of protest. The guys spent almost a week in the city of their dreams, devoting time to training together and trying to get stronger, making the most of every moment. During this time, they managed to establish friendly ties with each other, and Haryu noted that with each training session, she felt her strength increase, recalling the times when she was just beginning to conquer the tower. At the same time, she was troubled by the feeling of impending danger and the restless days filled with the anticipation of an important battle. As soon as Haryu expressed her concerns, everything around her changed, and something destructive pierced the tower's barrier. The unexpected began. The enemies, having unexpectedly discovered the boys' location ahead of time, suddenly attacked them with inexorable determination. As a result, the floating islands began to fall to the ground, as the city could only remain aloft thanks to the power of the great priestess, who was currently in the temple with the warriors. It was there that the collapse began, and the fall of the islands meant only one thing: the priestess died. She tried with all her might to stop the islands from falling and somehow save the rest, but her efforts were in vain. The priestess noted that, unlike them and him, they valued life, but Cain considered it an insult to attack his god and decided to destroy her right there on the spot. But he was unable to accomplish this. Jin-hyuk intervened in time and managed to protect the priestess from certain death. Jin-hyuk then ordered Benyil to take care of the priestess, leaving him alone with Kaine. Cain was amazed by the truth of what was happening and the fact that Jin-hyuk had actually managed to resurrect himself. But his desire to kill the enemy did not weaken. Before the great battle began, Jin-hyuk wanted to know from Cain if he ever regretted killing him. With a slight smile, Cain replied that no, because he had already received his divine punishment, and the only thing he regretted was that he couldn't completely get rid of Jin-hyuk. This answer suited Jin-hyuk, because now it would be much easier for him to destroy the enemy. After this, the very battle began, which can rightly be called decisive. The outcome of the battle was to determine the fate of the entire world and the continued existence of the tower. Before heading into battle, Uriel laid out the plan. The boys had two main tasks: destroy the pillars in each zone so the city could avoid disaster, and, of course, destroy everyone who guards these very pillars, leaving the enemies no chance. Each chose a worthy opponent. Hendrik decided to fight the representative of the dragons, Kainen. Uriel went against Hamiel, intending to test her skills and strength. Balkan and Toon directed their efforts against Hetz, hoping for a sudden success. While Haryu and Miho fought with Mug, showing all their skill and courage, this battle depended on everyone's efforts, not just Jin-hyuk's, and everyone understood the responsibility of their actions. Hamiel and Uriel were in no hurry to fight, preferring to first talk, during which Uriel wanted to know if Hamiel would like to at least briefly say hello, since she had once been her subordinate. Hamiel replied that she didn't understand what they were talking about, since their relationship ended 10 years ago, on the day she tore off Uriel's wings. Uriel noted that there was no reason to fight then, since both had already lost, hinting that Hamiel had also lost her wings. This only increased Hamiel's anger, as she did not consider it a humiliation to be compared to Uriel, an honored representative of the heavenly race. Hamiel intended to restore her power and reputation, but Uriel saw it as a pitiful effort. Meanwhile, Balkan and Toon decided to join forces and launch a surprise attack on Hetz, believing that he had not noticed them. However, Hetz had an unexpected trump card and easily repelled the attack with the help of his slaves. His servants turned out to be not undead, but real people dependent on demonic energy. There were a great many such dependent creatures, and this gave Hetz an unrivaled advantage. For Balkan and Toon, summoners by nature, this did not come as a surprise, and did not stop them from continuing the fight. While the rest of the battle was proceeding relatively evenly, Hendrik was already seriously wounded. Meanwhile, Kynan showed interest in Hendrik, asking questions about his hatred of dragons, such powerful and attractive creatures. Hendrik was filled with rage, heightened by the knowledge that Kynan was far stronger than him. Kynan continued to question Hendrik about his personality, his quick temper, his preference for a sword, and his black hair, as if analyzing every aspect of his being. He explained that the hair and the color of the dragon's scales indicate magical abilities. Red ones are fiery, and he saw black for the first time. Kynan decided that Hendrik was just another creature that needed to be gotten rid of. These words made Hendrik think about the nature of his power and the light he saw before his death. Using the Black Dragon Strike technique, Hendrik instantly cut off Kynan's arm, causing him to be genuinely surprised. The light that saved Hendrik came from Baal, and it was thanks to him that he became a black dragon, endowed with demonic energy. After this, the tide of the battle changed, and Hendrik began to look like a true representative of the dragon race. Kynan tried to use fire magic to keep Hendrik at bay, but it was no use. With this in mind, Kynan decided to use all his power, creating a real fire tornado, capable of destroying everything in its path. Kynan was sure that this would be enough to destroy Hendrik and turn him into ashes. But suddenly the dark silhouette of a dragon appeared from the flames. Hendrik, using all his demonic energy, attacked Kynan with a furious demon breath that filled the air with heat and terror. At that moment, Cain felt the mana suddenly disappear, leaving an emptiness inside. But he continued to cling to hope and refused to admit defeat. He had no time to think because his opponent remained Jin-hyuk, collected, purposeful, and ready for any maneuver. Cain's plan seemed to have failed because he didn't expect the meeting with Jin-hyuk to be so difficult and unpredictable. He was puzzled by what was happening. How could Kynan, who had reached the 600th floor, lose to some dragon? And why now he himself could not resist Jin-hyuk? Jin-hyuk watched Cain closely, as if checking to see if he was able to focus on the battle and cast aside his doubts. Cain only smiled mockingly, assessing his opponent with a cold gaze and considering all emotions a waste of time. He noted that after his return, the young man became interested in weak, evil spirits, dragging around with him the scum that Cain considered worthless. It was funny to Cain that Jin-hyuk could mistake them for comrades, although Kyung-hoon, who was watching the battle from above, remained a calm observer. In Cain's opinion, only Kyung-hoon had enough strength to resist them, and the rest seemed like helpless creatures to him. Cain then dealt a crushing blow to Jin-hyuk, believing that this would end the fight and tip the victory in his favor. However, Jin-hyuk was not broken, because his faith in his comrades and their strength was stronger than any spell or attack from Cain. Cain was shocked when Jin-hyuk blocked the attack by appearing as a massive shield out of nowhere, realizing that this was only the beginning of the real fight. Using Baal's demonic power, Jin-hyuk instantly charged at Cain, showing that his comrades were not scum or objects of ridicule. He demonstrated that they were united by a strong friendship and a willingness to support each other, never abandoning each other in difficult times. Their coordinated actions and trust in each other make their strength many times greater than that of individuals like Cain. After all, it doesn't matter how strong you are if there is no one you can completely rely on and share responsibility with. So Cain lost not only because of his choice of plan or opponent, but also because of his misunderstanding of the importance of true comrades. Jin-hyuk's victory in this battle became the key that opened new horizons and possibilities for the entire tower, changing the rules of the game. Just one powerful blow from Jin-hyuk was enough for Cain to understand that the battle would be difficult and dangerous. But Jin-hyuk wasn't going to stop at one blow. He bound Cain with demonic chains and threw him from side to side, destroying everything around him. Cain thought about Jin-hyuk's words about true friendship, remembering his own mistakes and past experiences. The memories took him to the 120th floor, when he and Carmen, still weak, encountered the Lizard Man, and his sister was seriously injured. Then the monster attacked suddenly, and those whom Cain considered his comrades abandoned them to certain death, betraying their trust and hope. Even on the ground and in the tower, no one helped them, forcing them to cope with dangers on their own, forming a strict rule in Cain: the strong defeats the weak. He realized that he was too weak to stand up to the strong, and that this was not only about magic and physical strength, but also about inner fortitude. That day, he first met Jin-hyuk, who seemed incredibly strong, arousing both respect and bewilderment. After this meeting, Kane began to doubt his rule, watching Jin-hyuk risk his life for others without considering it his duty. But he didn't understand why Jin-hyuk decided to help, why he showed courage and determination at that particular moment. Kane felt that behind this, there was a complex game, a tangled fate that was testing his strength and intelligence. Over time, Kane received a mission from God to kill Jin-hyuk, believing it to be a chance to gain power and get closer to heaven. He saw Jin-hyuk as nothing but a threat, not recognizing him as a comrade or a worthy person, and sought to remove the obstacle at any cost. The moment came when Jin-hyuk almost finished off Kaine, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. But the heavens gave Kaine a second chance. The Master of Heaven bestowed divine power upon him, showing him that it was too early to give up and opening up new possibilities for him. Along with this gift came a strange glitch in the system, allowing Kane to reverse the punishment that was suppressing his true power. At this time, the battle between Hetz, Balkan, and Toon continued, with each delivering unexpected and deadly blows, changing the course of events. Hetz proved stronger than Balkan and delivered a sudden blow that was almost fatal, demonstrating his unwavering power. As Hetz prepared to finish off Balkan, his body was suddenly sucked into the pillar, as if the earth itself had intervened in the fight. In addition to Hetz, the pillar also absorbed Kainen, which was in line with Kane's plan to use his allies as a power source. Kane's absorption filled the pillar with unimaginable energy, which rushed towards Jin-hyuk's battlefield, creating a deadly threat. Kane had thought through every step. The pillars were part of a plan to accumulate enough power to abolish the punishment system. For Jin-hyuk, this meant only one thing: inevitable death. Because no one foresaw such a turn of events, the consequences of Kane's attack were catastrophic. Hundreds of casualties and the destruction of Dream City were clear evidence of his power. Jin-hyuk was shocked, but he was not going to give up and persistently looked for a way to defeat Kaine. The task was incredibly difficult, as Kane could cut any opponent to pieces in an instant. However, Jin-hyuk did not want to lose and did not want anyone else to die, continuing the battle with unwavering determination. His faith in his comrades and his desire to protect the innocent gave him the strength to go on to the end, despite insurmountable obstacles. Every maneuver and blow he made was dictated not only by skill, but also by a deep devotion to the ideals of friendship and protection. Jin-hyuk knew that defeat was not an option, and continued to fight with full dedication, resisting Kaine's overwhelming power. Benil tirelessly instructed the heavenly warriors, urging them not to retreat at any cost, as the slightest step back would mean losing this battle and the complete loss of everything they had achieved. At the same time, Haryu was calling for the exact opposite action, insistently advising them to immediately move away and save themselves before it was too late. Their proximity to the battlefield made Jin-hyuk and Kain extremely vulnerable, and the danger around them only increased with each passing moment. Meanwhile, an even more terrifying event occurred. Moog, having touched the pillar that had previously absorbed Hetz, managed to remove the punishment imposed on himself, as if reviving long-forgotten powers. No one could predict what would happen next, because right now, two terribly powerful creatures that had reached the level of 600 floors and above were descending on them. Meanwhile, Uriel finished the fight with Hamiel, and she, barely holding on to her strength, admitted defeat, realizing that the punishment from Miyuga had just been lifted. Although the giants had a low level of intelligence and did not seek power, their strength was incredibly enormous, unruly, and almost invincible. Uriel tried to come to the aid of the others, but Hamiel, who seemed to have already lost, still had enough energy left to resist. At this time, Hendrik and Balkan decided to attack Moog at the same time, counting on the surprise and force of the blow. But their attack only angered the giant even more, without causing the slightest damage and only increasing his rage. The great battle turned into pure chaos and horror, as one part of the heroes tried to overwhelm Miyug with numbers, while Jin-hyuk fought Kane without giving up a single step. Meanwhile, Uriel tried to restrain Hamiel, whose body was inhabited by Sandalphon, maintaining a balance between attack and defense. Jin-hyuk wanted to intervene and help her, but he couldn't take his eyes off Kane, his relentless adversary. Moreover, Kane managed to hook Jin-hyuk, breaking through his demonization and making him even more vulnerable. Jin-hyuk and his confrontation technique found themselves in a very disadvantageous position. Sandalphon on top against Uriel, Myug on the bottom against Haryu, Miho, Hendrik, as well as Baklin and Toon. And of course, Jin-hyuk versus Kaine, who has lifted his punishment and received divine power, making the fight even more dangerous. Despite this, the young man continued to smile, insisting that Kane still underestimated their teamwork and cohesion. Myug's devastating attack was not as devastating as expected, and the boys managed to fight back using cover magic and clever maneuvers. Suddenly, a huge amount of money appeared on the battlefield, which was the long-awaited signal of William's appearance, capable of changing the course of the battle. Kyung-hoon joined him, deciding to finally destroy Hamiel and remove Sandalphon from her. Kyung-hoon's strike was painful and accurate, but it also managed to drive Sandalphon out of Hamiel's body, weakening her control over the situation. This only made Hamiel even more angry, as Kyung-hoon had also torn off her wings, depriving her of her pride and self-esteem. And now anger had completely taken over her mind. She continued to talk about divine punishment for Kyung-hoon, but in the midst of her rage, she completely lost control of her own state. Hamiel's body crumbled from the damage she received, and all her anger was in vain and fruitless, like smoke dissipating into the air. At the same time, Jin-hyuk used all-consuming energy, one arrow, in combination with Almighty's first technique, aiming the arrows straight at Cain. This only made Cain laugh, and he asked with a slight grin if Jin-hyuk was tired of believing in victory, as if playing with him with words and actions. His attacks had no effect, and he was able to parry any of them with extraordinary ease and confidence. Realizing that defeating Cain was impossible right now due to the current punishment cancellation, Jin-hyuk decided to focus on destroying the pillar. Hendrik also understood the strategic importance of this move and switched his attacks from Moog to the pillar, but the giant carefully protected him, not allowing him to inflict the slightest damage. Moreover, he managed to counterattack, making the fight even more dangerous and tense for all participants. As a result, Hendrik, Benil, Balkan, and Haryu were completely exhausted and could not continue active fighting. The only one who could fight against Moog was William, but due to the punishment, he could not use his full strength and had to act carefully. Moog acknowledged William's strength, but noted that any damage to his body would result in wounds covering him completely, making the fight extremely risky. William, surprised by the giant's intelligence, could not deny that he was right, and in order to deal with him, he decided to take a risky step. Jin-hyuk also made a bold move by using deification and assuming his divine form, ready for decisive maneuvers. Having assumed his new form, Jin-hyuk began to retreat, and Cain, believing that he wanted to escape, rushed after him, intending to stop the fugitive. In reality, it was a clever ruse designed to draw Cain away from the pillar and destroy its core without unnecessary risk. Of course, Cain couldn't allow this to happen and tried to stop Jin-hyuk in every possible way, without retreating a single step. Jin-hyuk used Holy Strike, and the powerful energy beam almost destroyed the pillar if not for the spear thrown by Cain, which changed the trajectory of the shot. Everything turned out to be more complicated than everyone thought. Because initially, Jin-hyuk's target was not Cain's pillar, but a weakened Myug. After the punishment was once again inflicted on Moog, William attacked him with 100 million gold coins, ready to tear the giant apart. The weakened Moog was unable to withstand the powerful attack, and William managed to defeat him without much difficulty. The blow tore a giant hole in the giant's body, and he fell from the sky with a roar, plummeting towards the earth. To ensure his death, Hendrik decided to finish off Moog with the demonic dragon strike, putting all his strength into the decisive finishing maneuver. Cain became even more enraged and vowed to destroy Jin-hyuk once and for all, leaving no chance for mercy. At this point, Kyung-hoon intervened, not wanting to let his best friend get hurt, standing between them as a human shield. However, his attacks on Cain were ineffective. He reacted in time and protected himself with a powerful divine barrier. At the same time, William joined them, whose appearance Cain completely unexpectedly expected, which again changed the balance of power on the battlefield. Cain knew that if they used all their strength, they could reach his level of power. So he decided to first protect the pillar, and only then attack each one by one, strategizing with cold precision. Suddenly, a dragon flew swiftly over his head, its scales flashing. And this sight surprised him quite a bit, making his heart beat faster. At the same time, Uriel, along with the rest of the heavenly warriors, directed all their divine power to somehow support the boys in their desperate struggle. Meanwhile, Miho had been on the dragon's back the whole time, and when Hendrik flew over Khan, she instantly jumped out, like a stream of light in the darkness. However, it was not Miho herself who wanted to intervene in the fight, but the one who was hiding in her body, Gumiho. She possessed Miho, transforming into a magnificent embodiment of the nine-tailed fox, and Cain, realizing that destroying the body would deprive her of her embodiment, still attempted to destroy her. But the Gumiho's magic and power proved to be far more powerful than Cain could have ever imagined, surpassing all his expectations. The moment she locked Cain with her piercing gaze, Jin-hyuk destroyed the pillar, thereby reversing the punishment. After this, Cain was once again punished, and now he no longer had the same power as before, feeling his strength slipping away from him. After destroying the pillar, Jin-hyuk immediately pierced Cain with his sword, putting an end to their fierce battle. Meanwhile, Gumiho noted that victory seemed to be on their side, and Baal asked the Master of the Heavens if he liked the gift from the fox. However, the Master of Heaven did not know how to respond, and simply disappeared, as if dissolving into thin air, leaving everyone at a loss. At this time, Cain refused to accept defeat, claiming that it could not end like this because he had to create a paradise where the strongest would rule. He sought to destroy everyone who tried to take over the tower, to which Jin-hyuk remarked that it could not be called paradise if no one could freely climb the tower. Cain firmly stated that this is exactly how it is, because the right world should look exactly like this. Everyone understands their place and obeys. Such is the immutable will. But Jin-hyuk did not share his views and declared that it was time to pay for all his sins, adding a request to say hello to Carmen. Even then, Cain stubbornly refused to believe what was happening, turning to the Master of the Skies with a plea for help. Suddenly, a strange slit appeared in the sky, from which two huge hands slowly emerged, as if trying to break through an invisible barrier. This marked the appearance of the Master of the Heavens himself, Yahweh, a mighty god whose power surpassed all others. He was planning a crushing blow, and, realizing the danger, Gumiho ordered everyone to immediately run wherever their eyes looked. Yahweh then launched an attack so powerful that it pierced not only the City of Dreams, but also the great city below, leaving chaos and destruction in its wake. It was a real horror, the embodiment of hell on earth, where every moment brought fear and despair. His blow was aimed straight at Jin-hyuk, and the chances of surviving such a defeat were close to zero. Cain laughingly claimed that Jin-hyuk got what he deserved for disrespecting the real god, when suddenly, Yahweh instantly killed him too. He noted that appearing here required colossal sacred energy, and the price for this was much higher than a mere whim. At that moment, Cain realized that he had been nothing but a pathetic puppet of Yahweh all along. But it was too late to make amends. After taking Cain's body, Yahweh was able to move freely. His rank became transcendental, and his divine power exceeded 1,000, causing awe in everyone present. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk miraculously survived and reappeared on the battlefield like a shadow, unbroken by horror. He asked Yahweh directly if it was he who had caused all the chaos, and Yahweh confirmed it, explaining that he was removing all the unnecessary ones, like Jin-hyuk, in order to create his own paradise. Jin-hyuk noted that in that case, it would be enough to simply kill him, and demanded fair retribution for killing Kaine without his permission. Yahweh smiled, noting that the young man was indeed funny, and it was no wonder that Baal, who was watching what was happening, was interested in him. Meanwhile, Baal turned to Yahweh and asked if he thought the other gods would turn a blind eye to the breaking of the rules and interference in the affairs of the tower. Yuwak replied that no one would dare to oppose him, and after he incinerated the entire 191st floor and killed Jin-hyuk in front of everyone, no one would doubt his strength. Yuwak attacked Jin-hyuk, and he would have died instantly if Benil had not saved him in time and carried him to a safe place. At the same time, Yuhava was attacked by Gumiho and Gyung-hoon, but even their combined efforts he considered only a slight threat. Benil, although he saved Jin-hyuk, suffered at the cost of his own health, leaving his legs crippled in the rescue process. Jin-hyuk asked why Benil did this, since he wasn't even an apostle. Benil replied that he knew his position, but if Lucifer had predicted that he would lift the curse from the fallen deity and blessed him to do so, he was willing to follow the prediction. The others were also ready to follow Jin-hyuk, just to put an end to this nightmare. But there was almost no opportunity for this. The fallen holy warriors were willing to give their souls to Jin-hyuk to help in the battle, but he could not take such a step. Benil almost begged him to take their souls, claiming that only Jin-hyuk could defeat Yuhak and no one else. Jin-hyuk finally took the risky step of absorbing the souls, preparing to take revenge on Yahweh for everything. Meanwhile, Gyeong-hoon and Gumiho continued to desperately fight against Yahweh, using all their strength and not thinking about underestimating the god. But their attacks had no effect on Yahweh, and his anger only grew as he grabbed them in his grasp. Yahweh, filled with rage, decided to destroy them and destroy the lower floors of the towers so that no one could climb them again. This way, no one will dare to oppose him, and he will be able to create his own paradise according to his own rules. Suddenly, the unexpected happened. Someone of incredible strength managed to cut off both of Yahweh's hands. This hero turned out to be Jin-hyuk, who gained powerful strength after absorbing the souls of the holy warriors, turning the tide of the battle. Unlike the others, Jin-hyuk was able to cut off Yuhavak's hands, which significantly increased his chances of winning and gave him hope. Yahweh merely laughed, declaring that he would never allow the servant of the pathetic Lucifer to defeat him. He continued to strike blow after blow, but Jin-hyuk dodged each attack with grace and ease, demonstrating his new strength. But soon, serious problems began to appear. The body could not withstand such colossal force, and gradually began to crumble from the inside, like the broken wing of a mighty bird. Jin-hyuk realized that the moment had come to use demonic power, which shocked everyone even more, since such a decision was considered almost suicidal and incredibly risky. However, for Jin-hyuk, the situation looked different. He had already felt the vulnerability of his body while absorbing souls, and he understood that there was almost no alternative. At this critical moment, Lucifer spoke to him, gently urging him to calm down, hinting that the young man himself had most likely already seen the key to solving the problem. When Lucifer spoke of the key to victory, he meant converting some of the excess divine energy into demonic power, which would allow him to balance the enemy's onslaught and neutralize his attacks. Thus, Jin-hyuk gained a new appearance, half demonic, half angelic, gaining powers that were previously only wielded by legendary beings like Lucifer. Seeing this transformed appearance, Yahweh became even more enraged, and his anger reached such a force that he used all his power at once. But no matter how much Yuvaat tried, all his efforts were useless, because now Jin-hyuk possessed the power to easily repel his destructive attacks. Moreover, Jin-hyuk could not only repel powerful attacks, but also respond with incredible force, as if the very balance of the universe was in his hands. It was like a battle between two gods, equal in power, who could not determine which of them was truly stronger. As if fate itself was watching their confrontation. At the same time, the friends watching the fight could only hope and believe that Jin-hyuk would be able to cope with the incredible opponent and achieve victory. Despite the incredible pain and exhaustion, his body could barely withstand this force. But the young man continued to fight with all his might, not allowing fear to take hold of him, and his efforts were not in vain. Jin-hyuk managed to break through Yuhuaka's defense and cut off his arm, leaving his opponent stunned and vulnerable. Yahweh couldn't believe what was happening. How could a deity whose power surpassed the tower's level lose to a youth using divine power equal to his own magical energy? However, Jin-hyuk made it clear that he was not a deity, but merely someone who was not afraid to stand up against fear and hypocrisy, which further angered Yahweh. In his rage, he decided to unleash a blow of even greater destructive power, intending to crush his opponent in one move. A deafening explosion thundered at the site of the attack, and it seemed that no one could survive such a blow, as if the earth itself had shaken from the power of a deity. Someone else might not have been able to resist, but not Jin-hyuk, who was willing to put his life on the line just to get revenge and protect his friends. By putting on the Tokebi mask, Jin-hyuk seemed to say that even the smallest and weakest, as he called them, bugs, are capable of showing more courage than Yahweh himself. He then delivered the final blow to Yuava, which decided the outcome of the entire battle and forever changed the balance of power in the tower. Although this battle could have had many outcomes, Jin-hyuk emerged victorious, as his desire to win was stronger than anything imaginable. After his defeat, Yahweh met Baal, who came to mockingly call him a coward and point out his defeat, as if summing up the deity's entire path. Baal noted that Yahweh possesses incredible power, but destroys those who truly have potential and are ready to challenge fate. This is why Yuhavat tried to destroy Jin-hyuk, fearing stronger competitors, but now his strategy has failed. Here, the story of Yahweh's life came to an end, as did the fates of all who blindly followed him, unable to stand before the truth and the power of true will. Jin-hyuk felt a long-awaited relief, and for the first time in a long time was able to breathe freely, because he had avenged not only himself, but also those who could not defend themselves. Exhausted, he began to fall down, but was caught in time by Har-yu, who did not allow the young man to lose his balance and life. When Jin-hyuk woke up, he saw the bright smiles of his friends in front of him, rejoicing not only at his victory, but also at the fact that he had survived and remained alive. After making sure that all of his comrades were safe, Jin-hyuk lost consciousness again, causing concern among those around him, but now with a sense of accomplishment. A month after the Great Battle, the Sacred Guild, previously sold by Cain, was transferred to the Heavenly Domain under William's control, bringing order to the new levels. With the loss of their leader, discord arose among the sacred beings, causing chaos in the upper floors of the tower and making it impossible to interfere with the lower floors. Meanwhile, the guys from the stand gathered on the 191st floor, at the entrance to the next level, ready to continue their upward movement. Along with them was Jin-hyuk, fully recovered from the battle and eager to fight again to clear the tower of enemies. The youth noted that the rest had already been long enough, and it was time to move forward, which surprised Miho and Har-yu, given the scale of his previous battle with the deity. However, Yahweh's plan to destroy all obstacles had failed, and now there was no one left to stop them. So the time has come to challenge not just a deity, but the entire tower, conquering it floor by floor and leaving no chance for the weak. Having gathered together, the guys decided to put all their efforts into not only climbing higher, but also finally taking control of the tower, fully proving their strength. This victory marked the completion of Jin-hyuk's long-awaited revenge, and at the same time, the transition to a new, more dangerous and exciting stage in the conquest of the tower.